Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gap, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's against the rules, and you can't stick to them. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick to them!
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
Say that I wasn't including Queen B, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen B. I'm not talking about Queen B. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen B.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B, bring the information on Queen B. We're done with Queen B. Queen B's in my crosshairs. There's Queen B's channel. Queen B thinks she can. But Queen B is reformed. I bet you Queen B gets tricked. Queen B.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B would think she could.
Anybody at Queen B show earlier.
We talked about Queen B and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen B's.
I heard Queen B. We got bailing on Salty for Queen B, and some people not the Queen B. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen B over here on Queen B.
Queen B, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
Don't let go. I know you feel the same. You'll always be my broken love.
Good morning. Happy Sunday, y'all. How is everybody doing? What is happening? You guys, things have been a little crazy. I know things have been a little crazy, but we gotta talk about some stuff. First of all, I wanted to say, for those of you who were not being rude last night, thank you very much for being respectful. I don't know who Steve McRae is. I don't know much about him other than the stuff with Uni. So, I'm all about two sides. I like to be fair. No matter how flat a pancake, there's always two sides. So I appreciated him coming up here. I know he's got history. I know a lot of people don't care for him. They have their own feelings, or they've seen stuff or heard stuff or whatever. But last night it was really fucking rude for people to continue to say, you know, kick him. We don't want to hear it, you know, stick to the topic, but people are asking him questions in the chat. And it's my fault for not being here to handle the situation myself. So I would like to apologize to you guys for not being on my panel at all times, because I can understand why shit goes to shambles and why the fuck shit happens the way it does. So I had got a couple emails yesterday telling me that I'm, you know, not responsible because I'm not always on here to know what's going on. That is true. And I will take accountability for that because I'm not always on here and I don't always know what goes on. And I am sorry for that. So yeah, Shambles, I'm glad you're here bright and early, baby, because we're about to get into some bullshit. We are about to get into some bullshit. So last night, after all that went on, I got a few more messages and stuff, and I talked to a couple people and had a Discord call. And JK, the streams from last night, he came on here last night. Hey, Ellie Boo, what you doing, baby?
Hey, I have a couple of minutes before I have to go to work, so I just wanted to just like say something about what you just said, because I came in here and I was trying to just ask him some like legitimate questions.
I appreciate that. You did very, very good, and I thank you for that. Thank you for being, you know, on top of it and doing research and knowing and to ask questions like that and not being shitty and rude.
Yeah, the chat was being shitty and rude, but he like actually I went and listened to him like this morning. He was on. I saw that he was on EKC last night, and he said only good things about how he was treated on here with everybody, you know, like, and I just wanted to hear his
I got
side
an
of the
email this
story.
morning that was not very nice. And, you know, like I said, I just want to apologize because I wasn't on here, and I know things can kind of go to shambles when I'm not on here.
It was more the chat than anything else. Like he said, everybody was really like I listened to this whole thing on EKC with him.
Okay,
you know,
last
last
I didn't
night.
have a chance to. I just got you know how you can get like 10 emails that are good, but you get that one and you're like,
well, this is from his mouth, so you know what I mean. He thought like he mentioned B Tim, he mentioned like he just said everybody was very, you know, respectful. Like I think he knows what he was jumping into, and I think he just wanted to share his story about his experience with uni. We didn't have to like, you know, dogpile on him or whatever. It was the chat. It was totally the chat. I saw the chat. That's why I was like, I'm not
and then people were asking him questions and he was answering the questions, and then they're like, we got to stay on topic. Let's stay on topic. And I was like, holy fuck, I can see, you know, because I went back and watched some of it this morning, and I was like, oh my God, I can see why people, you know, why this person thought the way they did. Because when I got that email this morning, I was kind of upset, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to be upset. I'm glad.
No, don't be upset. Steve was like fine with it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm just glad people are open enough to come to me and tell me like, hey, I didn't like the way this went down yesterday. And I felt this, and this, and I'm glad and I'm grateful that people can feel they can come to me without, you know what I mean? Because at first I was kind of upset. I was like, well, you know, that's really shitty, but you know what? It's really not. And I appreciate it.
It's not. I get it. Some people have strong opinions about him, right? I mean, I don't, because I don't know him from anybody else. You know what I mean? Just like I didn't know uni from anyone else. Like you don't know people until you know them. And we learned that with uni. So like for us to do the same thing with him was just kind of being like a hypocrite. You know what I mean? Why can't we just hear his story and his experiences with uni so we could see the
and that's kind of what I was just, that's kind of what I was interested in, because I don't know him. I don't know him from anywhere. I don't know anything about this man. I've never really heard of him. I don't know much about his history with KJ. I don't even know her history. I don't care about any of that, to be honest with you. I really don't. And, you know, I understand like he interviewed a rapist, and I understand that too. But lots of people interview those kind of people and murderers and stuff, like, you know, people interview Jeffrey Dahmer, people interview, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, he was long-winded and he talked in circles sometimes too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm going to like go sub up and become like a Steve, you know what I mean? But like, we have to hear people's other sides. Like you're all about that, Queen. That's like, I feel like that's a big part of your channel, hearing all the different sides. And so all the different sides were here, right, B Tim?
Yeah. What you talking about, Steve, the guy yesterday?
Yeah. So I got an email this morning, and it said, you know, that people were being really rude, and that the chat was being really rude, and that I was, you know, I need to not be on here if I'm not going to be on my panel. And just, they had a quite an opinion about it. And I understand that, you know, and at first I was like, oh, really? And then I was like, you know what, just, you got to take constructive criticism, because sometimes I walk away and I don't pay attention. And I don't notice things until, you know what I'm saying, later on after the fact. And when I went back and watched it, You know what I'm saying? Okay, so then I was like, you know what? I came out, I talked to my daughter for a second, and then I went back in. I said, you know what? I'm going to watch it. I need to watch it for myself and see how things went down. And when I seen it, I was like, oh, wow, yeah, this is not okay. And I'm not cool with that. You know what I mean? I would like to just go apologize. That's all.
That's good. No, it's good to do, I think. You know what I mean? I think everybody has their opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Everybody has their history with people as well, right? You know?
Yeah, but I mean, like, that was the chat. I mean, like, you could, I don't know.
It was totally
like,
a chat.
I wasn't being disrespectful to the man.
No. And he even said that. He brought your name up and Queen a couple of times, and he said the panel was very respectful to me. Like, I listened to his whole thing on EKC. It was last night. I listened to it this morning, and I don't know. He just came on here because he felt like a real need to, like, you know, warn people about him.
Right.
Like, remember how Dolly jumped on because he felt really strongly about warning us about Avery, even though we don't like these people. Can't we, like, hold like two opinions in our head at the same time without exploding? I feel like people like can't.
Right. We are adults, and and I wanted to apologize because yes, I do walk away from the chat and the panel and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I have things go on and I walk away from it, and that's just what it is. I went back and I watched it and I was like, holy fuck, this is a little, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to answer you guys, but then the people were in the chat saying things and he was trying to respond to those and the questions and allegations. Like there was things good, like people were just shooting things off, and I'm like, holy hell.
Yeah, the problem is that I have to. I did not understand his history. So when he was just like talking about all these things, I'm like, the problem that I have is just I don't know how to verify any of the claims you're making, and I'm just sitting here. I'm like, okay, and that's why I made my statement.
See, and that's the thing is he kept saying he was going to provide, you know, he can provide links and stuff. And had we set it up, I think he would have been ready to have his links and top links, and you know what I'm saying. But yesterday was not a stream meant for him. He just popped in the chat. And I had seen I was tagged by him a couple of times. So I was like, hey, Steve McCray, you want to pop up here real quick? You know, like just because he had tagged me in a few of his live streams and his posts, and I couldn't go watch him. So I figured maybe he could just give me a quick rundown on what he was saying. But then when he got up here, before he even got up here, that girl had came up, and then the chat, you know, there was people talking to him and about him in the chat as well. And I understand people have strong feelings towards this man. I don't know him. I don't know his history like that. But all I really wanted was for him to just give me a quick rundown on what he was wanting me to understand and hear from the 3 live streams and the post that he had done that I don't know him from anywhere. You know what I mean? So I felt like it was important to give him the opportunity to come up here and say his piece as well. You know what I mean? Because obviously he felt compelled to, you know, want to tag me and wanted me to know these things.
Yeah, he was following it while it was happening all week, pretty much. That's what he was saying on EKC. You know what I mean? So he had like a vested interest just because he has, you get it? We don't know his history, but he has a history and wanted to learn what was happening next with Uni because this is his pattern. He knows the past, you know, and he was watching it in like real time. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just a different kind of experience for everybody with stuff like this, I guess. And that's like a good learning experience, you know, like we shouldn't just judge people because other people don't like somebody. I don't like somebody because other people don't like them. Do you know what I mean? They have to prove themselves to me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, and you know what? Like I said, and I love y'all. You know what I mean? I love the Hive, and I understand we all have opinions, and you guys know some more. And you know what I'm saying? I love that you guys are protective. You know what I mean? I love that. You know, I love that about y'all for real. I really do. And I just want you guys to know, like, I did heed the warnings. I you know what I'm saying? I don't intend on having him over here every single stream or anything like that.
Exactly.
I just,
of course.
I just wanted to, you know, just to get an opinion, you know, like a one-time thing. Kind of thing. Yeah. And just KNS, thank you so much for that super sticker, love. I appreciate that.
I mean, I think like there's a lot of history with him and other content, like other people.
Yeah.
Like I think I saw a little bit of the title of the stream that he was on with EKC, and I think he was talking. I think he talked about nonsense basically, and it wasn't a.
No, they really don't so much on that. I don't know. That's on there, but they talk a lot about like all of like Queen Bee. I don't know. They were talking more about JLR. Like he didn't really know much about JLR. Like they just were talking about this whole thing. You know what I mean? Together, like nonsense maybe came up a little, but that's like a whole nother side of the story.
But the title
got involved. I know. Well, that's EKC. I don't like, you know, I'm glad that she kind of came through with the facts here, but I'm not going to like become an EKC like follow her and like listen to her.
I mean,
to her for this topic last night because I thought it was really
the title
interesting.
stated in her video was Steve McRae and I discussed the ugly ignorance and bitterness of nonsense.
Is that from last night? No, okay.
Yes,
that was
8 hours ago.
But they talk more about like him coming up. I mean, what I heard.
Yeah, but the title does not suggest that.
Yeah,
the title does not
that's
suggest
EKC.
that.
You know, that's EKC. Are we really talking about EKC? And are we doing like a, you know, I mean, I don't know. Is it really about? It's not really about EKC and like. And I'm not saying her and Steve are like good people. You know, it's not about picking sides and about their titles and stuff. It's just about learning information so we could recognize the behavior. That's how I look at it.
I get it. I get it. I have no issues with him. I'm just saying that the title kind of just. When I saw that title, I was like, "Whoa, why are you going after nonsense when she didn't say jack shit?"
Well, I think there's stuff there with them and like Letitia. There's like there's with Dre. There's a lot of stuff that like we don't know about. I don't really know about, and I want to learn more about that before I even like comment on it. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe you know what I mean? Like this is like a messy space at times, as you could tell, right? I don't know. Like you can't just. It's not black or white. There's so many gray zones, I guess. You know.
Oh, okay, so EKC, Be Yourself said EKC lied about how she was treated here, and Steve basically tried to say he was respected.
She didn't lie. I mean, she talked about how she came up the other day.
Well, she was not. I mean, we weren't.
The other time,
we weren't very fucking nice to begin with when she popped up here trying to defend Molly. We really
That time, but she didn't really talk about that time. She talked about coming up the other day and sharing the cease and desist with us because that was the topic.
Oh no,
it wasn't
we
about
rude to her then.
No, we weren't.
She was like, she thought, you know, she said she heard her name over here. She was talking to Steve about this last night, and that's why she came over for the letter. I'm saying, but I think that was, you know, like you can't just like throw everybody out all the time for every.
I get it.
You know,
and not everyone's a two-dimensional character.
And we haven't had that experience that I don't know. Some of these people, you know, like once you experience something, I think that's this big lesson to be learned with uni. Like, you know, you don't really like. Once you experience something with somebody, that's when you kind of figure it out, you know, like, but if you hear this and that and watch videos, like you don't really, it's hard to know something. Like I'm still trying to figure out the whole KJ, you know, all that. There's so much in all of this and I'm not going to like spend my time.
Yeah, there's so much wrapped up in it that I don't know. And it's years.
Who cares? Who cares
Emily,
at this point?
For becoming a member. And Tammy Lou asked your subs. Thank you, love, for becoming a member.
Also, you got a $20 super sticker from KNS.
I got it posted. I told her thank you already for it. It's posted on the screen.
Sorry.
Good morning, and good morning, Alicia. I just wanted to make sure, you know what I mean? It's to tell her thank you and then let them know. Because sometimes I don't interact with the chat. And I know last night I was really rude to that lady, whoever came up, but I am not going to deal with that kind of shit. Sorry.
That lady was completely walked over the fucking line. She jumped up. She lied about being banned in the chat so she could.
Well, yeah, she did. That's the whole reason she came up here. I mean, it was a troll move. And I mean, I should have just booted her ass right away, but I didn't want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then she plugs her
channel.
It's
wild. It is, Cappy.
Yeah. Yeah, like the lady was completely overstepped. That wasn't rude to me. That was appropriate. Believe me, a lot of people would have been a lot worse than that person. That person was just horrible.
Hi.
How you doing? Who's this?
This is Grandma Sherry.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize the C. That's why I was like, what's the C?
I know. I was like, who is this C up here? Is this that Chris B guy? I was like, I'm not ready for that.
No.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Speaking of him real quick, before you start, Grandma Sherry, he did send a email to Heels, and I'll read that to you when we're done.
It was really great. That was like a good like completion to that part.
It really was. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Go ahead, Grandma Sherry. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. I'm still drinking coffee. Okay, so last night was shambles, and I wanted to start off by apologizing to Ellie because I had asked her to maybe go to Steve's channel and talk to him about the history with KJ and 3M and
like, why would I go to his channel to talk? I didn't care about going to talk to anybody about it, and he wasn't doing a live on his channel. I didn't understand that comment, but whatever. It's all good. You know what I mean? Everybody in chat was crazy. It was like a mob mentality. Kick him, get rid of him, this and that. And I came in late, so I think, you know, I came into that and I didn't stay long because I was like, this is just fucked up. You know, we're just trying to like get he came up here to just, you know, he was talking in circles for sure, 100%.
Well, yeah, and I mean, like, Uni does the same shit. You know, just
exactly.
the other day when he clicked the link and I let him come up on panel, I let him come up here for a reason. Yes, he talks in circles. I know he does, but he dug his own hole.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair to Steve, whoever that guy is. He's not as bad as Uni with the talking.
Well, I'm just saying they talk. They're both long-winded. I don't mean they talk like they just
long-winded. Exactly.
Yeah, that's just what it is. You know.
Yep.
Well,
people are like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to I wanted to thank B. Tim because he kept bringing it back to topic. The problem that we had in chat last night, and trust me, being a moderator, it was a shit show, is that a lot of our viewers don't know the history Without a Crystal Ball and all the other people, Kyle that he was mentioning and the lawsuits and all that stuff. They were absolutely, totally lost. And that's why.
Well, that's the thing too. He was trying to, and this is how I felt when I rewatched it. You guys were trying to keep the chats like on the straight and narrow, but he was trying to explain, and then people would start either making accusations in the chat or they would start asking questions, and he was trying to answer the question in the chat while he was trying to explain himself, and it was just a fucking shit show.
Yeah,
and I was like, "This is awful." Yeah.
It was not nice. I mean,
that's why I said I need to apologize because I did get a few good emails and I did get a few good messages. You know what I mean? And you know, while the positivity is nice, you know, I got that one email that said, you know, I'm really upset that this, you know, thing the way he was treated and things that went on, and you know, and I was just like, wow. At first, I got kind of shitty and I got ready to message him back. And I'm like, no, you know what? I got to keep an open mind and I got to take responsibility where it's due because I wasn't around. I wasn't on here. I had to go take care of something. And, you know, that is something I should not have asked him to come up here. And then, you know, something happened. I had to walk away, but you
trust B. Tim and the other people to like have your back. And I think that's everybody was respectful. And you know what? EK said something interesting last night and because he was saying something about the chat as well. And she goes, you know, this chat was people from different other
it's people. It's all different people. Yeah.
It was Uni people. It was EKC. It was all these people that kind of Steve's all these people from different places trying to like, and so there was like a fight in the chat between these people that don't know some people that don't know each other. Do you know what I mean? And that's what threw it off the rails, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
The mixed communities is like, wow, you know, they have history, you know, like we do it'd be like Betty's community and our community mixing together. We're going to go at each other. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be, you know, I mean, it was just kind of like one of them things that I was like, whoa.
You can't control that. And you did really good. And he said you did. Like, he thought that he felt like it was a good experience coming up on the panel. It was just the chat, and you can't control chat. You cannot control.
Well, no, and it is an open panel, you know, and that's the thing. Some people get, you know, kind of frustrated. And if Uni were to click the link right this second, I would click it and allow him up. If his wife clicked it, or Navy, or anybody else clicked it that wanted to come up here and speak on this issue, or Steve, or anybody, I keep an open panel. If Uni clicked the link when Steve was up here, I'm going to allow him to come up here. You know what I mean?
That's just who you are. You know what I mean? That's what we love about this space. That's what I love about this space more than anything, to see all the different sides of it. Because
my only thing is that when he was naming all these people I have no clue about, and he's making these kind of accurate. Yeah, they're making these accurate. That's why I said to him, like, you know, it's not right for you to mention these names without these people to defend themselves. I can't refute anything. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of, I don't want to just, like, let you just sit here and just kind of say things I can't verify.
Yeah.
And then, like, basically the next day I'm going to wake up and see, like, you know, people saying, well, why did you let him, like, drag this person? There's no proof about this, without me just saying, like, listen, just try not to keep it to subjects, to things we know, because I don't want you to mention names with these people not able to defend themselves when you say these things. That's my thought. I think it's just, that's what I try to do. So
I think the situation is really complicated as well. Like, and there are all these names, and you can't and I think
I have no clue.
And firemen. This is the thing. That's fine to let them up, but you got to be there to control it and not let your audience be bored to death. Okay, I can't help the audience and what they feel or think about that, but you are right. If I'm gonna have somebody up here, I need to make sure I'm here. And I take responsibility for that, and I take responsibility for not being here. You know what I'm saying? And that is my fault, and I do apologize for that. When I allowed him to come up here, I should have made sure that I was on here or had time to be on here But I did have, something that came up. Yeah, no sooner did he jump up here. I had something that came up that I had to take care of. And I told the panel, I told Cappy, I'll be right back. They got to take care of this real fast. You know what I mean? They knew, but I should have been here. I should have been up here, and I apologize for that.
It's okay. It's not like a vacuum. Things don't go perfectly all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I'm really sorry that if he felt like the chat, like if that, like,
he did not feel that. He said he felt. He said it was a good experience.
I was about to change it. Then you jumped in. I was trying to, because
I'm sorry.
If the chat was against him, I'm like really sorry. I mean, sometimes the chat can be very brutal.
Well, like I said, it's just a mix. It was a mix of communities. You know what I mean? It was a mix of some people that like him or don't, they have history with him. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, just like with Uni, people were like, he's the same as Uni, but he's got different, and there's just, they have history. You know what I mean? That's all there is to it. They have history that we don't know about. And I noticed yesterday, like when I was rewatching it today, that there was a lot of different people from a lot of different communities.
Yeah, I mean,
and coexist, and they were going back and forth, and you know what I mean? Like there was a lot going on.
And you gotta also it's a lot tougher because you don't want to just start silencing people in a chat because they don't like a person, and you can't just let them say their piece, because the only time you really want to stop, and maybe I should have kept an eye more, is if it becomes abusive. The person starts saying like really abusive language towards a panel guest or something like that. But
I should have tried to keep on, and me, that's why I said I take responsibility, because if I was here, I would have been able to keep the conversation on track and continue with the questions that I wanted to talk about. And I noticed that it was getting off track over and over and over again. He was telling a story about something that happened 2 years ago, and then he was telling a story about a lawsuit, and then he was telling this. People in the chat about this lawsuit, and they were saying this and they were saying that, and he's like, "Can I respond to this?" And I'm like, "Holy fuck! I there's no way. If I was in, there's no fucking way I would have stayed."
I read his blog. I was reading his blog. I gotta look it up again because I lost it because I clean my history all the time every day. But basically, like the lawsuit, what happened was. Uni kind of got attracted to him due to this, basically charity. He just, he was doing a couple of good videos, and then eventually, like Uni does, he embellishes, starts lying, he gets confronted about it, and he's also talking about the history, about the lawsuits and stuff like that,
Well, I just wanted to jump up and apologize. I noticed I was being an asshole. That's why I stopped chatting. Like I said, once I moved, I knew it was too much. I do have a very strong opinion about a lot of those people. And
and the history more than a lot of us do,
and I'm sorry for it. I'm sorry for anything I said that was rude. And there's no excuse. There's really not. But for me personally, but
I will say this much. You are very trusted in the community, and a lot of people, have a lot of respect for you. When you jumped up here, you set the tone right away. Like, look, so people were super leery, and I noticed that as soon as you had said, like, hey, watch out for him, people were really for real watching out for him. They weren't fucking around.
She set the tone. Yeah.
Well, and one of the reasons that
trust
happened,
you so much,
that's one of the reasons that it happened is because I get sick of people coming over here. Willow hit the nail on the head when he was like, notice how every fight in the streets ends up on this panel. And I feel like, and it's just my opinion, but I feel like he's opportunistic.
Right. He very well might be, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, to be fair,
he is, but I just wanted to apologize for anything that I added to, and that's totally my fucking bad, Queen, and I won't let that happen again. I just wanted you to know.
I agreed with you. I agreed with you, and I tried to come up here and walk it back a little bit. I was like, look, like probably I said what that girl said in the chat, I agreed with. And a lot of people probably agree with that because, like, maybe we don't know the ins and outs, and we see you going at Uni and going at KJ back and forth for years now, where I've seen KJ lie, I've seen Uni lie, I've never seen you lie. So to be fair,
haven't watched enough, my love.
Right, and I stated that as well. I was like, I haven't really watched you that much, but so far I haven't seen you lie, so it's not fair to lump you in. But
Can I say
let's talk about Uni is like kind of what my thing was.
Yeah, my thing is to be fair, like when the comment was opportunistic. I mean, if someone I disliked finally got like exposed by a new community, I'd probably jump on that panel too to fucking rub the salt in. Absolutely.
I'm not blaming him for that, but I will say I knew the whole essay thing with Katie Joy would come up, and she's not here to defend herself. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks about all that.
Absolutely.
It was his opportunity to jump up here and drag out all the dirty laundry he's been going on about for half a fucking decade. And I wanted to see him stick to the topic at hand and may not have been exactly polite in expressing that. And Queen is my friend that I greatly respect. So I just wanted to jump up and apologize and say I will try not to be so blunt in the future.
Well, baby, it's like I said, you're protective, and I understand that, and I appreciate it. You know, I want to know these things. You know what I'm saying? I really do. But I should, like I said, I take responsibility because I didn't invite him over here. I didn't and make the stream for him, but he came in the chat, and I asked him. You know, I said, I heard you had a lot to say or something along those lines. You know, I have an opinion on this or whatever. And do you want to come up? And he said, yeah, give me 2 minutes. No sooner did he get up here, 10 minutes into the conversation, something came up and I had to step away.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? It was in fucking total shambles. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
And chat was out of control.
When I got the email this morning, I had gotten, you know, a couple of good ones, and then I got that one, and I'm like, holy hell. And at first, like I said, I was ready to clap back right away. I was like, oh no, this is bullshit. But then I said, you know what? No, let me take a step back and let me go watch, because maybe I missed something, or I didn't see something, or maybe there's, you know what I'm saying? Like there's maybe
chat was totally
that's
wrong.
That's a bitch holding herself accountable.
Chat had me laughing.
So I just wanted to make sure, you know,
it was
that
raunch. You know, chat was raunchy, and I was guilty of laughing at it, if not participating at some points. And then I was like, wait, stop. Okay, you guys, I'm going to sit on my hands because this isn't right.
I feel like it's me and Queen's fault that you're kind of this way now, though. Like we like put it on you, like you need to be jaded to be safe in this community. Stop being so nice to fucking everybody. And it totally flipped on its head, and you're the most blunt person to chat. Like, well, it's kind of our fault. So we take accountability for that.
Y'all definitely played a role in me pulling my head out of my ass. But, you know, after so many years, you get sick of seeing your friends get hurt and people taking advantage of them. And, you know, my give a damn's just broken this year. And again, that's my bad. I should have more self-control. But, you know, when there's 500 of us down there making jokes and busting, it's hard not to just laugh and go with it.
And it is. It's hard.
That's my bad, because some people were being really fucking funny.
That's when I turn into the worst mod ever. I'm just like, ha ha.
Yes,
I'm approving this, approving that, approving this, approving that. Shouldn't be approved. Approved.
Hold on, Heels. She said, "Do you have a membership link for the iPhone?" I don't know how to get that.
I just dropped it.
I don't know how to do that either.
I just dropped it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Grandma Sherry, because I have no idea how to find that.
Yeah,
I'm the worst creator.
But you know what, Queen? Listen, you're not the worst creator. Listen, you holding yourself accountable and like holding yourself from clapping back. Like I've had to do that, like in the chat with wrenching, because I've been like, you know, now that you have more people in the chat, I do more mod work than I used to. Like, and like it. Sometimes when people come in here and speak critically of you, or if I've seen them talk critically of you in other places, as long as they're not being fake or dog walking you or doxing you, I allow them to speak critically when I'm really tempted to just be like, fuck you.
Yes, yes.
Well, and that goes back to, there was an argument. There was some, you know, not an argument. There was a little bit of banter back and forth. And I think it's one blessed Oma. She's often in, so there was somebody that, you know, there was some back and forth, and I don't blame this person either. And I happened to notice it. And I know that she's in Laura's chats a lot. And I know that there was some things that were going on, and she was in there. So I know I can see why they feel the way they do. But we do, you know what I'm saying? I do tell people I don't really care where they go or what they do, or, you know what I'm saying? I can't be holding, you know what I mean? But I do see why people get upset, because when she's in there dogging us the hell out or saying some nasty stuff or accusing Jones's dad of things, and people are in those chats, and then they see them or they come over here, they in turn have something to say, you know, or they want to address it, or, you know what I mean? And I understand that too. I just, you know what I mean? I just feel like there was a lot of stuff going on last night in the chat and the panel. And it was kind of just like, holy hell, I should have been here. And I felt that I needed to apologize to my subscribers and my mods, because you guys were working overtime trying to keep up with the shit show, and it was crazy, and I apologize for that as well.
Well, I'm sorry for anything I did to add to that, you guys. I'll be back in a bit.
You're doing the wait. I have to say this, Queen. You're doing the apology wrong. You need to blame people. You need to bring up some sort of random thing about someone else in the apology, and then
Say "but" at least 6 times.
Yeah, you got to do that because that's how the usual apology goes. You have to blame at least 3 people and then make a pretend apology. That's
but it really wasn't my fault. It was wrote a handwritten letter and told me.
I'm joking. That was just.
Fish, I'm done with you.
Yeah, I didn't want to spend all kinds of time up here. I did want to apologize to Ellie specifically because I did put in a chat message saying, Ellie, can you go talk to him about this on his channel, because it was way deep in the weeds. And B10, like I said, you did a really admirable job trying to keep it on topic and clarify what he was talking about, and it was crazy. Queen, don't feel bad for stepping away. You know, your little has been sick, and we know that you're not here all the time, and the panel, you know, keeps things together. It wasn't your panel, it was the chat. And this is like a melting pot. We have, you know, subscribers and viewers from all different communities. We might even have knitting community people in here. I don't know.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
But the important thing is that, you know, we recognize that we all have some growing to do in the chat, and that we should really uphold the principles that we try to hold here, which is allowing opinions, allowing an open panel. And, you know, so the apologies this morning, thank you so much. That's one of the things I love about you, Queen.
Well, thank you, love, and I appreciate you coming up here too. And, you know, I appreciate you trying to hold out with us last night, because it was, you know, and you were put in a, you know, a shit position, and I'm sorry for that.
It's but I do have some really juicy information.
Spill the beans, baby. Spill it.
Okay, I found that BTIM has $12.43 in overdue library fees.
Okay, where did you hear this?
That's it. B10.
I have received.
You're doxing me.
Look at you now. You know what? No, that's it. Oh,
Sherry,
you said you're doxing me.
Change the title of this video to Grandma Sherry doxes B-Tim, and then put like
a
shot in the picture with a library card.
I have the receipts. Right. I have the receipts from the library, and I will show them to everybody as soon as my mom and my brother and my cousin's next door neighbor's attorney tells me I can.
Well, what you gotta do is you gotta make your YouTube channel, do the clickbait and everything, and then just talk for like an hour and 40 minutes, and then the last 2 minutes you show it. That's the plan. You got to get them like on there, you know what I mean, and make sure it's like vague, like show like a little bit, and then just like kind of like sprouse it out, put it in different videos and stuff like that. That's usually how you do that. That's a good idea.
Okay, and I just show them on my phone, right? I just put my phone
and then you can break it down and be like, which books was he overdue on, and then you can speculate why would he be holding these books for this long, and then you can just that would probably get you a week's worth of content. Absolutely.
Ooh, okay, thanks for the tip. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
B-Tim exposed videos, absolutely.
Woohoo! Now I'm gonna earn millions. Here's my Cash App.
Try dollars. You might earn dollars with the monetization of YouTube. Maybe cents.
I don't know.
Maybe you'll earn 50 cents.
You're pretty popular on this piece. Yeah, I'm gonna jump down. Thank you, Queen. I love you so much. I'm just so appreciative for everything you do for the community, and I'm sorry crap has gone down around you, and that just shows how.
I mean, you know, it happens. It is what it is. But I appreciate you guys too, and I want you to know that I really appreciate you guys.
Shows how successful you are.
Well, that's because I have all y'all too. You know, you guys all help too. You guys, we did this. There's no I in team. We did this together. You know what I mean? I feel like we built this up together, all of us. You know what I mean? We all put in our work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, love you so much. Fallons unite.
That's right. Fallons unite, baby.
Mm-hmm. Bye. I'm going to drop down and do my job.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Speaking of being, accountable, I have to say I got a bunch of messages and emails and stuff, and I want to say to anybody that has been removed or has left on their own from Uni's Discord or has been blocked and booted. First of all, I'm sorry if that happened to you because you were in my chats or you were over here. I want to let you guys know that you're always welcome. I understand that some people do not, they don't care for me, and that's okay. Or they don't want to be over here because they don't want to be in any back and forth banter. I don't have any plans on going back and forth with Uni at all for any reason. At this point, he's pretty well caught up with the bullshit and the lies, and I think he had he kept it 100 with us and been real and told us the truth from the beginning, we would have had his back from that point on. You know what I mean? And we did at first. When as soon as he said he got this handwritten letter, we were all ready to.
Yeah, that's the shitty thing.
You know what I mean? We had his back. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the shitty thing is like, if he would have just been honest and he would have said, yeah, I got sent a cease and desist for these videos.
Right.
And he would have just been completely honest. You know what? This shit would not have happened. You probably would make a video to support him, and or we would have given him some mild criticism and be like, oh, well, maybe you overstepped with your accusations and stuff like that. But instead, this is the problem when you exaggerate and when you dig yourself deeper into a hole when you lie. If he would have just been honest up front, everyone would have been cool with him. And you know what? It's like, and he just kept on digging himself deeper. And you know what didn't really help his case was the guy literally makes comments attacking the criticism instead of acknowledging it. And you would think the guy would look at Avery and say, wow, that happened with Avery. Maybe I shouldn't do the same fucking thing. Maybe I should just apologize, and just realize, and just cut my losses. But you attack the criticism, and eventually it gets to the point where you just basically just destroy yourself. And now you have multiple people who you've trusted for a while leave you because they're like, well, you're no fucking different than the people we criticize, the people we go after. And if you're supposed to be the guy who's going to call out the bad actors in all these on the YouTube streets, you got to have some accountability too, and you got to be honest. And if you're just lying about this, what else are you going to be lying about or exaggerating? And that's just that's a cautionary tale to people. It's it's a very cautionary tale, and it's really unfortunate because I have people might not dislike Uni or something. I don't have bad feelings towards Uni. I just wish the guy just stopped fucking shooting himself in the foot and just reported the facts and just stayed with the facts. But unfortunately, he just fucking shot himself in the foot. And I don't take any happy pleasure in the fact this guy did it to himself, because I really don't. I don't. It's really just fucking sad that he did this to himself. And it's always the case with these types of people. They do it to themselves. Molly did it to herself. Dolly did it himself when he got one of his channels demonetized. All these people do it to themselves eventually. And now Uni did it to himself with this damn letter. Something so small that could have been, could have easily got him, if he was interested in views, if he was just been honest, he would have gotten the views. But unfortunately, we're here. And now this guy is losing a bunch of subs, a bunch of people to watch him. Do I think he's done on YouTube? No. But I think this is just not good. And it just shows you to be always critical. And I have to give a compliment to Nonsense too, because Nonsense basically called him out earlier than everyone, and was in the hot seat for a while. There was some people, you know what I mean? And you got to give credit to people who are just keep their integrity even when they're in the hot seat. You know what I mean? When it's not popular to go against someone, but to go against them for integrity's sake, you got to give them a lot of credit for that. Just saying.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's like I said, I mean, and I thought he was doing a really like, I, you know what I'm saying? Like he was down with, you know, calling the tragedy pimps out, and he was, you know what I mean? Like, he, you know, I guess it's hard to, you know, have some, because I really liked him. I really respected him. I thought, you know what I'm saying? He was a pretty fucking cool dude. And
me too.
To turn around and fucking for first of all, you know, and I guess I should have known because I did text. I messaged Navy text and I was like, hey, you know, I don't really appreciate. Thank you, LEG, for becoming a new member, and Mystical Magnolias. Thank you, love. I really appreciate you guys. For those of you guys that have bought memberships and became members and things like that, and you know, send super chats and all that. I know sometimes they get missed and all that, and I don't want you to think I don't appreciate it. I definitely do, and thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I've Navy text. So I messaged him and I said, hey, when JLR and Betty were doxing me, and they were throwing wrong information out, so I would fucking correct it and give them the right information. You know how they do. JLR had made a Facebook group, and in that Facebook group, he knew it was full of bullshit. He was pretending to be like watch, like police watch and all that bullshit, or whatever the fuck it is, neighborhood watch. And he had a group, and it was, you know what I'm saying? There was like one person in it, and you know how he does, you know what I mean? So anyhow, Uni had went over that fucking group and his community tabs and shit that are now deleted, you know what I mean? And all that. And I said, so I had asked Navy Text before the stream started, I messaged him. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Why is he going over that? Why the fuck would he, why would you, first of all?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, he loves you, he adores you, it's all good. And I'm thinking, okay, well, what the fuck ever, you know what I mean? Maybe this is his way of, you know what I'm saying, trying to show respect or whatever, you know, maybe this is his way of just trying to, you know what I mean, to out this motherfucker. That's cool, whatever. I just, you know what I mean? I figured he'd delete it when he was done. Nope, still there. Then I messaged Navy Text. I said, hey, can you have him take that shit down? You know what I mean? Or edit his stream. He's like, yeah, I'll talk to him. Never heard back from him. Never heard shit about it. Whatever. I just let it go. You know what I mean? I know it's not true. They know it's not true. So why keep bringing attention to it? Right. I was like, fuck, it is what it is. Nope. You know what I mean? But I'm sure people are going to go back at some point in time and watch that fucking stream.
Yeah.
Bullshit. So it's a bunch of bullshit anyways. The shit should have never been put out there, but then it should have never been put back on a fucking, should never been put out there to begin with, because it's fucking lies, it's defamation, and it's fucking libel. You can't just sit here and talk shit and say things, write things out, call people, saying people sell dope to kids. I could own Dolly's fucking soap shop right fucking now if I really wanted to fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows damn the fuck well. He didn't say allegedly. He said that I straight up sold dope to children, which is a fucking bold-faced lie.
Yeah.
And that does owe me a motherfucking apology, straight up.
Yeah, he does. And you know what? He's just being fucking petty at this point. It's like,
that's fine. He can be petty. That's cool. That's fine. And again, you know, even with his subscribers, like with you know, with unis, I understand you guys are all welcome over here. And what really sucks though is, as much as I can say you're welcome to come over here, you're welcome to hang out, whatever, they still have to either go under an alt or not speak in the chat. They have to email me or message me privately, or, you know what I'm saying? They'll send cash apps and like send a message through the cash apps, like, so they can communicate with me, because they're scared to talk in the chat because of the repercussions, or, you know what I'm saying? Because they're going to get booted from the Discord, where they have a bunch of friends where they've been for the last year, and they have relationships with these people. And then next thing you know, the creator's mad, boom, you're done, you're gone, everything's cut off.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying, it's really shitty that they have to do that. But I mean, even Dolly's girlfriend, PJ, she comes in here and chats. People are not rude and nasty to her.
No, I think she's nice. I mean, I don't really go after like the fans too much with people.
I just know she had some issues with Uni, so I figured she would be one of them that would be coming in here. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, when,
I'm sure there's a few that have.
Oh yeah, she did a video about it. She was a mod for Uni, I guess. There's a video. She did like a live about it. Yeah, she did a whole stream on it.
That would make sense. That's what happens. You burn bridges. You know, there's a lot of people that just come out of the woodwork that you fuck over.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know.
And what's up? I'm sorry, Lady Justice. How are you, baby?
Hey, shit. I heard you had a good day yesterday. I just wanted to jump up real quick. I I love your channel, and the reason I love your channel is because you do allow differing opinions, and you do give everyone a chance. And I echo what Ellie said, because I did listen to part of that stream last night, and the Steve, who I don't know from anywhere, he was very, very complimentary of you and B. Tim for in the panel for hearing him out. But I have to say, I want to say this, and this is not criticism of you at all. It's just a kind of an overarching thing. I think it was very graceful and a graceful apology, and very gracious of you to give an apology for not always being on the panel, but those of us that have been with your channel, and I am not an OG by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it annoys me when people use that term. But a lot of creators are not on their panel all the time. And what I have seen happen, and I saw it last night in the chat before. Last night I jumped off because I didn't understand what your guest was talking about, and it was, controversial in terms of some people coming up and saying their opinions, but even they were respectful and walked it back a little bit in terms of their criticism or their opinions. But I want to say this really to the chat is there's a lot of people that have come from different communities because of the uni, debacle, the Avery stuff, Molly being off the panel, or just getting bored with maybe some of the other creators, and they're not aware of how your chat and how people on your panel conduct themselves. And I will say, regretfully, your chat has gotten to be like some of the chats of channels that I've left, where they are going all in and that. And I think that people need to understand that if you're on Queen Bee's channel, you don't put in her chat, don't talk about this or don't talk about that again. It's her channel. Her panel knows what, how she conducts her channel and how to move things along, or, listen fully to what's happening. And if you're in the chat saying, don't talk about this, or you got to be sniping or getting into it with other people that are expressing opinions, you need to just log off and go find somebody else to listen to or watch, because the last thing I want to see happen is your chat and become like so many others where people don't want to come in because they're getting the opinions are not opinions anymore. They're attacks on other people. And I know your mods do a good job, but maybe it's time for the mods to kind of watch it a little bit more, or maybe mod up a few more people. And you don't like to stifle opinion, but it's not opinion. I've seen some pretty vile things.
Well, no, and I think it's, truth be told, I'm just going to keep it the way it is. I think it's, moving, pretty well the way it is. I just need to be here to keep it going. I need to not be walking away from my panel when I ask somebody to come up here and explain things to me. That's where I need to take accountability. I need to be on here to keep it going. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm on here, the chat usually, when I'm not on here and they it's like they just don't know what direction to go. And like I said, there's too many communities, and I was not here to keep it on track with the questions that I wanted to ask pertaining to this letter and the situation. You know what I'm saying? I should have been here to control it. That's my fault.
For sure. Yeah. And I think B-Tim does a good job, and people that are on, maybe some of the regulars.
Well, he does, but I mean, when a chat, when you got a chat of 700 people, you know what I mean, and you got 10 panel guests, or even 5 panel guests, and someone up here, it's so hard. You know what I mean? That's B-Tim. You know what I mean? It's hard for people to run it. It's hard to run a channel, let alone with a big chat. And I respect everybody. You know what I mean? Like even Uni, I respected him, and I didn't even, you know what I'm saying? Like there's people who go around that hear things about me, and they're like, yep, she's a horrible person. She's mean. She's a hate channel. She's a roach. She's awful. She's a bitch. She sends people. She goes real life. All of that's bullshit. You know what I mean? And we know that. Yeah. People that are over here know that. But you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like what was going on here last night. Everybody had their opinions, and they were just throwing them. Bam, 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 bam. You know what I mean? And I felt like he didn't have a chance to come in and speak on anything because he was getting jumped on from every which way. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah.
Katie community, Uni's community, his community, our community. You know what I'm saying? There was so much going on last night.
Right. So for whoever, is, feeling a certain kind of way or felt that it was a little bit over the top that emailed you, it's not the way that it is as a rule. It just is because there's all these different communities and the hot things that are going on it's a little spicier, and you do the best you can. Your mods do the best they can. You let everybody say what they're going to say. And if we're in the chat, we ought to, at least be a little bit more respectful of the fact that we're on your platform and you allow people to express their opinions instead of complaining that you do. So I think you do an awesome job. I think that your panel does an awesome job. I love listening to your lives, and you move around and you do a lot of different topics, and sometimes that's not for people, and if it's not for them, it's not for them. But
but I think
700 people in your chat.
And I think what particularly and I think particularly what was good about him coming up was that you've seen that there's a pattern with Uni where he basically inserts himself, he butters himself to someone in the community, he butters himself to a large content creator, and then he basically eventually starts embellishing bullshit about that person, and then turns on them, and that's pretty much what happened. He was trying to butter himself up to Queen. He starts using Queen in the title, embellishes bullshit about her. But the only difference is he got called out a lot earlier than what he usually did. And he got caught completely down with his pants down because he got, complacent. And he just basically, he went too far with his lies where he couldn't just say wordplay. He couldn't do a word salad to explain, because he dug himself so deeply in a hole. So I think that was the good thing when it came to that guy jumping up to explain the pattern of behavior. The other stuff, there's a long history on YouTube. There's a lot of people, I'm sure the guy's got stories on stories and stories upon everyone else, but you got to realize that not everyone's going to know all that stuff as well.
Well, yeah, and that's a whole lot of history. And like I said, he started on one thing, and then it was like he moved into another direction. Then he was trying to answer somebody in the chat. Then somebody in the chat was saying that, he's not a good person. He's a liar. He shouldn't be here. And he's like, well, can I address that? And even with that girl, I noticed when I was watching it back, because I didn't notice it yesterday until I watched it back today, where she had got up and said what she had said. And he's like, can I address that? And she's like, no, I don't feel good. And then jumped down. She didn't, he didn't have a chance. It was like he didn't have the opportunity to address. It was almost like it was like ADD or ADHD, turning in circles, trying to do 50 things at one time. And I was just like, holy hell, this is exhausting. There's no way I could stay and focus on that.
Well, the top lines that I took away from it is besides in addition to what Pimps said, is the length that he'll take to go in on someone, several hundred videos and with false or defamatory information and saying that, he didn't care. We don't have to give, we can give the credibility of what he said, the weight with which we want to, but it's pretty damn consistent with what we've seen and, observed ourselves and heard from others. So kudos to you and in your channel and how you conduct it, and welcome to everybody that's new from all the, different creators that like to listen. If there's one thing you need to know about, or a takeaway about Queen's channel, is she will allow, just like she said last night, anybody to take a link and express their opinion or explain themselves. And not very many creators are willing to do that. And it's a rough road sometimes. It's, a lot of bumps and sometimes potholes hit.
Because what happens is, I noticed with, for instance, I finally watched, I think I was watching Down the Rabbit Hole's review of Uni's interactions with Molly Golightly. And he was making a lot of claims of a fraud fundraiser and stuff like that. And I think it's weird, just my personal opinion. I would like to, it was a lack of transparency with the money. So I don't know what the hell happened to the money. So that's one thing. I'm just saying that. But with him and his interaction with Molly, it really does seem like when he's confronted, he didn't have the receipts to actually pull out and make an argument And it's just like, you know, that's what I noticed. He makes accusations. When he does his videos and he's in his echo chamber, he makes his videos, but he doesn't show the receipts, and he expects others to give him the receipts to educate him. And then you're making an accusation of some sort of crime that's being committed. You would think you would have like receipts upon certain things. And when he finally was confronted with like Molly Golightly, he didn't pull those receipts out. He didn't really point the conversation. He was mostly talking about other content creators and trying to be like friendly with her. And it's like, okay, is this to butter her up, or is it to just like, you know, eventually ask the pointed questions, or is that just because you didn't have anything and now you're trying to just, you know, be friendly? You didn't have the receipts at the time. So I don't know. That's what I felt like when I was watching that. And
for the chat and those listening, I'll say again, is when you accuse somebody of a crime, okay, you damn well better have some receipts, because accusing someone of a crime is libel or slander per se, or defamation per se, which means whoever you're saying this about does not need to prove any damages for your defamatory statements. All they need to do is make a claim, and you put on your damages in terms of what your reputation is, and it's kind of left to the judge or the jury. So that kind of crap.
Yeah, it's a creative witch thing, but wasn't everyone saying it was a money scam? That's all I've heard for months. I mean, the thing is that one, for instance, you get into an echo chamber. Two is that you look at it and you're saying, well, where all the money went? Because I saw a Menace from Sobriety's like basically retainer fee, and it's just like you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, and you're like, where the money goes?
Right.
There's a difference between saying,
you know what? I really like Menace to Sobriety.
But the thing is,
but the difference is, I just want to complete that point. The difference is, one is to ask for transparency, and you're asking where the fuck the money went. Another thing is to accuse someone of, you committed a crime. Well, one, you could be like, okay, you're asking a question. Two, you're actually accusing someone of a crime. So that's the two differences.
Well, right, and I think though that I that's a good point. But the thing is, and this may be an unpopular opinion, but
welcome to Queen Bee.
There's so much of this money that, you know, we don't, that people that are watching say, where did the money go? What happened to it? If you contribute and you know the history on YouTube is pretty sketchy with a lot of things, and even if it's not, you're going to be accused of it. If you're given the money, you know, it's like you just bought something and you gave into it, and what happens to your money if you haven't done your research? You haven't done your research. But I think there's a lot of taking money under false pretenses that happens on YouTube, and a lot of people scream transparency, transparency, transparency. The deal is if you're going to give money, consider it a gift, and to whatever the cause is that you want. And if you're really intent about the cause on YouTube, you should do your homework on the creator.
But most people don't do their homework on creators. I mean, obviously, case in point, myself, who didn't do this homework on uni, and then finds out after this stuff, I'm finding out all these facts about him. So I can't really blame people to not do their homework when myself did not do my homework on someone, because sometimes there's just too much history on YouTube. So I can't really like agree to that. Go, you got to do your homework.
Well, not only that though, what happened, you know, what went down in the Katie Joy community and the other community, that, you know, the flat earth community, you know, that's totally different than what goes on over here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's totally different than what goes on over here, calling out tragedy pimps and, you know, bad behavior, shit behavior. You know what I mean? On here, what really, you know what I mean? And I do believe in, you know what I'm saying? Like, until he shows us, you know, and shows us he's a liar or a scammer or a fraudster or whatever, you know what I mean? I feel like it's good to give him the opportunity. You know what I mean? Everybody's watching.
Well, we're talking about the whole fraud.
Oh, I'm talking about uni.
Oh, okay. I was talking about that with the fundraiser thing.
Okay. I'm sorry about the Letitia fundraiser. That's something else though that he was calling out and stuff. But there was no receipts. I didn't see any receipts on it. So
the only receipts I saw was basically Menace to Sobriety, who basically showed a retainer agreement that wasn't a lot of money that was paid.
Wasn't it with a fake lawyer called Brittany, and she was arrested for pretending to be an attorney, but wasn't that?
That was the video.
That money, we don't even know where it went. It could be, you know,
and that's
the two of them. She could have took it. You know, who knows?
But the key difference is one is you're not sure where the money's went, and another is to accuse someone of a crime. Because when you accuse someone of a crime, you have to have actual proof. And I've been guilty of. I've noticed. I was thinking back to myself. Did I say it was a fraud? Like, did I say kind of fraud? Or maybe I did. And sometimes you know that's not even close to what happened. Oh, what happened? Can you take the link nonsense?
Well, here's the thing: is the difference is saying that it was fraud, okay, or saying it looks a little bit sketchy. Do you see where the line is?
Brittany was a huge issue from jump, but not with the money. Okay, so Brittany was a huge issue from the jump, but not with money. Okay, thank you, Britt. Nonsense. I'm just reading nonsense.
Oh, I was going to say nonsense knows that better than we do. So if she's okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Dear Brittany was a huge issue from the jump, but not with money. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I wasn't sure. Like I said, that's just something that came up that I wasn't really sure, but that's what I was pretty much told. It was the money had been given to an attorney that wasn't an attorney, and then an article was dropped.
You're breaking up really badly.
Okay. There's the thing. There's a huge difference though with what nonsense like we'll say and show receipts on, and it's versus uni, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But it appeared,
I mean, I kind of feel bad sometimes because I'm sorry.
It appeared to me in listening that uni's content, if you go back and look, was based on the top lines are bullshitting his way through what had been exposed maybe on Nonsense's channel or other channels. He just got too fast and loose with what the quote unquote facts were. So I think that if you're going to be exposing tragedy pimps, you ought to have the receipts before you speak, or say I'm sure what I heard and saw heard with him and saw quite a bit of was our attorneys. Yeah. Our attorney going to give this to our attorneys, and I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, he's bullshitting. Yeah,
attorneys don't handle half stuff he was doing.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
I'll drop down. So now.
No, you don't have to. Okay, and maybe come back up with your signal if it's better.
Yeah, no, I'm going to drop down because I got work to do, and I'll continue to listen. But I just really wanted to jump up and say respect to the Queen for, always being on top of it in her panel and doing the best she can and accepting accountability. Sometimes where she falls short, even though I don't think that an apology is due, she goes above and beyond. So kudos, and I look forward to continuing to listen today. Bye, everybody.
Okay, cool. I think Queen is away because she's just getting a signal. So now it's the B Tim show. I don't know.
I'm back here, baby. Hey, love. How are you, baby?
How are you guys? Happy Sunday.
Good. Happy Sunday. Give me 1 second. I just need to say this real quick. I wanted to make sure. Okay, so last night the chat was moving really fast, and Heels in the Air was trying to approve a comment, and in trying to do that, she hit Willow's name and either deleted the comment or something like that. You know what I mean? And she didn't mean to, so she said to make sure, to apologize. She wanted to make sure to apologize to Willow for that. Hey, Ellie, sorry.
Hey, hey guys. What's going on? Hey, Rabbit. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Spicy. Well, so I'm just going to say something real quick. I'm not going to be up here for too long. But I think, the correlation that you can make here is very simple. If we get on Molly or Betty or all these other people that go and call people, accuse people of a crime, right? Like the whole Candace Wells thing, there might be a lot of suspicion that something happened. I see that no different than what Unirock does, where he's over here accusing people of committing crimes and scams and frauds by piecing things together from what he has taken from other people's content to do so. That's how I see it. So it's it's weird because it's you want people, if you're swinging on the pendulum that says, so-and-so murdered her daughter, okay, I'm just throwing that out there, then you, without actually having any evidence or facts or even having the police complete their investigation, I find that to be just as dangerous as going online and accusing somebody of fraud. And it's not the first time. I was like surprised when I stumbled upon the only reason why I said flat earther yesterday, or the debunker. There's a creator out here by the name of Mr. Baldy Sensible Cats.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, and his video is not very long. It's literally like under 15-20 minutes, where he talks about, hey, not only did I not run a fundraiser, but I got accused of this based on what Unirock said. And Unirock, I'm going through his thing. You know, it's interesting because he never really addresses the fact that, yo, like, you just defame. So anybody, to me, it's no different than somebody that accuses you of, you committed these crimes, and then they got the wrong person.
Yeah, it's true. I'm guilty of that sometimes because I sometimes mess up, and maybe I'll be more careful in the future. But sometimes you get into you hear things and you have a bias against someone, and you start saying things that you shouldn't have said, or you don't really follow the ethics that you supposedly tell everyone else to follow, and you make that mistake. And that's something.
But BT, we all, myself included, we're mom. I'm a mom, right? So I definitely feel like I can write, like I can get like that too if it plays on my emotions,
Yeah, agreed. But yeah, that's just, I guess that's something to keep in mind of, when you're calling out other people, you have to be very careful of that, it's a learning lesson. You can learn from it, or you can just not. Oh, it suddenly got quiet. Why is he so quiet? I think I'm the only one.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Okay.
No, I think it is a good learning lesson for sure. I've learned a lot from this experience alone, truthfully. I mean, just by noticing these patterns of behavior, and also noticing that, like, these people coming from these other communities, I think what we can learn from them most of all is that, like, it's experiential, and everybody's experiences are different. You know what I mean? So that's, like, I feel like, with that Steve McRae guy, I don't know him. I don't want to know him, but, like, I think we can learn from him, because from a different perspective, from a different thing, that a different direction angle that he came in on this whole uni thing. I think that's how we learn about patterns of behavior. And if that's what we're trying to, like, kind of figure out in this space, navigate it, or have it as a tool, because we need to see patterns of behavior, because then we're just going to run into another uni rock and not know how to spot them coming, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much you can take from. I mean, like, there's always going to be if something becomes trending, you're always going to see someone jump on it and try to insert themselves into it, and then they just, do the same thing. Just accuse something. Same thing we accuse people of crimes without proper proof. And you could say something suspicious. You could say, well, where you can have questions, but it's entirely different when you accuse someone of a crime.
Yeah.
And I
think that was the difference here. I mean, in this space, and
I think that was the difference of Nonsense with Uni, because I think Nonsense wasn't sure about the whole situation.
Yeah. And like, and now for her, it's like, oh, well, people are now seeing through a different experience what I saw through my experience, right? But you can't really, like, be there until you're there with things. Like, you don't really know until you know. And that's, like, with everything in life, you know what I mean? Like, we can't know, like, what Nonsense is going through from her angle. We could try to perceive it, but, like, with this thing and the true crime, and it really brought in, like, the safety of Queen's family into it. And that was, like, the moral dilemma that it created for us, because we're like, okay, we don't
and
want,
that's what really upset me the most, that right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's like the same thing we criticize people like tragedy pimps or bad actors, where they use families in, situations like that as content. And he's trying to use Nonsense as content. He's trying to use you as content. He's fucking, you know what I mean? Imagine, like,
trying to use our ignorance as content, like that. We're not gonna, like, know that. Like,
well, and see, this is the difference. If JLR got on there and said Unirock is a horrible person, he allegedly is not a vet, or because he says people vet bash. So if he said something like that, just like with JLR, I know we don't get along, and I can't stand the shit he does. Anyhow, I would never, just like you had pointed out, we don't want to send somebody to prison for something they did not do over a fucking lie or a content. You know what I'm saying? That's bullshit too, because if you're going to fuck with my kids, I'm going to fuck with your whole life. You understand me?
Yeah. It's not cool. You don't do that. You just don't do that. It's not morally correct, period. End of story. You just don't do that. Yeah.
The theme here is emotional manipulation in all spectrums, right? Like, I think if you look back to when I would watch some of the Molly Golightly, Andre McCrae, it was very rage driven and emotionally driven based on these heavily edited clips that were made to paint a story of this woman. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that, all we know is what the police report said to us, which they found her. She did no wrongdoing in this situation, and it was multiple people that were investigated. And so the other thing I think we have to be careful is that there are people out here, and it surprises me a little bit, but that want to control how you should feel about the information that you receive. If it's rage and that's how you feel it, that's how you feel it, right? You're going to follow what you feel. Even now, like yesterday, I think a lot of people had problems, not only with my post of, Unirock, calling them puny rock, my assessment of the situation. I'm allowed to be angry. Yes, my profession is a social worker, but I'm allowed to be an angry social worker too, based on the fact that here you have somebody that has infiltrated this situation and kind of chameleon himself here and there. So I'm unapologetic about how I feel and my emotions. So if you don't like how I refer to him, I'm sorry. It's okay. That's fine. You don't have to watch. That's cool. But I will continue and proceed to expose the experiences that I had. And I suggest that everybody do the same, but you're not going to tell me that I'm being insensitive when I've been lied on and other people have been lied on too.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. That's like the least horrible insult I've ever heard. Puny rock.
Seriously, I can tell you a lot, Tim, I'm telling you.
Like, come on.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
Like, if you can't handle that, then you should probably log off the internet.
Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
like, the things I get called, you wouldn't believe. There's some people that call me some crazy shit.
There's not a poll about your.
There's not a poll about you. Yeah.
It's so crazy because people are like, "But you're defending JLR. Look at his history." Okay, so wait a minute.
No, you're not defending him.
Yeah,
You're defending the ethics. The ethics of what you're supposed to do.
The legal system. Just like we don't want anybody to go to jail for a fraudulent letter. Come on. I mean, give me a break. And that's the moral dilemma this guy Uni put all of us in. We're sticking up for JLR, but we're not sticking up for JLR. We're sticking up for justice with JLR. We don't want him to, he's doing his thing. He's not doing, going, I mean, he is, but let the law deal with that, not a fraudulent letter,
Exactly.
Yeah.
But this can happen to anybody too. Can you imagine how many people have been lied on? There's some really shitty people out there, right, that have done some heinous crimes. And yeah, like, would you defend them? So a person does something to that or lies. How is that any different? Don't lie on the tragedy. You really don't have to lie on a tragedy, Pimp, because they show themselves up. If you report on the facts, to me, it's like what Unirock did here is the equivalent of a Joseph Morris move. Honestly.
Exactly, Rabbit. I was thinking that exact thing this morning. He did it's exact, and he left like the same kind, right? The same way. He was like, I'm not. He got pushed out because you don't make stuff up about like a murder investigation. Like that was ridiculous kind of stuff too. Same kind of like morally incorrect behavior. I mean, exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just was thinking the exact same thing about Joseph Morris.
Oh, I'll never forget calling that big ass YouTuber out and thinking, holy hell, if this backfires, we're going to have a hell of a time. I probably won't have a channel left.
Yeah.
Exactly. When
remember that with the fake scream when we called, and then finally Ikmel was like, here, he's the one that put it out. Like, I was like, thank God somebody with credibility like Ikmel, you know what I mean? Like, I knew that it would be okay once he, you know what I'm saying, noticed that it, and then he found the detail, like he found all the information, like the stream it came from and Jewel Rancid and you know what I mean? Like all of that. So I was like, thank God, you know, it was proven that he was a liar and that he was you know what I'm saying? How you could intentionally do that to these families is beyond me. You know what I mean?
When Ikmel found that, I swear, shout out to Ikmel's Discord group. Shout out to them. They are off the chain. because they
well, yeah, and we had talked about it on our panel. We had talked about it on the panel that night. And then the very next day, he had actually went live with it and showed the video from Jewel. You know what I mean? Like the original Scream. And we were like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Because we didn't know where the original Scream came from. All we knew is that it was not real. You know what I'm saying? Like we just couldn't figure out where it came from. And yeah, Ikadmel is like, he's super smart and he's got a good people behind him too. You know, that they work together, and he did a great job breaking that down. I'm like, oh yeah, kudos, man, kudos.
Yeah, he does. So.
Same kind of
I
thing.
I don't think he would have taken that down if he not been called out.
Right.
Honestly, I really don't.
Yeah.
And it's so funny when he gave his apology, Queen, he was like, I promised to vet my sources better, but he never recovered from that. Honestly, after he never
recovered, he never
because
came
it
back.
was on News Nation, it was everywhere.
Yes, it was everywhere. Yeah,
that's how I see it. It's like you put some shit on something. He really didn't have to do this. He really didn't. But hey, man, it shows his character. He lied.
Well, yeah, and I mean, okay, JLR does this. JLR, if you watch him, and you go back and check his history and you like look him up and you know what I mean? Like you go in, you jump down that rabbit hole. You can research for yourself at what kind of person he is. Like we don't have to sit here and continuously keep telling you he's a shit person. You just have to watch and see what he does.
Well, Joseph Morris is back to just making Amber Heard videos.
Yes, good for him. Perfect.
Well, like they said, he never fully recovered.
He never did. I don't think he's back on YouTube. I think Twitter maybe.
He's on
YouTube.
YouTube.
I want to touch on this. I did notice. Now I really like Chronicles of the Shady, but I do have to comment on this. She made a community tab post and was referencing you, Rabbit. And I don't think that, I'm not, I don't know where to take that, to be honest.
You know, I think that's where the comment of being insensitive and respect. I've never had issues with Chronicles. I've shouted her out. I've shared her stuff. I still will. I don't have a problem with her, but I go back to this. When you've been lied on by that creator, or there has been false allegations or false things, you can't dictate how somebody is going to act. So if I call him Puny Rock or whatever other name that I've decided to call him, and if she deems that insensitive, then I completely understand and respect the feelings. However, those are my feelings, and I'm not going to allow anybody to tell me how I need to take. To me, that's like a form of taking away from somebody else's way of receiving the information. You know what I'm saying? It's like, Queen, don't be mad at Bullhorn Betty because she really didn't mean to dox you. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you don't do that. You can't control how somebody receives the information.
You can't.
And that's absolutely fine. You know, I wish her the best if she goes whoever she supports. You guys know me. I don't
I'm just saying, I still appreciate, like her videos. She does a great job. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm not, like I said, I'll still shout her out and stuff like that. I just was caught off guard by the comment that she, you know what I'm saying? By the post. I just was really caught off guard by it.
But this is I think what Unirock did here is he tried to divide heels. That didn't work.
Yeah.
So I noticed that too. He's very divisive. He tried to divide some people here in this community. And so then he goes on his channel talking about, well, how do we need Molly was right about people turning in on each other. Yo, didn't nobody turn in on you. You put yourself out here. Had you not done the F shit, everything would have been fine.
Chronicles is in the chat and they say I'm just not. I said nothing about
Hey guys.
Left Massive, I said nothing about her saying Puny Rock. Here we go. No, I know you didn't say anything about her saying Puny Rock. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it was more about JLR.
Your post caught me off guard. That's what I said.
Yeah, the insensitive, that I wasn't being sensitive to. So what the post basically said was something to the effect of, JLR has all these victims. You're absolutely right. JLR does have all these victims. but I'm not defending JLR in any of his past. I don't think anybody can.
None of us
But
are.
what I'm saying is I'm allowed to feel some type of way about how he Unirock handled himself, and if I had to defend JLR based on what if JLR went to jail, if this shit got out of hand, you better believe I probably would have done a video defending the situation, because that's not okay.
Exactly. It's not
Even
okay.
though I
and just to be fair, I think I just want to read the entire comment. Chronicles says, I said nothing about her saying puny rock. Here we go again. You all can say you respect other opinions, but look what happens. I'm not with Unirock, by the way.
There's no sides here. There's just no sides here. I think that's the big thing. People are looking for sides.
Well, and what do you mean? Look what happens. I mean, you made a post, and I said I was caught off guard with it, and that it has to do with Rabbit. I don't think it has to do with anything of you calling him puny rock. That has nothing to do with anything.
No.
It was more so the letter that was put up where you were referencing that people were making fun of him. Matter of fact, I'll go pull it up. Hold on.
Imagine that. How's everybody Sunday?
Pretty good.
The usual.
Because, I mean, I really enjoy your content, and I really enjoy you, being in the chats and stuff. And I don't, I think maybe you might be taking what I said wrong. So
I think it's a difference of opinion too, because I mean, like, I think that's what this created, this like moral dilemma, because we don't like JLR, and like, we had to in a way defend him a little bit, because we didn't really think that he would write a handwritten letter while he's on parole and all that. So I think this is like something, everybody has their own opinions about things and their own ways of coming at something, and I get what it doesn't like take anything away from like JLR's victims and what he did. He went to prison for that. You know what I mean? I think we should trust our justice system. You know what I mean? All the ways, right?
Yeah. For people saying that we're getting JLR's back because of the situation, to me, that's laughable.
Yeah, you're defending the ethics of basically making up fictitious accusations without receipts, and then like the thing is like he says, well, the community's being split. No, you're splitting the community when you basically cause division. I mean, first you had Heels made a very simple comment about just I don't want you to pause so much, and then you literally you had your girlfriend make a tweet, like a huge tweet about unsubbing and all that stuff, and how Heels was going to DMs, just kind of strike your channel and all that stuff. And it's like, it's just really crazy that you did that, in my opinion.
And once again, not doing it himself.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the post. It says, let's not forget about the victims JLR mocked in his letters, including the victims of James Holmes and the victim of the Flint, Michigan water crisis, just to name a couple. Being insensitive to them because of your dislike for someone else is really tacky and not okay.
It has nothing to do with those victims.
By this, because you then shared Heels in the Air, sharing the rabbit hole.
Go ahead and click my post. I'm not speaking on any of JLR's victims.
I can't click your post because this is it. This is all that.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Okay. So I'll have to go because it's Heels. She took a screenshot of Heels sharing your post.
Got it.
So I'll have to go to your channel and to share this post because, I mean, like I said, here's some of the comments and stuff. And like I said, it just caught me off guard. I didn't know what to really say or do about it. I didn't really know what to say. Honestly, I was like, well, shit.
Capsta. Sheppy.
What's up, guys? No, you know what pisses me off about that is, okay, so saying or even implying that we take up for JLR is batshit crazy lies because we take up for the truth. And the more you guys spread misinformation and lies about these people that we call out, the more that's going to happen. And the more that the truth and what we're trying to do gets watered down. So take accountability and take several seats. Ugh, so annoying though.
Girl, you took the words out of my mouth. I was just coming up here to say, we're not supporting JLR. What we do support, though, is the truth.
Yes. The Chronicles just said, Who said you take up for JLR? Nobody said that. We're just having a discussion about like something that I think came up for us. I think that's why I personally.
Oh no,
I
people have
felt
said
the way
that.
I did.
No, people.
Oh no,
no,
we have.
people
It's
have
been
said
stated.
that.
Yep, I've heard it stated out. I've read it stated out there.
A
The
lot of
hive
comment
is simping.
sections.
That is simping. The hive is simping for JLR. No,
Are
we
you
simp
kidding me?
for
Oh,
the
gross.
truth. We simp for
I
the
got the
truth.
same feedback, believe it or not, because
That
I
is
think I was one of the ones that said first, wait, has everybody thought about the fact that this man is, you know, on probation? And I think I was one of the ones that, one of the first ones that brought that issue up.
Yeah.
And so then I actually had some messages from people. Are you taking
Well,
up?
thank God you
No.
did, Rabbit. Thank God you did. Because imagine if this would have, if somebody wouldn't have pulse checked it, look how far it would have gotten. They could have had him damn near in handcuffs.
And as much as we don't like him, we don't want him violated on lies.
That means we're victimizing somebody. We're just as bad if that's the case. You know what I mean? That's literally
absolutely just as bad. Just as bad. You don't want to turn into the people you call out. I mean,
exactly. I mean, that's what happened to Uni in a way. He's like trying to be like a, you know, uncover things, but like he got uncovered himself, you know. And
right.
It's happened a lot of times to him before, you know what I mean? So it's just like, how could we learn from this to like not spot another one of these in the future? That's like what I think we need to like focus on, not like this person or that, or like it has nothing to do with JLR and that and like you can't make that jump in my mind. I don't make that jump. There's a lot of things that you have to go through to make that jump, and everybody could have their own way of. Everybody has their own past that they bring with them to this platform and to this whatever this is, you know what I mean? So we can't like judge each other for our differences of like experiences in life and differences in experience with even Uni. Like Nonsense has a totally different experience. Rabbit has had past with Uni. Like I only knew him 3 months ago. I don't have a past with him. Maybe I was, you know, I don't know. Like we're other people know this, Steve. Like there's all these different like relationships going on. Like and it gets messy.
But Ellie,
that's all.
You took the time, Ellie, you took the time to go out and research it. You heard about the name Steve McRae, and then you, as an independent thinker, a critical thinker, a desire for the truth, you went out and you educated yourself on what had transpired in the past so that you as a new person didn't, but not all new people do that, honey. Not every, I mean, like I'm saying good on you for it, but not every person is going to go out there and follow the rabbit crumbs because they're not going to care. The average ordinary Joe isn't going to care like we care.
But if you're going to talk about something, you should care, right?
Yeah, exactly. And some people get so mad and hyper focused, they get tunnel vision, and they really don't care if something sounds not so true, as long as it supports what they're up against.
Their narrative.
Which to me, like, just it pisses me off so bad when people do that.
Dogpiling, then, you know. And like,
here's down the rabbit hole news. This is her original post. It says, "Listen, Linda, I'll be reviewing the letters tomorrow. I couldn't do a longer stream. It's on private since it's so short, but I'll review with y'all what I said this evening. FYI, if you have any issues with my calling out Puny Rock, cool. Go excuse his behavior elsewhere. I ain't buying it." And then this is the letter that says, "Dear Uni Mom, this is letter 2. I have questions. Does your son have hair? Why does he live in your basement? Does he ever shut the fuck up? Are you Uni JLR?" And then it says, "P.S. Cash App JLR if you want money." So I wasn't really sure when she said that. Okay, so then I seen Chronicles post, and then
Queen, by the way, that letter is the one that's been circulating with like, this is not the real letter, please.
Yeah,
no, it's
people
not
know.
But so when so that's what I said. I didn't really know what to do, whether to say something or to address it or to not address it or what, because it kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't sure if I missed something or if maybe you had said something in a stream or whatever, but I'm like, there's something I must have missed, because I really like Chronicles of the Shady. Like you said, you really like her as well. And I don't know, I wasn't putting the two, I didn't know where she was getting that, you know, like the victims and stuff like that. I'm not really sure where that came into play with your post. I didn't see you say anything about that. So. The Flint crisis, I didn't see anything about that. I didn't see anything about whatever else there was in there. Did I miss a post?
Mm-mm. I don't think so. And somebody was asking, what do you think she meant? I can't tell you what, Chronicle says over here, what's hard to understand what I mean. I think I can't interpret Chronicles, right? So respectfully, Chronicles has her platform and I'm sure she'll be able to interpret. But I think the biggest takeaway for me is like, if you're using my post to say that I'm being insensitive, you're absolutely right. I'm very insensitive to the people that lie. 100, and I'm unapologetic about it. Listen, I'm in my late 30s and I've been through so much in my life that I'm allowed, I think, to convey and say what I feel. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm siding with JLR or his, the past victims. This is a complete distinct situation, I think, where somebody who we all thought was, and let me tell you, I have side-eyed Uni Rock since last year, in September when I gave him my criticism on the whole fraud thing. And ever since then, he knew it. And I think after that, he had a really hard time saying my name. Okay. And that's absolutely fine. I super chatted the man. I shared his stuff because I was like, well, some stuff he's getting right. And I was willing to look away. But I think that this is a good example of like where I was like, no, this is too much. Like, you're doing too much. And I had to say something and bring back all this stuff that I was dealing with before. And then you had nonsense. And I knew the nonsense stuff was brewing too, because you could just sense it right away. So it's like, I knew that something was up. And I think that had somebody not said something, he probably would have, his shit can harm people too, just like JLR and Molly and everybody else.
Right. Right.
Agreed.
So Good Nunya, she wanted me to pull Chronicles of the Shady's post back up. So here's her post. So she had shared the post, and actually it says on here that she had shared Heels in the Air sharing it. So maybe there was a post that Heels in the Air had made or something that I missed. I really don't know. But it says, let's not forget the victim.
Her post is the laughing faces. The laughing. Right?
Oh, just the laughing faces right there. Okay. Because it says, let's not forget about the victims JLR mocked in his letters, including the victims of James Holmes and the victims of the Flint, Michigan water crisis, just to name a couple. Being insensitive to them because of your dislike for someone else is really tacky and not okay. But I don't see where anyone was, or Rabbit or Heels or I or anyone else was referring to any of this regarding this letter. This letter is, specifically regarding Unirock lying and saying it's a handwritten letter with threatening undertones that are very, it's very scary. And his mom has to have a pew because of it. It's just, so, I mean, I just didn't know it caught me off guard. It just caught me off guard. I didn't know what to think about it.
Why wouldn't it, Queen, when someone has to go load their pew for that letter, right? I mean, let's be real here. If someone says to you, I got a letter, it was so threatening that my mother had to go load her pew, wouldn't that make you worried? I mean, it would make me worried.
That implies danger to me.
Yes, that implies
Yeah, when I
danger.
read the cease and desist, it didn't imply danger. Just the only danger was the possibility of being sued. That's the only danger.
That's the only danger, exactly.
Maybe a paper cut. That's about it.
Rabbit, are you saying that people started getting pissy at you because you used the term puny rock?
Yeah, and puny. So I was looking. There is no definition for puny.
It means weak.
It means weak. Yeah. In the Urban Dictionary,
a puny little punk.
Because you would have to be weak to lie on the situation. That's how I feel. You're weak sauce. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Not only
I agree with that.
But then you have these people taking fire for you. Now, I'm going to head out here, but I just wanted to say something because I heard Queen say that people were being removed from his Discord. And let me tell you guys, except for those, you don't have to listen to me, but this is a good time to once you're out of a Discord, a group, a church, a cult, a dictatorship, it's a good time to go outside and really reevaluate. What was it exactly that attracted me to this personality?
Right.
And you know, this can happen to anybody, whether you're in my circle or whatever circle you're in.
Anyone. Yep.
Anyone. Get
Yeah.
yourself out and just reevaluate. Is YouTube
Exactly.
a good place for me at this point?
Mhm.
So much so that I signed the bullshit. So much so that now I'm being kicked out and ostracized. That's
Right, like finding yourself in a position where you're excusing bad behavior for somebody. You know what I mean? Like,
That's why I got kicked
Well,
because I wasn't on that side.
Sorry, Nick.
There's, I was gonna say, there's way too much. Too much going on up here. So,
Queen, you have a good one. Thank you so much for allowing me up. You guys have a great Sunday. Stay blessed.
Thank you,
and I will
Rabbit.
see you guys
thank you
later.
for
Bye,
coming
guys.
up. I appreciate you, love.
Thank you,
you,
Rabbit.
Queen.
You have a good one. Try to clean the bones from your den.
bye, Rabbit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I think when I do have, I was gonna say, and I don't want to be rude, so I'm gonna tell you guys this now. When I do have somebody like, you know, like Rabbit pop up or whatever, and there's 3 or 4 of us up here, I probably will, you know what I mean? If she's gonna come up and chat for a minute, I probably will like limit the people on panels so we are not talking over each other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good idea.
I understand that.
Yeah, so it's just because we all, you know what I mean? We're really, you know, we all got strong opinions. So, I mean, it just happens, you know. Anyhow, I think this is important to play this. Forgotten Whispers actually made this video. She did a really good job putting everything together for those of you guys who have like missed days or missed things, or you're lost on something, or you can't figure out, you know, connect one dot to another. How did this happen? Where did it come into play? This is a 20-minute video. But it does explain a lot, and she goes into detail. It's a very, very good video. So I suggest you guys watch it. I'll circulate it through the chat, and I'm going to put it on for just a few minutes and play like a few minutes of it. She did it 5 hours ago, so you all know how I am about that. I want to make sure she gets her views. You know what I mean? And her, you know, go like the stream, go watch it. You know what I mean? She, like I said, she did it 5 hours ago. It is a 20-minute video, but you can, you know, put it on while you're doing the dishes or something and listen to it. It's really very, very informative on everything that's happened, and it'll keep you updated.
I just did it now.
For any of you that's going to ask me about certain dramas, I will just tell you to check my community tab.
And she starts at the beginning. So,
I really enjoy Forgotten Whispers, Queen. She really does a really good job.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, so I forgot what I was gonna say, but I'll just okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. So I am talking about JLR. I did a video that set him off.
There are several videos on Uni's channel that feature JLR. I have included the ones I found.
Before we get any further, when JLR and Betty and Dolly were, you know, screaming out lies and saying I sold dope to kids, which was a blatant fucking bold-faced lie. Uni had done a stream on that. I went to Navy Techs and asked him, why is he doing a stream on this? Why would you, you know, continue to spread false information and misinformation when you know damn well it's not true? Oh, that's why he's doing it. He adores you. He would never do anything to be shitty towards you. And I'm like, okay, maybe he's just trying to document it. I understand JLR's a shit person. You know, it is what it is. He'll probably put it on members only or whatever, you know?
Remember, it was like a week after. It was like a week later, too.
Yeah, I said, would you edit it out? Can you edit that out? Because, you know what I'm saying? That's a bunch of bullshit, and it's fucking bullshit lies. Can you go take that out? Never happened. I'm like, okay, well, all right, then fuck yeah. I'll just let that slide. Whatever it is, what it is. Next thing you know, here comes this handwritten letter that he gets. You know what I mean? So here comes the community tab. I would have never known anything about any letter at all had he not done this community tab. And when he did the community tab, he actually tagged his live stream where he was live. So when I got the screenshot sent to me of it, because, you know, they sent a screenshot and said, did you see this? And I'm like, well, fuck no, I didn't see this. What do you mean? So I immediately go to the live, and he's like, oh yeah, I'd love to host you. I'd love to have you up here. But if, you know what I'm saying? And here I'm thinking like, okay, wait a minute. No, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I haven't heard about no letter, haven't seen no letter, don't know anything about a letter. You know what I'm saying? If it was that threatening and that important, you know, I got kids, you know what the fuck I just went through with Betty and JLR and all their bullshit. So why in the fuck would you not immediately come to me and say, hey, I think you need to protect your children and your family. This is something I received in the mail at my mom's, or my mom received it, but I just want to give you a heads up. You might want to, you know what I'm saying, protect yourself, or here, you know, or even here's a copy of it. Oh, but you couldn't do that because you said it was handwritten, and you fucking lied, because it was not handwritten. It was not a note. It was not threatening. It was a cease and desist.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
That's what pisses me off the most, because like I said, you know, and I got to say this, last night I got some messages, and I had actually reached out to Navy Techs, and I said, I wanted to let you know that I'm sorry I put you in the middle of this, because I did ask him to go check the Discord when I was tagged. So when we're watching this, you're going to see that after he makes this post, the first one about this threatening letter, well, one that just passed here. Let's see.
I am talking about JLR. I did a video that set him off.
There are several videos.
Where the fuck is this at? Okay. So, okay. Queen Bee, just to inform you, JLR brought you up in the letter he sent to my mother after he and Betty doxed him. The letter is pure harassment, so I wanted to inform you of this. I'll explain live. If you want me to jump on your panel for a couple minutes or talk to you off air, let us know. Uni.
Wow. That still sounds as bad as it did the first time we read it.
Well, I was like, well, what the hell? You know what I mean? When with that stream, I was like, what the hell's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? So immediately I'm like, oh, fuck, they're playing cat and mouse games. You know, like, what the hell? Why would you not come tell me? Why would you, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you got kids. Listen, if he sent my fucking family a handwritten note or an email or whatever and said threatening shit about Uni and his kids and his wife or his girlfriend, I would immediately send that shit to him and say, hey, you need a heads up. You need to fucking just, you know what I'm saying, from one creator to another, you know, since you're part of this community, I want to make sure you're well aware you have kids. You need to take care of this. This is some very fucking important.
Queen, I don't even think I think if it had even been a everyday subscriber that's in here on the regular, I'm pretty sure I've been around you long enough to know that you would still do the same thing, even if it wasn't a creator and it was a subscriber that you got wind was being threatened.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, this whole fucking situation caught me off guard because I didn't know he was using me for content. I guess I feel like a damn dumbass because I really didn't realize it. But yeah, I at this point in time, I didn't realize that this is what he was doing. I just thought he was trying, you know what I'm saying? And I got pissed. I was like, well, why the hell wouldn't why wouldn't he reach out to me before doing a live stream, before even putting it on here? Why would you put it on a community tab and, you know what I'm saying, address the internet? So I'm finding out at the same time they are, like, you didn't have any common courtesy to say, hey, or even have Navy Techs come and say, hey, you know, if he's your boy and, you know what I'm saying, he does these things for you or whatever, you know what I'm saying? To me, he's been very respectful. And so I went to him and I said, when the next one comes up about the Discord, he's like, why aren't you responding? Well, I didn't respond because I didn't know I was tagged. I don't know how to work Discord that well. You know what I'm saying? But I'm learning. And to make a long story short, I went to him and I said, hey, can you screenshot where I was tagged at? Because I can't find it. And him and his girlfriend both went and looked. Neither one of them could find it. And Navy said, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't see any tags. I didn't see your name. None of us seen the tags. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell's going on, but you know what I'm saying? He does. He owes you an apology because there's no tag. So I was like, you know what? I really appreciate you being honest because you didn't have to be. You could have said, yeah, he did. He deleted it, whatever. He could have made up a bullshit story and he didn't. And so I fucking really appreciate that. Like that, you know, my respect level goes way up.
So supposedly he tagged me as well. And you know, I concur with Navy that never happened. And so did somebody else in that Discord. I think it was 6 Up.
Yeah, that was the third lie. That was after. I mean, like I said, I didn't even hear that until after the fact. I had already talked to Navy and went, you know what I'm saying, had him looked before I ever even knew you were added to that story. So I'm like, what the hell does he have to do with anything? Why would, you know what I'm saying? Why would you even throw him in there? That doesn't make any fucking sense either.
You know why he did. You know what I mean?
There was no tags, and he's like, so like I told Navy, I said, I really appreciate you being honest because you didn't have to be. You know what I'm saying? I know this is your boy, and I know y'all are cool, and I put you in a really fucked up position. You know what I'm saying? By even doing that, and I didn't even realize it because I just thought he's his friend. If he tagged him, if he could send me the screenshot, then, you know what I'm saying? At least I know I got it and I can respond. You know what I mean? And, there was no fucking tag. And I mean, everybody in his Discord could clearly see there was no tag. So, you know what I'm saying? The people that are following him, I have to question, like, what the fuck? You're watching all this go on. None of y'all have seen the letter. None of y'all have questioned him about the fucking letter. What the fuck? Why did it take EKC calling him and, talking to his rep or whoever, whatever the hell, his rep, AKA him, I don't know, whoever she talked to get the copy of the cease and desist?
Well, and that lines up with what Heels told us yesterday, that that JLR has somebody that works with him.
Yep.
That answers the phone and returns emails. So, I mean, that lined up with everything that we've learned by people who have been victimized by him, right?
Yep. And before I got kicked from the Discord, I was watching messages going there right after EKC jumped off the panel. And they were literally saying, see, there is a letter. Now everybody owes Uni an apology. And I'm sitting there like, I wanted to type something, but I didn't. But like, are you serious? Like, are you really serious? People owe him an apology. It's the other way around.
Exactly.
And I believe I have screenshots.
Look at what JK says. JK said they all knew he was lying. Navy even tried to get Uni out of it. His initial lie about Queen being in the letter as a typo. Yeah, that's a point. That's a good point.
It is a good point. Yeah, just like the thumbnail with the mistrial, typo. Sorry, it's typo. I mix up my words. Where have we heard that before? I mix up my words.
Oh my God.
Yeah, liars.
With mixing up words.
Mixing up words, aka lying, you mean?
Blatantly lying.
Well, you know what pisses me off too is when he did the stream because he adores her about the doxing. He did it like a week and a half later. Like he was just dredging it back up. You know what I mean? Like he was way late on that shit, which is fine.
Why'd you wait to bring it back up and continue to keep going over it and spread more misinformation in a fucking week later? Are you serious?
Yeah. Right.
I wanted to say, Brianna, she said, the way I see it, he had a ton of ways to handle it. 1, saying nothing and delete the streams. 2, ignore it completely. Or 3, read it on a live and laugh. Or 4, read it on a live and comply. 5, a million other options. Or 6, start the fuck shit.
Yeah. And it's like a sword of Damocles where you're basically, your name is mentioned on, you're being told that there's a name mentioned on a letter. You don't know what's on this letter, and this person's just hiding this letter. You're basically in a situation where you're like, what's in this letter? What's being said about me? This is after the events of being wrongful, like doxed, but also lied about. And you're in this situation, and it's really fucked up to do to someone, like the mentally to do to someone. It's like you really
What
don't.
Did you call it, B. Tim?
Sword of Damocles.
Sword of Damocles. Okay.
It's a saying where basically like a sword hangs over your head type of deal. It's an old saying.
Sword of Damocles. Okay, thank you. I couldn't figure out what you had called it. That's why I wanted clarification.
Yeah, it's an old saying. It's it's just basically something hanging over your head like a sword.
I just feel like this is a whole bunch of bullshit. And had he just came out and said, hey, I got a cease and desist, and you know what I'm saying, we're working on answering it, whatever, privated the fucking stream till he figured it out, move on. You know what I'm saying? But now look, you got people that are unsubscribing. You done told a whole story, got on my panel, and then, ran yourself in circles and made a fool of yourself.
And we were being nice to him on that panel.
Right, and giving him the benefit of the doubt. He kept saying he was doxxed. He was doxxed. I was like, where? What can you show me? Where can anybody show me where this happened? Nobody could show anything. All he could say was that, and he still has yet to show a PayPal receipt. It doesn't take shit to take a screenshot of that. I can screenshot mine right now with a message and put it on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't take shit to screenshot a PayPal to show any kind of proof of anything you're saying. He hasn't shown anything.
Yeah.
The only reason was because Betty brought it up and said she sent $1 as well.
Exactly, Queen.
Next thing you know, there's a second letter. No, there's not a second letter. It's not a second letter. It's the same exact letter sent to several addresses.
Yeah.
That's the way he's trying to spin it. And like I said, I had a lot of respect for him because I didn't know about all the bullshit from before. I really liked him. I mean, I'm saying I thought he was good people. I didn't have any reason not to.
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at my
screenshots
a little
right deeper, now. Shit like this happens, and I'm like, whoa, this shit hit me out of left fucking field. I guess I should have done my research. I guess I should have been paying more attention. I wasn't, but I should have been. And see, that's the problem. I'd be taking up for creators and like, oh, they're good. You know, they seem like they're good people. You know, go sub up, blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not doing that no more.
Oh, not doing that no more. Can you drop my link? I'm not a mod, Queen. Can you drop my link? Okay.
All right, I'm going to finish playing this.
That was like you.
So, I am talking about JLR. I did a video that set him off.
There are several videos on Uni's channel that feature JLR. I have included the ones I found.
This is ridiculous.
Is that 4? I think I counted 4 so far.
Do, and I say there as in, and it's pretty funny because in the letter that JLR sent my family member to their home, no, not my home, their home, he listed names of YouTubers. I guess you could call them YouTubers. Betty was mentioned, Bullhorn Betty. Molly was mentioned, Molly Go Lightly. There were names there that I don't even know what the hell it was. Like,
liar.
I know what it said, and I know some of the things that were mentioned. And Queen Bee was brought up. Oh, hold on. Season says, I'm so sorry to hear he's doing these things to you. Chronicles, I was saying to Uni, but really any and all should make reports of.
Any and all should make reports. Yeah, absolutely. And that's something else. He didn't make a police report about this. If it was so threatening, why didn't his mom or him call a police report? Neither one of them called the police and made a police report about it. And here's the letter right here. This is exactly why I was mentioned. I was mentioned in the live stream because he put my name in the fucking live stream. Uni knew exactly. He knew exactly what this letter was. He said he's seen it. He read it. He knows exactly what the fuck it is. So how is it a handwritten letter that involved me and my family that was threatening? I don't understand. I don't see where this is any kind of threats were made here. Also, JLR reached out and said somebody reached out to him, I guess, and he just made this post on his Twitter. I went and took a screenshot of it because you know what I'm saying? I wanted to make sure. And he says, thank you, Queen Bee. I know we had our share of spirited exchanges, but I would never threaten you or your children. God bless. Now, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You can't believe him as far as you can throw him, but you know what I'm saying? He obviously knows.
Spirited exchanges, bitch.
I know.
Spirited exchanges, my ass. I don't like this. You fucking do.
Spirited.
You fucking pull, damn it.
Wait a minute. Thank you, Queen Bee. I know we had our share of spirited exchanges, but I would never threaten you or your children.
It's almost like you want to take that down. It's like,
Hey, I went and screenshotted it. As soon as I seen somebody sent me a message and they sent me the screenshot and I seen it in the chat and I was like, oh, fuck this. I got to go check this. I got to see this with my own eyes.
To give him credit, at least he did
what
something.
What is on his head?
Yeah, to give him credit.
I'm glad he thanked you, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying to give him, I was about to say that. It's like it's one thing more than Dolly would have did, like when you defended him. Dolly didn't do that. So, whatever.
Right.
Give the devil his due. The devil his due. We got to give.
Well, if you listen, like, I don't know, man.
If she was on the other foot and Uni was on probation for writing handwritten notes and fucking off and doing fuck shit, and this could potentially get his ass in a bind, or even sent back to jail, violation of probation. You know what I'm saying? You start violating your probation, you gotta go back in front of the motherfucking judge. The judge can put your ass sit your ass right back down in jail. He spent 13 years in prison. I don't think Unirock is going to be worth going back to fucking prison. I don't care who you are. If you've been to prison or you know anything about it, you don't want to fucking go there, and you don't wish that shit on anybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you were on the other foot and it were Unirock that
unless they are hurting babies or they deserve to be there, they hurt somebody, murdered somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
you don't just wish it on somebody like that though, just because you don't like him, just because you know what I mean. And trust me, I don't fucking like his ass or the shit he fucking does.
Well, Queen, you're exactly right.
Listen to this. Go. I'm sorry, my fault.
No, go ahead, Cappy.
Well, no, like even if he is, let's say, allegedly violating and doing other things that violate his probation or parole, this is still a lie at the end of the day. So you can't be doing shit like that.
That's where that's exactly what I was going to
You send him back for a fucking lie. It'd be one thing if it was real or if it was true or if he really was threatening or he really was threatening his kids or his family or me or my family or you know what I'm saying? Because fuck yeah, then your ass needs to go sit the motherfuck down. You want to fucking play with fucking somebody's family and their kids, you need to go sit the fuck down. But to do that shit over a fucking lie, I don't give a fuck. If you no. That's bullshit.
If Uni were the one on probation and could easily be violated by somebody saying
we'd be sticking up for him too. We'd be sticking up for him the same way.
That was where I was headed. Thank you.
We did it for Mallory. We did it for Dolly. We did it for Laura. Like, what would be different? The truth is the truth, and we sit on it and we simp for it. Okay, we simp for the motherfucking truth, bitch. But I want to ask you a question, Queen.
What's up, baby?
I saw some screenshot floating around somewhere. I'm not sure if it was from his Discord or from his community tab or whatever, but he said something to the effect of like, I will be addressing this in an uploaded video because I'm not going to go live about it because that's what they want is a live back and forth war. Like as if,
no, that's the issue. There's no war to be had. You fucking lied and that's it. That's all, period.
My eyes, like I'm correct, right? So, okay. So he's afraid to be held accountable by his chat. That's what that sounds like. Or by people going in his chat. Because an upload a video, he just has to deal with the comments, you know?
Exactly,
like, what a weak ass, like a little punk. Like, seriously, you made your bed.
Where did he think this is gonna go? You know what I mean? Like, I'm really trying to think about it. Like, it wasn't handwritten, none of that. Like, saying that he was gonna show Queen and go back, whatever. Where did he ever even think about the future, or would he just go?
I honestly think that he likes like just attention as currency kind of deal with this guy.
And Nikki, this is the exact thing that I had said I was concerned about, because I knew that if this came out the way it was going to, it was really going to affect you because you are such a caring person.
I just don't like people, that pull and fuck shit like this. This is ridiculous. I would never thought I didn't know about his past. You know what I mean? I've been rudely, I don't know what the word is, not rudely, but awakened.
You've had a rude awakening.
A rude awakening. There we go. Not even knowing. I mean, I just went, I saw this guy, you know what I mean? I started watching his stuff. He was covering Molly and stuff like that. I jumped up on his panel 5, 6, 7 times, wherever it was. Had conversations, was in his Discord, didn't really do much in the Discord other than the mic chat a few times to talk to people. And, I mean, literally, he had 37 people in a meeting when we were live, okay? 37 people, emergency meeting when the EKC letter thing came out, his letter. And I got pictures of people going, oh, they show the letter? Oh,
well, yeah, they have history. They don't like each other. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, she's going to do that. Why the fuck wouldn't she? He's sitting here stagulating, you know what I'm saying? Not wanting to show it. They don't get along. They're going back and forth. Why the fuck would she not reach out? Come on now. And he knows this. Somebody said something about a damn FOIA, and he went the hell off about it.
Oh, yeah. Lord.
Brianna.
Yeah. Nikki, what can you take away from this, though? Because I know, and I'm not trying to pick on you, buddy. This, because you're a very kind soul and you meet people and you like them and you take up for them. But the internet is not like real life, and people can fool you so much easier here.
Let the hate fuel you. That's what I say, Nick. Just let the hate
I won't
fuel
let that happen. Hate fuel me. But this
But
one,
just like taking up for people,
I'll make it, for
it's
instance,
a good thing.
Yeah, nonsense and him. I had no clue they even had there was a falling out even going on.
I did.
I didn't even know about that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like before you take up, like, cause there's people got history on here that people don't know about. You know what I mean? And then history seems to repeat itself. And then he's got people out here looking like fools that take up for him, and it's really unfair and it's fucked up. And I hate seeing it happen. You know what I mean?
And I know I hear you. I appreciate that. I've heard him say a couple of times, like, or like ask Nick or da 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 da. I'm like, I don't even know you that well.
Oh yeah,
for
he
you
used you. He used you for sure, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens a lot of times. A lot of times, like, people use you because you're associated with a content creator. So if you're jumping on a panel, it's like basically that's what happened. Basically, you know what I mean? Like, because if you notice, it's like, you know, he mentioned your name when he jumped on the panel. Oh, Nick, you know, you should jump on the panel. And it's like, you know, that's just sometimes you just got to keep an eye on that type of shit. It's tough to keep an eye on it because sometimes, you know, people naturally want to be nice to it, but you never know when someone's gonna, if they're just like, if they're interested in having a conversation with you, or are they just interested in getting access to, you know, people you're with, you know.
Yeah.
And so
I kind of got that feeling a little bit that he was, you know, trying to get to Queen's community through me a little bit. You know what I mean? He modded me up, me and Queen, right away, within seconds of each other, one stream.
I never was modded, but I just, because I keep quiet. I usually, like, you know, I don't really, you know, mess with like too many. I usually watch. I like watching content creators for a while to get a general deal, and I watch the show once in a while, and I would just keep quiet, basically.
And I never get modded because I'm full of unpopular opinions.
I don't get modded because I'm dangerous.
Yeah. We're the no mods.
And I think that Nikki said it the best. She said, I mean, at the end of the day, Nick got used to try to get to Queen. I got used to get to nonsense. It's hard reality, but I get Nick's feelings for sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, and see, that's the thing is too, is me and Nick don't hardly speak outside of him coming on my panel. Anybody can come up on my panel. I keep an open panel. Just because he's up here does not mean we're best friends and you're going to be able to get to me through him. I don't even barely fucking speak to Nick. So I don't know why you would choose him to fucking try to use him to get to me. I don't understand that. Doesn't really make any kind of sense to me.
Well, my guess is he couldn't get to me.
Whatever.
Yeah, he couldn't get to me because I'm just like very.
Yeah, I already know you ain't going.
Yeah, you know me. I'm like, I'm not going into any. Like, I've seen so many invites to Discords. I'm like,
I know you ain't having it.
We were all on the same. We were all on the same side, meaning like we were trying to get this strategy to Pimp, you know, Molly, go lightly. I was going to say something else, but I held back off the platform for what she was doing. It's like we were all on the same mission to try to help this part of YouTube and help other people. And I appreciated that part, right? But then you could start seeing these little things, you know what I mean? Like the title thing about Betty, you know what I mean? If you guys remember, we were on a live, and I think I went right to the Discord to let them know, hey, man, you got to change that title. This is your
I ain't even necessarily down with like the whole taking off platform thing. It's more like do better, bitch. You need to be held accountable. Do better.
That's fucked up. Listen to this. And you know what? This is fucked up, and this is why I say this, you guys, because
look at what Makeup Mobster says.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's so fucking foul. And this is why I say, you guys, I know that there's a lot of people who want to chat. I think I might just open up a fucking Discord, just like one room or whatever for, man, this sucks, dude. Look, she said listening while I'm working on orders. And I have to say, I haven't been in any chats or on any panels discussing this issue. Haven't given any opinion on it at all. I was deleted from his Discord.
See, I know I was deleted.
That's fucked up. Basically, just because she associates with us over here, has commented a few times. I don't even talk to her outside of, you know what I'm saying, on here. I'm not in her Discord. We don't email back and forth. Nothing. Like, what the fuck? Just because she's in my fucking chat, you're fucking deleting her. That's fucked up, and that's bullshit. And you're gonna lose a lot of fucking people doing that. Speaking of, I got a screenshot, and I wasn't going to talk about it, but I think I'm going to now because that's some fuck shit you're pulling.
Did her a favor.
I got screenshots of people saying they are disgusting ass people. I legit just blocked Queen Bee. Like, what did Queen Bee do? But get put into the situation.
Sounds like another crowd of people we basically talked about that lived in a bubble and made ridiculous comments. You know, it sounds like a certain group of people.
Naples crew.
Or Molly.
Fucking voices. You're fucking crazy. I swear to God.
Naples on a Sunday.
God, I am way too immature for this conversation.
No, you're not. No, you're
I really am.
Cap.
I really
you're
am.
not. You're really not. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bring you down a notch or two. You know.
Cappy, I wanted to tell you that apparently I lied to you. You can hear the airplanes on your phone.
Oh, you know what? They opened up the south runway today, and like that, it just makes everything louder when they fly over for some reason because they fly more to the south.
I didn't notice it that night, but then this morning I felt bad because I was like, "Oh no, I lied to her."
It just depends on the weather. I don't know why the fuck they do it, but whatever. It's a huge airport, and fucking they fly right over my goddamn head some parts of the day, but some not. So.
They're all so mad in this Discord and why did EKC get the letter? How did she get it? Blah, 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 blah. It's like they all know.
Figure it out.
I mean, like, let's be real. How she got it was probably like how nonsense or someone. I think someone said it. Basically, she's cool with Molly. Molly's cool with JLR. So obviously, if EKC emails JLR, she's going to get a response from him, or more likely than us. Because definitely, I don't think JLR would send the letter to fucking Queen, but more like that's probably a situation.
Dragonaut is in chat and he says, I have videos, or they say, I have videos about uni years ago, but I put them all on unlisted. And people are saying they should take the link. Dragonaut, Dragnauct.
All right. Well, please tell me you did not just like the other guy. That's the only thing that shocked me about the Steve guy yesterday was the interview with the First Amendment.
I can't stand that guy. I'm sorry.
The First Amendment.
We all know where he went after he left here, right? He went straight
over
to
you know what? I mean, like, I don't know too much about him. I'm not gonna, but I just like that was the only thing I was like, why would you like interview a First Amendment auditor that was accused of, who was not confused, but actually convicted of something like that? Like, fuck that guy. You know my feelings on that. I think people like that who are R's and P's, I should go bye-bye into the volcanoes, but that's just me.
Yeah, well, that's what, like, struck a nerve with me was the whole felons are felons kind of attitude. I'm like, no, dial it back, buddy.
Place, homie.
I'd rather hang out with a drug dealer than an R. Let's just say that much.
Well, yeah, that I took issue with that too. It's like it's one thing to be a journalist and conduct an interview where you ask hard questions to somebody that's horrible like that, but to associate and align with somebody for a panel to talk about a different subject is fucking weird to me, dude. Like, what?
I watched him on Veda's, right?
Morning Bird Toast.
You know, just when Veda was going after nonsense, and you know what I mean, and him just getting her back, and then saying he has no clue what's going on here, but I just know this from the simple fact of the past, and then goes on to say, you know, me and Veda talk a lot on the phone about this. So which one was it, Steve? You don't know anything about it, or you and Veda talk a lot about this on the phone? I find that guy to be so incredible, it's ridiculous.
Well, and listen, like, okay, so
wait.
What?
Wait, I just want to say something. Bernto says drag is cool, that individual. So I guess that's
Dragonaut. That's the one that has been up on panel with Burnt Toast before.
For a moment there, I had like a
he's good. Yeah. I was gonna say I've heard her talk about him.
Okay. So, I had like a senior moment. I was like, why is she saying drag? Like I'm thinking like drag, like dressing up. Drag.
No, I think you're up here.
I was thinking that. I was like, why is she saying that?
No, that's only on the weekends.
No, he's up here. I was gonna say you're up here. How are you doing?
Hi. How are y'all doing? I've like completely redone my channel. A lot of my old videos from years and years and years ago, I just put unlisted. I did notice that someone had dug through because they're actually in a folder, and you can like look through them. The videos that I'd done on Unirock were just me in my garage, just talking about my interactions with Unirock, because I first came across him through Steve, because he was a Steve McCrae simp for a while. And then he and I would go back and forth. And then eventually he had a falling out with Steve. And then he started sucking up to me and Nate the lawyer. And then he just started hanging around us. And then, of course, all the love bombing and, oh, you know, I'm Drag's friend. Oh, you know, I'm this person's friend. And it's like, it's annoying. We don't actually talk outside of when you need us for content, and trying to siphon people from our communities. But whatever, it's very obvious, but whatever, right? It's YouTube. And so it was just kind of annoying. But one of the things that I started noticing, and I started talking to other creators, is that Unirock would just sort of make up stuff. And I was always weirded out by the fact that no one in his like weird little circle would really call him out on just fabricating things. And it'd be just little small things, little small details, because, you know, hey, people get things wrong.
Well, baby,
happens,
I have
you know?
I'm gonna have to say this. Actually, 3 of his good people, I guess, just left his Discord. They said they can't stand behind him lying and doing the stuff he was doing, and the things he said and did, and one of those being Navy. So that really
Navy Tech left him?
Really,
wow.
Queen?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's one of his so for
This
people
one,
who, wow.
this guy, here's
oh wow,
that's Nerdy Dingle.
And then there's this lady here, or this guy.
I know who that is. Yeah, it's so so I'm actually really surprised by Navy Tech. The other people not so much, but Navy Tech was part of what's known as the YBI. So what I learned is that Unirock is just sort of the mouthpiece, right? He's the guy that just talks and he's the entertainer, but he doesn't do any of the research. There are people like Navy Tech and others who actually are boots on the ground. They're doing the research, they're reading stuff, and they're compiling stuff, and then they give it to Unirock. Unirock tries to make like the Cliff Notes version of the actual pretty good research, and then he just sort of misrepresents it and then just carries on. But evidently, if Navy Tech left, which was, again, one of his diehard people, then he must have really crossed some lines, because Unirock and I have had more than one exchange, and I mean years ago, about him just fabricating stuff. And specifically, it had stuff to do with like my interactions with people, personal stories that, you know, some of us have had with real life YouTubers. And when people will say, hey, man, yes, that's not actually accurate, you know, he'll turn on members only chat, or he'll say that people are just trying to troll him and he's beyond reproach. And so that's what really rubbed me the wrong way. And I stopped associating with him, because then he would bring my name up as a way to gain credibility within others people's communities, and then say, well, you know, I'm Dragnot's friend, or I'm Nate's friend, I'm this person's friend, while he's not having any sort of allegiance to the truth.
That sounds familiar.
Wow.
See, that means Navy obviously has morals.
This was sent to me, and it says happened, I guess, 1:13 a.m. It says, I love all y'all, but I need to step away from the Discords. I don't support what Uni is saying about the letters. Y'all can find me on Twitter or on my channel.
Wow.
And Navy Tech has his own channel. And you know what, though? I got to respect. I respect that more than anything right there.
Me too.
Because when you know something's fucked up and you can't stand behind it, and they continue to keep doing it, and you're like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I can only imagine they talk behind the scenes.
Yeah, you know, that's big. I mean, mods have stepped away before. There's plenty of videos on YouTube. Specifically, there's I can't remember the lady's name. I think PJ's Diary or something. It might be one of them. But there's quite a few mods.
Yeah, that's Dolly's mod. Yeah, that's
oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you're familiar with the several people, and then that happens, right? People have, but for like a diehard, you know, supporter kind of, well, supporters in mass falling out, and then that's pretty significant. And Unirock is not really great at accepting criticism. He always has an excuse for, you know, why he fabricates stuff, or why something is inaccurate, or why he can't actually I don't know, just tell the truth, right? It's just, I don't know what it is with him, but there's definitely something going on personal. And I don't think that he is an exceptionally malicious person, but I do think that there are some issues that he has that he should probably step away and focus on himself, his girlfriend, family, you know, rather than just sort of entangling himself in what other people are doing, like you and Burnt Toast, because, you know, you guys are, you know, tackling people who are grifting and pulling on heartstrings. And he's after clicks and views, like, you know, a lot of folks, and he doesn't really have any sort of passion for it. It's just sort of a fun game for him to just sort of, you know, associate himself with people who do have an allegiance to the truth.
Hey, Drag, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What is YBI?
Oh,
maybe in chat we're wondering what YBI is.
So the people like Navy Tech are the ones doing the research. They're the YouTube Bureau of Investigation.
Oh my God.
That's the YBI. I learned that from Nate the lawyer, because he had worked with them to uncover.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Man,
I thought it was
why
cute.
didn't I think of that myself? That's a good one.
But you know what though, like I said, with you know what I'm saying, with the people, with these guys leaving, that should show Uni like, hey, your closest people know you're pulling fuck shit.
His co-host.
So at that point in time, it would be like, hey, I'm sorry, I lied, I fucked up. I don't understand why he keeps going with it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a reason. The closest people to him will just believe whatever he says, and the people who, you know, fall away, well, they were just traitors and never liked him anyway, and that's going to be the narrative. There's always, and I noticed this too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can tell you, Navy had a lot of, like, he was there all the time with him. So
yeah.
But,
right,
but like,
how is he gonna say that with Navy?
I told him personally, I said, I want to thank you for being honest and being a good man and doing what you feel in your heart is the right thing to do. Because that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it wasn't
honorable
a situation. You know what I'm saying? It is. Because you know what? He could be standing by his side right now knowing damn well he's fucked up and lying about it. And he said he's seen the letters. He told me himself he's seen the letters, and there was nothing threatening about me in those letters. But you see, Forgotten Whispers, when I'm going to take it back, we're going to play her video. I'm going to rewind it again, and we're going to play it so that, you know what I'm saying? But in it says, you know, it's a threatening letter sent to his mom.
Yeah. Another thing I noticed is that the night where you first talked about the letter and, like, Navy jumped up, he had, like, no fucking clue about this letter. He had, like, none.
Right.
So I think he had no clue, and then just basically fucking Uni, being an idiot, decided to do it himself without even telling Navy, and then it just spiraled from there.
I've really gotten over my nosiness, because the more I've learned that if I'm nosy, it causes me problems. But honestly, my nosiness is getting the best of me. I really want to see what their DM conversation looks like.
See, I looked at. Remember, I told you there was a huge meeting going on with like 37 people in there, whatnot.
Right.
Navy wasn't in that meeting. He wasn't in there. I looked.
Well, you know what? Not only that, though, listen, when people started coming in the chat yesterday, and they said, Uni's blaming heels in the air. She's saying that heels in the air, or they're saying, sorry, I said she, I meant they in this group chat are saying, Uni and his friends were saying that heels made this letter and sent it to his mother, acting like JLR because she dislikes him and hates him that much.
See what I mean?
People were coming into the chat yesterday trying to say that shit, and we of course shut it down, because there's no reason, first of all, that Heels would ever try to attempt to send a letter on behalf of JLR. There's just no. If you know Heels in the air, you know that's not gonna happen. What?
Given that Heels is a JLR victim who's been attacked by, I mean, I don't like calling anybody a victim. She's a JLR survivor because she survived what he tried to do to her life. So given that Heels has been attacked by JLR, why would Heels suddenly write the letter and send it to Uni?
What evidence do they have that Heels was involved in this?
Well, they don't. That's just what they were coming. He was saying this in his Discord call that Boston.
Well, he was just.
They were coming in the chat yesterday, and they were trying to say that Uni and his friends or whatever, anybody whoever was in this call, was saying that Heels in the Air wrote this letter on behalf of pretending to be JLR. And I said that's a fucking lie.
Yeah. So I could tell you what probably happened. Unirock was just going off, and his little supplicants around him going off. And so as Unirock's doing his thing where he's just talking and putting out speculation as if it were truth, one or two of them took that bit of speculation and ran with it as fact, and then started spreading it. Because I've listened to them actually do stuff like that in real time, and that's why I'm not in their Discord. But it is something that's very, very common amongst them, and I don't know why. It took a lot of people.
Well, and it's really fucked up that they're just deleting people. Like, did they, that they just deleted, like, Makeup Mobster? They just took her right out of there. Did they do that to you? Did they just take you out?
Oh no, I left on my own accord. After dealing with some of them and kind of coming over into the community that I had, I noticed that there are certain unspoken rules, and going against Unirock and saying that, hey, he's not being very honest, stuff like that is not cool. And so that draws their ire. And I'm like, you can say whatever you want about me. Like, I encourage my audience to say whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But for Unirock, you can't go against him. If he says this is what happened, even if it's wild speculation, even if it's unfounded, you have to go along with it, or you're a detractor. So it's a very cult-like mentality that I didn't want to be a part of. And that's why, me and Nate and others don't associate with him anymore.
Yes, that Discord is very, very cool. It's like he's, he literally snapped his fingers. Guys, meeting everybody right now in the mic chat. Boom, everybody in there. You know what I mean? Just like, and I didn't jump in there. I was on panel, obviously. Oof.
That's weird. You're giving.
He called an emergency meeting. Voices. He said emergency meeting.
Well, and then he sat up here on the panel and he ran circles and said, "I don't know how to work Discord. I'm not sure how to do that. I don't know how to work." I'm like, what?
His Discord is the most decked out Discord I've ever been into in my entire
life. I didn't know how the fuck to work any of it. But anyhow, there was a whole lot of fucking shit in there.
Yeah. What do you mean decked out? I'm not sure what.
I mean, there was like all different kinds of rooms. There was all. I mean, you name it.
He's got a nonsense room for nonsense. For nonsense.
I didn't. Maybe I was blocked from that. Like maybe I didn't get.
Yeah, you probably were, because certain rooms you can put access to certain people.
Yeah. Okay. So if he has the inner circle that he has,
but then I guess I don't even know how to work Discord. So fuck, I might.
No, Queen, I would dare to say you were probably blocked from, because you have a good relationship with nonsense. So if he's talking shit about nonsense, he's not going to want you to see that.
Well, no, but I mean, he knows how Discord works. Like, there's trolls in there. Yes. If they want us to see it, we're going to see it. You know what I mean?
There's so many rooms like that I didn't even know there was a nonsense room. Like, there's a My Room, BHB, JLR. I mean, there's like 19 rooms, I want to say, like, other than the other stuff he has. It's freaking crazy. And they all post the information in there and do all the work for him. And he just clicks on it and brings it up on his thing and talks through it. That's just all he does.
That seems a little stalker-like. That's like a database about people. That, to me, is like the definition of stalking, because you've got your minions putting people under surveillance without them even knowing that they're under surveillance. I got a bit of a problem with that.
Yeah. I never clicked on the room, but I saw it there. It said, I remember what it was called. Nonsense is nonsense. That's what the room was called.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually very common. There are bots in my Discord. When somebody goes live, there's a lol cow or something. Like, to say, when Burnt Toast goes live and she's reviewing Bullhorn Betty, there's a bot that automatically puts Burnt Toast's videos in there, and so stuff like that. That's actually very normal. How people then sometimes take it to the extreme where there are different accounts to do background checks on whoever they can find that supports this and that person, and then it really depends on how involved people want to go. They want to keep it on YouTube, or they want to bring it into real life, and that's when you get the legal stuff involved.
Okay, so is anybody else sitting here going, this little bitch is crying about being doxxed when he has rooms about all these other people on this platform off the platform?
Yeah, it's a bit ironic. He was all for, other people being exposed and having their personal information out there. I mean, I do find that kind of funny. But if you're on here exposing other people, that includes myself, right? Hey, if I want to expose a lost cow or someone I think is grifting, then someone's going to look into me, right? That's what's fair. But for him, he enjoys having that cult around him to protect him and insulate
honestly,
him.
I don't feel like it's fair for people to be digging into your real life anyways, just because you're on here reviewing their content on YouTube. I don't think that warrants anybody to be going real life to look into anybody. Yes, it happens, but I don't think it should. I don't think that's okay, and I don't think that should be brought to the platform by anybody.
Yeah, it does. It gets
my
extreme.
opinion,
Yeah. I could tell you that it definitely does get out of hand, and there are certain people on here that just they don't know where the limit is.
Yeah, they don't know where the lines are. There's a way, like, you know, when is enough enough? People will take it too far. You know what I'm saying? I've noticed that, like, the people are not afraid to take it. You know what I'm saying? To points where you're like, damn.
And with all those people in this Discord that get his back or did get his back, they will go to that extent and post stuff in there. They're not bad people at all, though. You know what I mean? But I feel like they're thinking they're helping him. In reality, though, I mean, look, I mean, his co-host just left, and for the right reason.
Yeah, I think the YBI, they're generally good people. They worked with Nate the lawyer, my buddy, and they exposed somebody who was lying about having cancer and was, like, you know, encouraging people to donate to their cancer fund when they had never had cancer. And Nate ended up getting an actual confession out of this person that they had made it up. And so with the help of Unirock's YBI, Nate was able to do that. But, you know, then of course, you know who took all the credit for it, and he didn't do shit.
Yeah. It's literally, I think that's what his Discord, if he didn't have that Discord, I don't think he would even have a show. I'm gonna be honest with you. After, like, looking at that one day before he kicked me, I mean, I don't know why he left me in that long, to be quite frank. Maybe he forgot to kick me. But yeah.
Well, if I can find some of those videos that people are asking about, it's just me imitating Unirock and just talking about what I don't like about him. And I mean, some people find it hilarious, but it was on Twitter, and someone had tagged me in it, I think, a few months ago. So I'll see if I can find it. And I think you followed me on Twitter, right, Queen Bee?
I'm sorry.
I think you follow me on Twitter. I could just send it to you if I come across it. I can just send the
that's fine.
video.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. All right. So on that note, thank you for having me up here, and I will catch y'all later.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, man.
All right. See you.
Have a great Sunday, buddy.
You're a nice guy. He sounds like almost like an Navy a little bit. He's got that twang.
Okay, so we're gonna do this and should I restart this? We're like 2 minutes in, or should I just play it from here? I don't want to mess up her work either, because, you know, she worked hard to put this together.
I mean, I think it's probably best to start from the beginning, because no one's going to remember when they start the stream. You know, you don't want to do a uni where you basically play 2 minutes.
Right, and that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I wanted to make sure we, you know what I'm saying, get to, you know, where they can, she can, you know what I'm saying. She works hard to put these clips together. So
ask me.
Let's see. Okay, let me mute myself here.
And real quick, you see Nerdy Dangle? He's on that.
I'm sorry.
Right, see Nerdy Dangle? Nerdy Dangle, he's in this live with him. He's one of the people that left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't really know who they are, and I'm sorry that happened. You know what I'm saying, because I know that sucks when you really, really have a good relationship with a content creator, and, you know, the subs, and you have, you know what I'm saying, friends, and to see Navy, but to see them stand up for what's right, though, you know what I'm saying, and like they you know, Nerdy had said, you know, I'm sorry, I can't stand behind something that we're calling out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Navy Texas. He said on his channel or his Twitter, but I can't stand by while Uni does things we've literally criticized others for. I wish you all the best in whatever y'all get into next. Some of you keep in touch, but I'm done. This is upsetting and beyond not fun anymore. And I can agree with that. Like, man, and it just sucks. It didn't have to be all this either. You know what I mean? Like, it did not have to fucking be this.
Exactly.
About certain dramas, I will just tell you to check my community tab. That's all I'm going to say. So I am talking about JLR. I did a video that set him off.
There are several videos on Uni's channel that feature JLR. I have included the ones I found.
Okay. Now, what they're trying to do, and I say there as in, and it's pretty funny because in the letter that JLR sent my family member to their home, no, not my home, their home, he listed names of YouTubers. I guess you could call them YouTubers.
Okay, and this is where it started like not making sense to me. But here's the so here's what he's talking about. This is what he got sent. Okay, just so you guys are well aware, this is what he got sent. This is what was sent to his mother's house. Cease and desist. Okay, now here, there you go. That's
Betty was mentioned, Bullhorn Betty. Molly was mentioned, Molly Go Lightly. There were names there that I don't even know what the hell it was. Like, I know what it said, and I know some of the things that were mentioned. And Queen Bee was brought up. Oh, hold on. Season says, I'm so sorry. Here he's doing these things to you. Chronicles, I was saying to Uni, but really any and all should make reports if they start sending things to your homes and loved ones. Yes, and I'm going to handle it with my lawyer and have my lawyer do everything. Whatever.
just going to throw my opinion in here. I don't believe that any lawyer is going to give any shits about internet letter, a cease and desist. And I don't think he's going to pay a lawyer to, I said handwritten letter, but the cease and desist, I don't think he has money to go taking that to a lawyer. Do you guys think so or what? I mean, do you think this is...
Okay, so even if he does, you know what the lawyer's going to say? Obviously, they have grounds to write a cease and desist. You better obey the cease and desist because otherwise it's going to result in more legal ramifications.
So there's that. Okay, well, there's that.
Ever, you can have charges pressed for what they're doing will be pressed.
Hold on. So he tags Queen Bee in a community post. And he says, Queen Bee, just to inform you, JLR brought you up in a letter he sent my mother after he and Betty doxed them. The letter is pure harassment. So I wanted to inform you of this. Can't be bothered with the message. Can't be bothered with the call. Can't be bothered with having your mods reach out to her mods. You can't be bothered with any of that, can you? You make a community post saying that the letter that includes her name is full of harassment by a known crazy person on the internet. I'll explain live. And if you want to jump on your panel for a couple minutes or talk to you off air, let us know.
I want to know what the news has to say about people running fundraisers collecting money off of a murder. And I want to know, does JLR do the same thing?
Okay, I ignore you. Here's what happens. Every time I do a video on you, which is going to be every fucking day for a week, the next week.
No, I didn't even hear this. Is this on Twitter? I think it is. Because I didn't hear it. I didn't see it on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know where
differently, right?
From.
That mic sounded a lot different.
Yeah, it does.
Every time I do a video, you're going to get mad. You're going to try to threaten me in some way with a sock account. Here's the deal, buddy. You can do all the stuff that you're going to do to try to intimidate me.
Twitter Spaces.
And try to attack me. And I'm going to sit at my house and play video games and do my live streams and do my videos. And every time that YouTube and PayPal and Twitter respond to my reports, I'm going to write them back immediately.
Well, you
feeling me?
Show some receipts.
I'm going to expedite this shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not one receipt has been shown from anything. Not nothing.
Damn.
I think this is the direct definition of keyboard warrior.
With you, it's going to be an immediate response. We're going to fast track this as much as possible. We're going to see if we can't get as many people to go to Team YouTube on Twitter and to put in their hands what you're up to. Okay, go back every year.
And if he would have shown proof that JLR was threatening him, his family, or me or my family, or anybody else in their family, we would have fucking went to Twitter. We would have stood our ground. We would definitely have made sure we were heard. If it was him and his family, or somebody received a letter about him, or he was included in it, we would have definitely stuck up for him or anybody else, because that's what I said. Like we've all said, you know what I'm saying? We stand up for the truth. We can't. I'm not fucking around.
Every year, this motherfucker doxes somebody, attacks somebody, threatens people, stalks people, harasses people, you know, knocks on the doors of people who have experienced tragedies, murders, and all this stuff in their life.
In the letter that JLR sent my family member to their home, no, not my home, their home.
Okay, so he's going to try to rile you up and tell you how dangerous this potentially could be. There's that.
I know what it said, and I know some of the things that I mentioned. And Queen Bee was brought up. So
Queen Bee to be mentioned. I mean, if it was more than that, I would assume, you know, you would have put her safety at first hand. Like,
well, yeah, you would think, but
that would have been the first thing, considering she's a mom with children. JLR has a history of dangerous behavior. Those are your talking points.
At this point, EKC reached out to the JLR team to verify if a letter was sent to Unirock. The following clip is from an EKC stream on May 7th. Erin is reading the email she sent to a rep for JLR to inquire about the letter.
So here's what I sent. I'm not going to share. I'm not going to share directly their email because I feel like that isn't. I don't know. It isn't polite. But I will be reading from their email. But I will show what I wrote. All right, so here's the email I sent. This is what I was sent through the email submission form on the website. It says, okay, so I'm not really press. I'm a YouTuber with a channel called EKC People Suck. My name is Erin. And though I'm not press, I'm contacting you to ask for a comment. I've been discussing Unirock, aka Jason Smith, on my channel again recently. Specifically, his claim that his mom received a letter sent to her by you. Just tonight, he posted to have received a second letter at his mom's house from you. I would like to ask you if you did in fact send any letters to Jason or any of his family members recently, and if so, what was the reason for sending a letter? And could you share with me the contents of any such letters? I would be most pleased to be able to verify Unirock's claims as true or false. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Have a great day. And I'm sincerely, my contact info there.
The letter didn't contain anything about how you've changed since then. It has no admission of what you did back then. I know you're motivated by obsession. You're angry when somebody commentates on you. And you could have responded appropriately to my video, because my video.
And we know JLR does that. We know he gets pissed off. He sent a cease and desist to Alicia in her email for mentioning his name one time. Like, we know he gets fucking pissed off. We know he gets sensitive to people who talk about him. We understand that.
Yeah. He gets his panties in a bunch.
It's true.
Now, I'm going to read to you their statement. So they said, hi, Erin, this is Magnolia, and I'm the channel producer and brand manager for JLR Investigates. We appreciate you reaching out to us about the recent string of bizarre claims made by Unirock on his YouTube channel regarding JLR. While we cannot comment on any potential or pending legal actions, we would like to clarify a few important details regarding the letter mentioned by Unirock. 1. We recently sent a retraction demand and notice to cease and desist letter intended solely for the owners/operators of the Rockalot channel. 2. Only one letter was sent, but a copy was sent to multiple addresses via certified mail to ensure it was received, as we were uncertain of Unirock's location. We were unable to determine if he resides with family members or on his own, so the letter was sent to the best known addresses we had. Clearly, one or more addresses turned out to be correct. 3. The letter was not handwritten, and it did not mention Unirock's mother. 4. We included his father in the salutation simply because it's difficult to imagine that Unirock is capable of running a full-time YouTube channel on his own, and we felt it was logical that his father must provide some level of support.
Which I really don't feel like that's anybody's business anyways. You know what I mean? Who cares about his home? Like, that's his business. Like, I don't feel like real life should be, you know what I mean?
Correct.
I don't know.
I agree.
Some shade right there. Next, we quoted Unirock's own video titles that defamed JLR. And since Unirock's channel is entirely centered around trashing other creators, those videos naturally included the names of others who were unfortunately dragged into them. Example, Betty and JLR full on D, Queen Bee, Molly Goban, Evady, Cringe Theater Live. God damn, Unirock, what the fuck? That's a title? Yes, that would be the one and only mention of Queen Bee that Unirock so dramatically turned into a brazenly false claim that she was threatened in the letter. It was his.
Boom, right there.
I mean, says it all. I like her lipstick.
His own video title and his own words that we quoted. Now, we first became aware of Unirock a few weeks ago when he began churning out video after video that maliciously defamed JLR's character and undermined his work as a journalist. While haters and trolls are an expected part of running a successful YouTube channel, Unirock's defamation of JLR rose to such a shocking level that we knew addressing him publicly on our channel would not be the appropriate course of action. Frankly, I have no interest in lowering the standards of our channel, like even mentioning someone as distasteful as Unirock. Instead, we sent a private retraction demand and notice to cease and desist, citing specific examples of knowingly false statements he's made, and we gave him the opportunity to retract and take them down. We were somewhat.
So maybe he did take it to an attorney, but I still don't see paying an attorney a bunch of money to deal with issues like this. What do you think, B-Tim?
I don't think he took it to an attorney. I think he just made that shit up. And also the fact
Real Lady Justice was saying that it looks like it's from a brand manager.
Yeah, and also I want to I don't think JLR's a fucking reporter, so I'm also he is not a reporter.
Right? No, he's definitely not. To me, in my opinion, no.
And Queen, if he did take it to a lawyer, I think Voices said it the best. The lawyer would be like, okay, I would probably listen to this and not fuck around so you don't have to go to court.
I mean, like, you would realistically...
Real Lady Justice even agreed with that.
You would realistically, the lawyer would have to watch the videos and the parts that they're claiming were defamatory. And are you going to pay a lawyer hourly rates to watch YouTube videos to see if they're defamatory? Like, okay, here's $200, $300 an hour to watch YouTube videos. Okay. Making maybe like $50 or $100 a video. I mean, like, let's be realistic. It doesn't make sense that you would do that. Most people would, most likely you would do is you'd say to yourself, yeah, let me just private these videos or stuff and then make a, and that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to actually go to court.
And Tim, remember what he said about his lawyer? I mean, she don't take shit. When she walks in, wherever I'm meeting her, I take her jacket off for her. I put it down. She means real. If she means business, I can guarantee she would have told him or did tell him. Who knows?
Uni is related to a lawyer. I don't know if he's related, but most likely, that lawyer, like, lawyers are very busy people, and they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to exactly sit around and watch your YouTube videos. Most lawyers, they have tons of cases, like especially in like civil side, they're just like insane workload. So yeah, unless he's being compensated, he probably will not be watching that.
Yeah.
He might give a little advice, like maybe like a fucking 30-minute call, but not like hours and hours and hours and hours in. I'm just saying, I have doubts on it, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past. But I would have probably, if I was Uni, I would probably look at the videos. I'd say, yeah, is it defamation what I'm saying? Yeah. Or no. Or if it isn't defamation, I would just laugh at them, post it on the community like thing and just laugh at them and just make videos about it and just make them into content. That would probably what I would do. If I knew his cease and desist was bullshit, I would post it in the community board and just make content, laugh at him, make a whole live stream about it. You'd probably get like thousands of people like watching you easily. And, that's probably if you were like trying to turn JLR into content, basically.
This is what I forgot. I remember this yesterday and then just remembered it now. Have you noticed? I don't think he's done any more videos on JLR since he's gotten that letter. I remember him doing something on the day after or 2 days later on something totally different, like something totally, totally different. Has he done any videos on JLR since getting the C&D?
I don't know. And Lady Justice says, I would not ever represent someone on this without a $5,000 retainer and $550 an hour or charge for my time. Yeah. Well, yeah, lawyers, they get paid a lot per hour. Just saying, like, people just keep up. Like, it's always funny. People say, I'm going to get a lawyer. It's like, and they never consider the fact that you're going to pay a lot of fucking money. like you're talking about someone has like spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on their education and takes years of actual trading to do, and they're not going to be cheap, guys. They're not. You might get a cheap lawyer, but you get what you pay for. And if you get a cheap lawyer, you're going to get cheap services. Just saying.
Right.
What was see? I'm just looking at you. Well, I'll stop talking. You can play.
Surprised, although not completely shocked, when he responded by fabricating even more outlandish claims, each one more imaginary than the last. We do find it ironic that Unirac's response to receiving a cease and desist letter was to immediately take to multiple live streams and continually repeat the lie that JLR doxed him. As you and your viewers correctly observed in your live stream, this is obviously a demonstrably false claim and never happened. Among the many defamatory statements and false claims he's made, Unirac's obsession with JLR and doxing in particular is highly disturbing, and we are concerned about JLR's safety and the impact this could have on his reputation. Jonathan has worked extremely hard to build a successful career as a true crime investigative journalist, and his dedication and hard work are evident in every video he produces. I understand that JLR's style may not be for everyone, but not liking someone is no excuse for knowingly defaming them with malicious intent. Further, Unirac's directed attacks encouraging his viewers to participate in targeted harassment and mass reporting of JLR's channel is unacceptable and overly egregious. We take these matters very seriously, and we're committed to protecting JLR's reputation and hard work. Thank you again for your inquiry, and we hope this clarifies some of the misconceptions about the quote-unquote letter and our response to Unirac's claims. I really appreciate your respectful and professional approach by reaching out via pressing inquiry. As stated above, we find even the mention of someone like Unirac on our channel to be distasteful and far below our editorial standards. I've attached a copy of the cease and desist letter here for your review. Unirac's real name is redacted to protect his identity. I had to look at it, so I'm not going to share it yet. I'm going to look it over first. As outlined above, we are not interested in doxing anyone, as Unirac so maliciously claims. As you will see, the only true statement Unirac has made regarding this matter is that a quote-unquote letter was sent.
Bam.
The next clip is Aaron reading the letter that JLR has sent to Unirac. I apologize that it is blurry.
Which the letter is posted. It's on my community tab. The rest of the video, you guys can go watch it. You know, to go check it out. You know what I mean? I want her to make sure she gets her views and stuff. She goes over the rest of it, explains it, breaks it down. You know what I mean? We played half of it.
Yeah.
It was a 20-minute video. You know what I'm saying? So I would like people to go watch the rest of it so she gets the views and the likes. You know what I mean? I want to make sure she gets credit.
Yep. I got it playing right now.
Cool, cool. I watched it earlier today, so that's why I watched it already.
Yeah, I did too. I watched it too, but you know, for those who haven't yet, you know what I mean. But I mean, I don't know. All in all, at least there's people, you know, that are sticking up for what's right and, you know, letting him know, like, hey, you know, even his closest friends or friends that are, you know, he was close with are letting him know this is some bullshit and we don't stand behind it.
Yeah.
His co-host. For crying out loud.
Yeah.
Uni, co-host. That should show you something, Uni.
Yeah.
What you're doing is wrong. Point blank, period.
Well, he knows it's wrong. That's why he's in hiding right now. And I think he last did a JLR video 5 days ago. I don't know when the cease and desist was sent. And I think he was talking about that.
5?
Yeah. And he was talking about the JLR doxed me with a letter type of shit. You know. I also kind of trivialize his doxing a little bit when he says, oh, I got PayPal'd. I'm like, okay, bro, you don't quite understand what real fucking doxing is. Real doxing is when they put your fucking face on a fucking t-shirt and proceed to tell everyone on a live where you live. That's the real doxing.
Yeah.
I don't think you've been through that, mister.
But he knows better, like you said. He knows what a dox is and what a dox isn't. He wanted people to think and narrate it like it was a dox so that, you know, the woe is me thing. You know what I mean? It's...
Yeah, In the Bloom says, my attorney charges $200 for a cease and desist. Oh, shit. That's cheap.
Is it cheap?
Yeah, that's cheap.
Wow.
Yep, that is cheap. You're getting a discount at that point.
They charge $200 to write it for you, to write it up and send it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. Actually, not bad.
Right?
I would have thought it'd be a lot more than that.
Well, that's why I said it's cheap. That was $200 is cheap.
Yeah, that's really cheap.
Oof.
I mean, that's cost effective. We'll put it that way. It's cost effective. I don't want to say cheap because that means that that means that the attorney doesn't.
No, it's just a problem.
Cost effective.
Yeah.
can a CND be written by anybody? Not anybody, like a paralegal. You know what I mean? Like
you could write a cease and desist.
Yeah, anyone can write it.
Anyone can write it.
And
it's
most
whether
likely,
you get them to take it seriously or not.
I mean, most likely you're going to actually, like, just like JLR had links to the defamation stuff you were stating, you would probably have to do the same thing. You would have to like put some sort of, you know, so you'd actually have to like look into what you're talking about is, you know, defaming you.
I helped Bailey, Chance's wife, Chance Engelbert, he's missing. I helped Bailey do a cease and desist against Lynn DeSanto when Lynn showed up on a live on a Facebook Live showing Bailey's home, the vehicles, walking around the property, knocking on the door. So I was able to help Bailey write one as an everyday citizen that then we were able to take to after that one being delivered and her not respecting that one. We took it to the attorney to have him write one, and that cost about $750 by the time everything was said and done.
Oh well. 750 is a good amount. Not and 200. Hey, Constance.
It's definitely cheap. Let me see. Casey, she's another one of that spews a bunch of crap. Well, you know what? I agree with you with that one, Kathy. But you know, it is what it is.
But you know what? What's crazy is if it wasn't for you, Casey, we probably wouldn't have seen that. We still to this day wouldn't right now at least wouldn't have seen the letter yet.
I think he would have dug himself deeper and deeper into a hole because he was just, you know, it's just.
I agree with that.
He just would have. He would have just kept on.
Oh, really? I just said $200 for a letter, but I wouldn't write without looking.
Yeah.
Over the name. Fresh out of law school, lawyers make $200 an hour here. Depends where you live and years of experience. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I said that's cheap. You know what I mean? Like, because you do have to do some sort of research. You would have to watch the videos. Like, you would probably give him like a clip to your lawyer and says, "Look at this clip. What do you think?" And then, you know, probably that would be a situation. But we all know JLR did not hire a lawyer.
That's essentially what we did. That's almost exactly what we did. Like, we had all of the links and everything, and then put it all on a thumb drive. And when it was our time to go in with the attorney, we handed them the thumb drive, and he plugged it in, looked over everything, and then was able to, because we had already correlated everything like with statutes and laws and all of that. So like we did all the hard works and brought it to the attorney, and that was $750.
Yeah. I mean, like
a 45-minute meeting.
Realistically, if you looked into JLR's history and you saw that cease and desist, you would know that he wrote it, and you would know it'd be like, you know, you would have to have some extreme, like I would have to look at those videos again, but I'd probably be like, okay, I would probably review the videos and say, did I say anything that could be like, you know, something that would affect his reputation I could be sued for?
Yeah.
If not, then I would just put the damn thing on. I would put the cease and desist on my community like tab and make a live about it and start laughing at JLR, and that would pretty much it. And then just make content out of them. That's pretty much because I would realize, okay, he has 2,600 lawsuits. He has no credibility. He has no reputation I can really tarnish because he's a fucking. And I would probably do that, but you know, like I would have to review the videos to see like did he say something that was really demonstrably like untrue, and does it affect his actual overall business? But
Tim, did I hear correctly that is he not allowed to sue anybody anymore, or was that just
he's allowed to? I think I heard Heels say he has to get some sort of permission from like a judge, so he can sue someone. It would just be like extra steps to do it.
Got ya.
You know,
makes sense.
But you know, his you know, like what is he going to sue for? His credit, you know what I mean? Like he just basically has 2,600 lawsuits, and you just pull up videos about his past. I mean, imagine you had to do a civil deposition of JLR, and you go through all his past misdeeds on the record, and then you basically try to, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it'd just be like such an insane thing. I don't even think 7 hours would be enough to do a deposition of JLR, to be honest with you.
No chance.
You probably need to go to the judge and be like, okay, I know it's the federal rules of 7. I know 7 hours is the rules or whatever it is, but I'm not sure we have enough time. This guy is he's got a history.
He's got a history.
I don't know. We don't know. You know, and then all you need to do is, you know, that's just saying. Most likely, it was just a threat, you know, and you just didn't think about it.
I'm sorry,
Jailer has no good
history.
Yeah, he's got a little bit. It would be quite an entertaining deposition to sit through, I'm sure. I would love to see live stream if that trial happened, where it was like a civil suit.
God,
that would be amazing to watch. Sorry, but releasing personal information docs is not interesting. Not just releasing photos and putting on a t-shirt. Yeah, that's too in the blue. But I'm saying, like, that was just an example I was using. I'm not discrediting people who got pictures released or stuff like that.
Yeah, I know you meant.
Their information in the blue. His reputation can't be tarnished, therefore defamation is not a thing he can use. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, what are you gonna say? Like, we watched him put like dolls of a shooter on grave sites with the pictures. I mean, like what reputation?
Fuck shit.
What reputation does he have? That's why, like, Uni kind of fucked himself. It's like Uni could have easily turned this situation into fucking huge fucking thing that could have easily been. But what does he do? You know, he always fucks himself over. He doesn't have people that tell him the truth. Like with Heels. I noticed that one. I'm like, why the fuck would you react that way? He'll send you an email. All you need to do is just basically say, oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. Next time I'll play the whole thing. My apologies, Heels. You know, I'm sorry. You know, I appreciate the hard work you do on these videos. You know, just like the simple thing like that. Instead, he's got his girlfriend posting, I'm unsubbing. She's going to strike. You know, and then like now I got to hear from Dolly Vision about shitting on Heels in the air because this guy couldn't just fucking keep his mouth shut. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of pissed me off a little. I was like, why did you have to like air this email? Why couldn't you work it out with Heels and just be cool with, like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. That's it.
There was a back and forth there, or whatnot, but he just took it. He took it. He took it to an extreme.
Yeah, and then you put Heels in a position where she's going to make a video on you, and then you're like, then you're going on Kick making videos on Heels, and it's like, you know, it's like, okay, and you're pretending to be that you're not the bad guy. I'm like, bro, your girlfriend basically went on Twitter and said unsubbing to Heels in the air. I don't support strikers or something like that. It's like, what the fuck? You're attacking her reputation right there. What the fuck do you expect her to do?
Yeah,
you know. And all you could have just done is just basically just made a fucking, you know, just have an email exchange with them and says, hey, I'm sorry. You know, sometimes I just I was not sleeping too well that day and I was just out of it. My apologies, Heels. I'm going to play the whole video. If I ever use your video again, I'll play the whole video. I'll make very little commentary. Because in the end of the day, you're getting a service for free. You know what I mean? Like, I get, like, you know, it's your show and it's your thing. But if you're playing someone else's fucking video for free, you can at least, and if someone asks you to do a particular thing with that video, you can either not play it, or if you do play it, you'd adhere to what they want because you're getting a service for free. You know, just because you don't see the labor, there is labor involved in creating a video. There is labor involved in that, and so you're getting a free video. So, you know, it's just like, you know, anything else. You should acknowledge that.
I believe Dietz and Heels on the pill. I think it takes like 4 or 5 hours or something like that to do it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah, and the same thing like with any clip channel, you're getting some sort of services for free.
Nick,
so
you know that video of mine that you watched?
Yeah, very well done.
That video of mine took me about 63 hours.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Because
remember when I went dark and I was just really not doing anything other than a panel and that's what I was working on. I was busting my ass for 2 videos. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just
well done too.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like, have you ever edited videos, Nick?
No. I actually kind of want someone to teach me. Once I'm taught something, I can then.
Okay, so the easiest way to do it, honey, is get Canva and then go through their editing course. They teach you how to make videos. That's how I learned. I went through Canva, and I went through the Canva Academy. It's a free, you pay $12 a month for the thing, and they'll teach you how to use their own product.
I'll give an example with Voices for the Voices called 3 Missing in Bighorn County, right?
Yes.
The first frame, I can imagine you have the background. You have a video of the map. You have to get the video. Did you have to edit that gray bill with the arrow sign? That's probably you.
Oh, that's all mine. I built all of that.
Yeah. So you built this whole
of that.
Yeah. So you're talking about.
I had to put all the
with the
cities
music.
in,
the cities.
Yep, the cities, the names, the tags, the fact that they all pop up, and then
you
a
got
lot
the
of. Yep.
And then you got the background. You have like the writing into each video, the writing. You have to add the background music. You're talking about just the first, probably, if I was to guess, the first 15 seconds. You're probably spending about an hour, maybe.
It's about an hour. Yeah, that's about right. Because I go through it all, and I put all my main photographs in, because a lot of those images I took.
Yeah.
So I put all of that in, and then I go in and I start my writing, and then I go through and I do all my animation.
Because you're reading from a script, and then you have to read. Yeah, and you have to redo your script if you fuck up something. Yeah. So
it's a lot. It's like I think I record it 4 times because I do all the. I lay out all the. Anyway, you're right. It's a lot
unless
of work.
unless you actually edited a video, actually created a video, you would have people have no idea how long it takes. That's why live streaming is a lot easier. If you're just gonna you just hit the play button, you pull up some videos, or you just talk. It's a lot easier than making a video. Let's just say.
Yeah. Last night's live I did for the UFC, it was 7 hours and 20 minutes straight. Yeah, I'm calling every single fight, head kick lands, overhand right. You know what I mean? It gets tiring and tiring and tiring. So they both have their, pros and cons, I would say.
Yeah, well, you'd probably that's 7 hours. Yeah, that would take you about. You'd be lucky if you edited very well. You would probably do a 7-minute, maybe a 10-minute video if you're lucky with 7 hours.
Wow.
And you won't even make sense on the dollar. You won't even make sense on YouTube. You just make zero. You make no, unless you get tons of views. You're I'm talking about 100,000 plus views. You're probably not going to make any money.
And Tim, look at that. Look at the views on that video versus the last stream that I did that was talking shit about. Do you hear yourselves? My video that I put blood, sweat, and tears into has less than 500. A stream where I was calling out drama and bullshit has over 2,000.
Well, that's how it is. I mean, the same thing happened to Joneson. If you talk about even if you call calling someone out, unless they're a named person that the community knows about, you're probably not going to get even a quarter of the views. It's just how it is. I remember that she talked about that British guy who got arrested for filming the deceased woman. And she got new person. She went to research into it, and she got a quarter of the views, or maybe 20% of the views, in comparison just talking about Molly, Dolly, or whatever.
It's the relatability. If they know the person on YouTube, they're going to want to watch it more than some that they don't want. You know what I mean? They don't know about.
Pretty much.
And I can see why. You know what I mean? Because you're kind of feel like you're a part of it because you've seen this and that, and it's putting together the puzzle a little bit for you. But when you see something, I call it naked, you know what I mean? You see something naked that you don't know about, you kind of have to put more thought into it.
Yeah, I mean, what's good about...
Go ahead. Sorry.
You go.
In Bloom, you bet your boopy I'll be there. I am so grateful for you covering it. I just went back and listened to Up and Vanished, Payne Wepper's podcast, and he's starting to readdress Ashley's case. So just know that I'm hopping on because there's been an update in Jermaine Charlot's case also. So I am hopping on that movement with you as well.
That's good.
Let me see. Listen, could you...
Actually, I like that. I'm almost at 1,000.
Keep us updated on what's going on.
Yeah.
The stats, in my state, the stats, 45% of the missing people in our state are made up by Native Americans.
Oh, jeez.
And
yeah, that's
out
been
of
a major,
yes,
a major thing. So for a
yep.
while, there's been a lot of people that are like, there's a podcast, and he has done an amazing job bringing attention and bringing light to that. How many missing girls
Yes.
there are out there? It's really, really bad. So
May 5th was Wyoming's missing murdered Indigenous person, MMIP, Missing Murdered Indigenous Person movement. There was a march on Saturday. I wasn't up to making the 250-mile drive to march for a mile and a half and then drive 250 miles back home. I couldn't do that. But I did help cover a couple of the cases. There's one mother in Riverton, Nicole Wagon, that lost both of her daughters. Both of her daughters, 2 out of her 5 daughters, have been lost to the MMIP mess on the Wind River Reservation, which is in the middle of Wyoming. It covers, like, this is where I went to college. I went to college on the res. Central Wyoming College in Riverton is on the Wind River Indian Reservation. So,
whoa, that is weird. I just saw somebody say that. Why are the thumbs up going backwards? Yeah, I just went 100 backwards. That's so weird.
That's probably YouTube fixing it.
Yep.
It's a glitch. It's a glitch that Chasing said she went and checked Twitter about. So they're probably just adjusting it or fixing it.
Okay. Thank God they're doing that. It was really
so
creepy.
I will be following In Bloom's movement about the missing and murdered Indigenous movement. I used to sit on the board, the council for the governor that they have. I'm actually considering going back onto it again because they've got 2 open spots and they need help. So
My dog looked at me and says, "Yo, what you talking about, Lewis?" It's all right. Everyone's chat. Wait, you're showing 914. I'm showing 875.
I don't think heels has been. Am I native? You know what? I don't know, Cappy. It comes back on my genetics, my 23andMe. But I don't know my biological father, so I very well could be. I have a lot of the structure. But I never knew my biological father, so possibly.
So I was gonna do a if you guys I don't know if you guys are interested in talking about the Brian Koberger stuff later, but I'm gonna probably do a live stream later about that because there's so many new things coming out, and we've been dealing with bullshit and drama and stupid shit that we haven't really been able to keep up. And I know Dietz did a wonderful live today. I didn't get a chance to go watch it, so I'm going to go check it out later. You know what I mean? Go back and rewatch hers or whatever. But I was going to talk about it as well and go over some of the different things they found. There's a video of them searching his apartment and shit like that.
I seen that.
I wanted to go over that with y'all or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Watch it, go over some of the paperwork and shit and just catch up. You know what I mean? So
we're going to do that later tonight?
Yeah, if you guys are down, you ain't got nothing going on, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
I'm totally game for that. I
was gonna set it up for like, what do you think, like 6, 7, somewhere in there? Because I know you're a couple hours ahead of me.
All right, that's cool.
It's 12:20 now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, beats him. He's a couple hours ahead of me, so I try.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll be around. You know me. My bedtime's around
East Coast.
I was gonna say we've been on here about 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna.
All right, cool.
Jump off here, or soon or whatever.
All right. Well, there was no shit show today. Yesterday was a shit show, but today was pretty good.
Everything yesterday.
Yesterday was pretty damn bad, man.
Well, you have a membership. So.
I was literally, Queen. I took a fight break because my voice was starting to get like it is now. And I jumped over and listened real quick, and I saw the Steve guy up there and whatnot. So I got to listen to a little bit of that, and I went back a little bit, but it was a long stream, obviously. So I didn't get to watch all of it, so I didn't get to pick up on everything. Did your hair grow longer, Voices? Looks like you're a lot longer.
Yeah, I've got it down today. I washed it last night and put braids in it, and it's grown a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well, anyway, guys, you guys have a good one. I'm gonna skedaddle because I've
Bees don't skedaddle; they buzz off.
I skedaddle out of here.
Mister.
I'll see ya. See ya, Queen. Bye.
Later, brother.
All right.
Well,
cool.
thank you for the informative live this morning, Queen.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you ain't got to get off here. You ain't got to. I mean, I'm not.
Okay.
We don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't. That's fine. I'll probably stay on here another half hour or so. You know what I mean? I've been on here about 3 hours. It's Sunday. I don't have shit going on right now, so
I'm just gonna skedaddle anyway.
it is what it is. But yeah, I was gonna say it's just kind of wrapping it up, really. So
go on.
All right.
fly
See
off.
ya.
Flying off. Bye.
See you later, babe.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta, and honestly, there really isn't much more to, you know what I'm saying, discuss. This is pretty much done and over with. If you guys want to get a hold of Navy, he said he's got his channel or whatever, you can reach out that way, or
Discord.
there's email him, or there's ways to get a hold of him, or anybody, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Independent Thinker said, ring your bell, voices, ring your bell. That's a wrap.
The word's not proud because that had to be a really tough decision for him to make because
absolutely, man. Yeah, that was
4 years,
You know what, though? I respect that. I got a lot of respect because, you know what I'm saying, it's hard as fuck to stand up when you know what I'm saying, especially when there's when you got a whole community of people that you really, have grown to love and be around. And then, you know what I'm saying, to stand up for what's right, even when there's only a couple of y'all, it's
hard.
It shows a lot of character. A lot.
It's hard. It's hard to walk away from somebody because you can be alienated, ostracized, your character attacked. And I mean, it's hard. Many of us have had to do it and stand on our own. It sucks.
He'll lose some friends in the community and whatnot, but I know a lot of those people respect him to the fullest. So I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing more people leave just out of Navy leaving because right is right, is wrong is wrong. You've heard Navy say that just like we say it 1,000 times. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And he knows now that I see. I don't think, or I'm going to say I know, but I can't. But in my opinion, I think that, he didn't fill a Navy in with all this stuff. And then all this stuff comes out like the letter and whatnot. And now Navy's thinking to himself, motherfucker, you said this shit was handwritten. You know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to back you when you know what I mean? You're making me look like a fool. So I get it.
Well, like I said, I was really worried about you because I mean, you have such a tender heart and you see the best in everybody.
Yeah, I tried to, you know what I mean? In that situation, though, there was no, when it first popped off, I was like, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there is a letter and whatnot and blah, 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 blah. I think Queen did as well. Maybe there is. And, maybe, the lawyer thing, whatever. But then when he came on that stream, because I was in the chat, I believe. Yeah, I came on for 2 or 3 minutes when he was on. Because I remember him saying, hey, Nick, you haven't been around lately. And you probably heard me not say much. But when he came on and the word salad and the circling and backpedaling and, Discord's really, really stinks. It's hard to use and blah, blah, blah. That's when I was like, no, homie, sorry. You're not pulling the wool over our eyes here. Not happening, not today.
When I heard the playback of Cappy trying to ask him questions and he's like, why are you talking over me? Stop. Why are you being so aggressive? Boy, he definitely doesn't know Cappy if he thought that was aggressive.
Yeah.
Because she was being so kind.
And guys,
she would.
Hey, Ellie.
Hey, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
Hey there.
And don't say your heart breaks for me. Trust me. Me and Uni, we're not close like that whatsoever. I mean, me and Navy are somewhat close, but Uni, I have never had one conversation alone with him in a personal message, only in a Mike's chat with a bunch of other people. You know what I mean? That's like 3 or 4 times. So, but I get what you guys are saying. I really appreciate that.
What is the latest? I can't have to ask you. What's the latest with Navy? Any I heard that. What's the latest with him?
He left the Discord.
Okay,
he
that's
left.
it. Yeah, that's all.
No, he's stepping away.
Yeah.
You can find him on Twitter or his channel. He said.
Yeah. So, well, that's good. I mean, that kind of shows that maybe it was a step too far for him, right? For Navy, because he's a likable guy, but we don't really know him much more. I mean, maybe you do, Boston, right? But
I personally think that Uni lied. Obviously, he did lie, but he lied to Navy. And I think Navy's, probably pissed off about that. And he's like, you know what? I don't need all this shit.
Yeah.
What am
I mean,
defending
I'm sure
you
he's
for?
lied to him before, truthfully. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that he has, but like, the
This is
chances
something
are pretty
different, though,
high.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're lying on somebody that you're supposed to be friends with, like, Queen, you know what I mean? Lying about, potentially this could be a harming letter, or a threatening letter and blah, 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 blah. Just the amount of lies that came out of it. And then I see in the Discord them saying, oh, I wonder if they're going to apologize now that there is an actual letter. Motherfucker, are you serious?
There is no actual letter. It's a freaking court document.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he said a handwritten threatening letter. There's no handwritten threatening letter. There's a cease and desist. That's it. There's nothing to, for us to apologize for. He should have apologized. He still has the opportunity to fucking apologize. But you know what? We're going on a fucking 2-3 weeks since we ain't seen a PayPal fucking receipt the first to even know if that happened. The only reason why we even knew about that was because of confirming that is because Betty confirmed it, saying she sent it. Then he's talking about this letter. Now he's talking about a second letter. Nobody's even seen the first fucking letter. Then it comes out it's not even a fucking handwritten letter that's threatening. It's a damn cease and desist. So it was still a bunch of bullshit.
And the second letter is the first letter. It's just in multiple different copies.
Yeah.
And the second verse is same as the first.
Oh my gosh. I tried to explain this to my sister this morning. It was so interesting trying to explain this to somebody else, but she found it like, this is just people, this is life.
You have a sister. Is she a koala too?
She's a koala. Mm-hmm. Of course she is. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like this, for me, this was something different. I don't know I think it was really about the safety concerns that he placed in all of this, because he really became a tragedy pimp, because he made this into something that was a threatening thing, so much so that his mama wanted to load up her pew. You know what I mean? If he didn't say a lot of those things, like it would have been a non-issue, but he said those things to make it an issue so he would get attention, but he got the wrong kind of attention in the end.
He spun it the wrong way.
Well, there was no other, it unfolded, and he did it unfolded the way it did because he got uncovered. Do you know what I mean? Like it was a bridge too far. I think he really underestimated this community, this true crime community, when we true crime things, because like, look at all the different minds coming together, like people that have seen JLR's handwriting. Like there was a lot of like sleuths that like saw like the bullshit in this without even knowing the bullshitter. They just saw the bullshit in it. Do you know what I mean? So
there's so many people that have been harassed. Like I said earlier, that they're JLR survivors. They aren't, they were a victim of his that has survived the attack. And then you tie in the emotional manipulation that Uni was using by it's, it involves another creator, but yet never once has that other creator seen any of this before he clicked the go live button.
Yeah. For me, it's like you get a Christmas tree, right? It's like he got a Christmas tree and then he decorated with a bunch of bullshit is what he did.
That's a good analogy, Nick.
It's just that simple. You know what I mean? You got a Christmas tree and you put a bunch of bullshit on it.
Willow agrees.
Yeah.
Bold.
But Willow he really like put us all in a
trees.
What I don't like about this, guys, is that like he put us in this like position that gave us like a moral dilemma, and that's the only way I could put it. Like he really did that, and it's like that's what got me pissed off about this whole thing. You know what I mean? Because he really did put like that threatening, just saying threatening. Maybe if he didn't say threatening, it wouldn't have ever went that way. Do you know what I mean? But he said threatening, and he said Queen was mentioned among other creators,
right? That he didn't even know.
Yeah,
some didn't even know on the platform.
Yeah, it's just
that's the
where was that in any of that paperwork?
It wasn't, I mean, it wasn't. I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't. I mean, he's just, he got caught lying, like a big fat whopping lie. Caught. Yeah. That's all it was. He got caught lying. He's done this before. He's lied before. He has a pattern of doing this in other communities over and over again. Like, we don't have to understand like the whole story with like, say, Steve McCrae was saying last night, but we can understand that he has been like slighted by this guy too and pissed off by this guy enough that he wanted to jump on and just try to explain his experience. But I think it's hard to explain your experience, like, right? Like, I think Nonsense has been trying to explain her experience with uni for months, since January. And now that everybody's like on the same page, she's like, you get it now because you've experienced it. It's like experiential learning versus book learning, or like learning about somebody in a textbook and then, you know, like acting and doing, learning curves. You know what I mean? It's all about like,
Hey, Texan.
What up, Tex? Literally, this is just my opinion, obviously. Steve McRae's just almost in the same flock, so to speak, some of the stuff I've heard him say. So when he came up here, I was like, oh God, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole context. I listened to a little bit of it. I heard Cappy questioning him and stuff like that. And she asked the right questions and stuff like that. And you could kind of see him dip and dash a little bit, kind of like how Uni did. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We don't want to start going like down analyzing him, but we know that he's been slighted by Uni, right? And like, we're not going to understand his whole story either, but we can get the affect from him. But you know what happened? Like, I think the big thing that happened last night with him is like, that girl jumped up and she set this tone, and Queen said this earlier. She set this tone. I'm not saying it's good or bad, and I'm indifferent to it, but she did set a tone. And then the chat followed, and then all these other people came from other communities, and then all of a sudden it was about kick him, get rid of him, we're bored, da-da-da. But that's not what this is about. You could be friggin' bored, you know, like sometimes, like, I don't know. Like, I think if people got like too petty, too caught up in the weeds with all of this, right?
I hear what you're saying, but I just feel like that guy is the wrong guy.
I was one of those saying the contrary last night. Like, at some point, it just becomes he's here just to drone on and talking about things that don't, I mean, none of us were going in that deep and trying to figure it out, or did many of us care to? I mean, maybe some did.
I care too. I thought that's what we do here. I thought that's what we cared to do, is to, I thought if we were trying to understand the behaviors and patterns of Uni. That's why I thought this guy, and I listened to him, you know, like on EKC, just because I wanted to hear from a different community's perspective. I think we could actually gain a lot from that, guys. I mean, I think it's not, you can't always hate and close people off just because, and yes, I think people definitely 100% have like a background and don't like this Steve McRae guy. That's, I hear that. I hear it, but like, I don't like somebody enough to hate them. You know, I don't like there's a lot of people I don't like enough on here to hate them. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you have to like somebody to hate them. And like, how could you hate somebody if you don't even freaking know them? Just because so-and-so said like, we should hate him. Okay, let's hate him. Let's like dogpile on him and like not listen to what he has to say. Yeah, he was talking in circles. He was like the same kind of Uni talker. Like, I couldn't understand what he was saying. I was like, this is going nowhere fast. And it was good that, you know, it you know, ran its course, I guess, on Queens. But that's what I love about Queen Bee's channel, because all kinds of people come up, they share their experiences, they share their opinions, and they should have like an open place for it, not people being like rude. But that happens. Like, that's you can't control people chatting, you can't control what people say. I mean, on the panel you can, and like Steve thought that the panel was very respectful. If anything, it was the chat that was getting a little bit rude, but that happens. It's like you know, and then people play back and forth and joke around, and I think that's what, you know, we get jokey over here with things, and like it's a good way to like deal with stuff. Humor is a great way to deal with stuff. So I'm not saying like, you know, but there's people that wanted to know things, and then there was people wanted to just like dogpile, I guess is the best word, on this guy because they don't like him. And I just found that very yucky, truthfully. Just me, my opinion. I don't feel yucky.
But there were some points, Ellie, that he was just here to speak poorly about KJ, the woke cab.
I don't think he was. Maybe he started because he had to explain his experience as a whole to like get back to. I think it was too complicated to jump on a panel for. Like when I went over to EKC and like listened to it this morning, like now I kind of understand a little bit more. But I don't want to understand the whole thing. I just wanted a simple explanation, and there's not a simple explanation. That's a thing. And we can't like, and that's the whole goes back to this whole thing. Like where you don't experience these things with people. know these things about these people until you experience things with these people, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is a good learning experience. I like to take this YouTube platform world for me, not in a negative way. I don't want to become a hater. I will never become a hater. Like I will never like hate all the time about these, you know, like I like to hear all kinds of opinions about things. I wish Uni would jump up still, like, and
He
say he will never, because he's too backed into a corner with all of this, you know.
He backed himself into a corner. He took. He went back
put
and forth,
himself
turning around.
there.
Oh
Put himself
yeah.
there.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
I don't agree with Fireman a lot, right? I don't agree with I don't.
Right.
It's a minute one. I'm sorry, but what she said is true. Listening to a perspective that has no more credibility than Uni probably isn't a good idea. Research the person before listening to them, and that's the truth. That's really the truth with this guy.
Because you can use like his credibility can discredit the credibility.
Yes.
But if you listen to just his words about Uni, like, I mean, and his experiences with Uni, that's all we really needed. And he did go off on tangents, but I think it's and he's like a commentary channel, so he's used to doing all of that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think, you know, you just can't take it too seriously but you also like, you just look at the pattern, that maybe not the details, but the pattern of the story, the affect when he's talking about it. Like he just wanted to make sure that this doesn't happen again in another community, I think.
Right.
You know,
that's what I feel like too. Right.
I think he just jumped on a bandwagon. That's kind of what I took from it a little bit. Yeah, he has his own thing with Uni, but once he saw this come out, you know what I mean? Just like he did on Vedas.
Well, but not only that though, I didn't go into Uni either. You know what I'm saying? And I had people saying, "Don't fuck with him. He's not a good person. He's not good people. He does this, and this." And I didn't really.
That's for you to find out, not for you to be told.
Either that girl.
You know what I mean? I just didn't really, you know.
The chat was dogpiling a little bit last night. Kick him, get rid of this guy. He's this, he's that. I saw it.
Yeah, they were.
Whatever.
They were.
It was.
I went back and watched
you don't
it.
have to think it. Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
Because
I didn't think it was. I thought it was a pretty equal split. I thought it was about half the chat was like, come on, let's go to something else. The other half of the chat just really didn't. Either in like maybe a quarter of the chat. So maybe it was 3/4. Quarter.
It is what it is, right?
They're not like I guess they know about him as well. You know what I mean? I mean, the last time I saw him on with Veda, you know, the way he talked about nonsense and this and that and whatnot.
That was something that I found shocking. If this guy wants us to believe that he's such a scholarly person, but he is like tight with Tube Top Tammy,
yeah,
your credibility there, dude. Like you just shot yourself in the foot with me. And that's where I kind of that's where I was like, all right, take my fingers off the keyboard, because what he kept saying was like he brought it up a couple of times. And when I asked for clarification, I said, oh, wait. Are you meaning that he's friends with Tube Top Tammy? Because that's all I need to know. You're no longer credible in my book. If you want me to believe that you're this big critical thinker and you've started all of these communities and all of this and that you're a good person, but yet your biggest friend that you're uber tight with is Tube Top Tammy, get the fuck out of here, dude. You lost your ability to tell me how to think. Go away.
You guys remember I was like, I made a fake account to troll Veda.
Well, no, I feel like he wasn't. I don't feel like he was trying to tell you how to think. And that's the thing too, though, is you got to look at this. You know what I'm saying? This is my panel. It is my channel, and I do like to keep it open. If you have to sit on your hands, then you need to jump down. You know what I'm saying? If that's what it's coming to, then you have. You know what I'm saying? You have to be respectful.
I wasn't.
Hey, I can't. If I'm not able to, you know what I'm saying? Then I need to go. I need to jump down, and you know what I'm saying? Come back up when you can. You know what I mean?
No, I was in chat
for anybody.
When I was listening. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I meant when I was.
I
in
do
chat
that
last
if I don't want to be
listening.
around. It's hard to control chat, especially with like these different communities. I think that came in to hear about this because Uni brought in these different communities that have cited him before because they wanted to hear about our experience with.
Well, that's the thing is I asked him to come up here. I didn't set up a live stream. He didn't come in the chat saying, "Hey, can I come on your panel? I want to come on your panel. I need to tell you about Uni. I need to tell you. I need to come up there. Can I have the link?" Nah, he just came in the chat and said something, and I said, "Hey, I seen that you had tagged me, you know, Steve McCraig. You want to come up here for a second?" So, you know what I'm saying? It was me that asked him to come up here. So I just felt like when people were being fucking shitty and rude, I wasn't happy about it. That's all.
Yeah, I was looking back at the checks. I was like,
because I mean, you don't have to be shitty and rude to not like somebody or get along with them. You can still be, you know what I'm saying? You can still call them out and not be, you know, like.
You can give your opinion and not be a jerk about it. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
You know.
Yeah, I think that's like a good lesson to be learned with all of this. Like,
Well, and like I said, I mean, there is no respect, there is no safe space on the internet. I get that. Like, I do try to provide a platform where everybody can come and speak their minds and say what they need to say. Sometimes things get out of hand. Sometimes emotions get heated. Sometimes things, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It is what it
We
is.
talk about hard things and they're not, you know, sometimes people get upset and I understand that, you know, people have different emotions and different opinions and you know what I mean?
It's not a
But I feel
vacuum.
like this is a place where we can all come together where different people can hop up on panel and talk. I enjoy hearing different people's sides and stuff. And you know what I'm saying? If they have something they want to speak on, I enjoy hearing that. You know what I mean? Like I want to know.
Me too. That's what I love about your channel. Most of like the biggest thing that I think that separates you from a lot of the other, like every other space I've encountered on here mostly is that, Queen, is like your ability to, you want to see every perspective of something. And I think that's a good lesson, a good way to live. I think in general, we can't just take other people's opinion. You know, BTIM is always like receipts. I want to see this from myself. I think there's like a lot of things that we can learn from this and like prevent another uni from like coming into our midst and not like recognizing him until it's like too late that it's already gone to this crazy place, you know?
I think like that's kind of the reason why, okay, because I definitely agree with that girl as far as like uni just comes off as hella messy, right? And that's why I came up and I kind of walked it back a little bit because look, we're here to have an open panel and adult discussion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of we've allowed, you know, Mallory up here, even fucking Dolly came up here for 1.2 seconds to do the Kanye West bit. And it's just like that. Like we don't always have friends up here, you know? So, and that's important to maintain that. And, you know, like to have discussion and stuff like, he had to be kept in line, like to stay on topic and stuff, you know? And I, that's important. That was the most important part. Cause you know,
he went off on a tangent for sure.
Like, well, yeah, like all of my experience with him, he will take like advantage of every situation he has to kind of like, okay, me and KJ and blah, 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 me and KJ, Katie Joy. Like, and then Tim was like, well, hey, you know, we don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, well, to be fair, anybody that knows his name only knows him from talking about KJ. So there's that, right? But you know, explaining that part to get to the part where he met Uni, I get it, but
yeah, skip to the good part right here because this is the part.
Other than that, like all the
I wasn't interested in hearing all the bullshit and all the history and all that. I wasn't interested in all that. Basically, I just was, you know, pretty much only interested in the stuff that happened with him and Uni, you know, and that was that.
Yeah, he had to be corralled.
He's very long-winded with his answers.
But see, like I said, shit went to hell in a handbasket because he wasn't up here 5-10 minutes, and I had to step away. And like I said, that's why I apologized, and I should have been more responsible. And you know what I'm saying, when I asked him to come up here, but something came up, and I had to step away. That's just what it is.
And then I jumped down, and I didn't see your DM to be like, "Hey, stay up there for a second." And I was like, "Fuck, dude!" Like, now it's double shambles, bitch. Like, what are we gonna do now?
This place isn't a vacuum. Things aren't perfect. It's not like an ideal situation. Things happen. Queen has to step away. That's the magic of everything.
Like we were talking about earlier, it's like you know, there was like 3 or 4 different communities coming together. So that's gonna be a lot of
everything.
You know,
yeah. That's why the chat was in shambles. It really wasn't the panel, and he didn't think that he had like I said earlier, he had like a very positive experience. Like as he was saying, he thought, you know, it was for him, I guess, from his perspective.
Every time I corralled him back to the point, he took it really well. Like me interrupting his spiel. Yeah, he took it really well. Every time he was like, okay, that's fair. Okay, anyways. And then he'd go back to it. And then like when
there's a lot of stuff there. It's very complicated, I think. It's a complicated situation, the whole thing.
At one point, there was no more he could say. And I was about to kind of be like, okay, do you have anything else to say? And he said, basically, my bottom line here is just not just believe Uni. And I said, you know, I was just going to ask you what your last statement was going to be before you stepped down. And he took the hint and he left, you know?
Yeah. Well, it seems
And
like you were like telling him kind of to leave a little, right? Or ish. I don't know. That's what my
well,
guy.
like it was like he came to his point, and I felt like no more else could be said, and he took like the hint, like, because I was like, you know what, that I was just gonna ask you what your closing statement would be, and that's a perfect one. And he didn't take offense to it. It's just like that there was nothing more that could really be said. Do you know what I mean? I felt like he took everything really well, considering like the chat was off the chain. You know, the panel, I don't feel like me and Tim were rude to him.
No, he said everybody was very respectful. I said, like what I heard on him on EKC, he said it was a good experience. They wanted to hear my side of the story, you know, my experiences with uni. I mean, I think it's his experiences. I'm sorry, my dog with the Katie Joy thing is just so complicated. I still don't have it's so complicated. So I think it's hard. He was trying to explain something quickly, and people were getting impatient. They were getting bored by it. They thought they didn't, but you kind of have to know some of this backstory to kind of understand where this guy is coming from. Do you know what I mean? So that's the part where I think, you know, but I get it. People get frustrated. You get impatient. Look at my dog. She's impatient right now with me.
He went
But you
into,
know,
like the suing thing, you know what I mean, and the lawsuits and this and that, and that got confusing to me, like real confusing. I'm like, what?
There's not enough time in the year to explain those two. So,
Yeah.
you know,
that's
it's like,
yeah.
I watched a lot of those streams and still was like, I'm not even sure who the victim here is, because both of you have like gone at each other crazy.
Right. I know.
You
And
know,
even when
like-
he's, even when he said, I'm not gonna get into it. Yeah. It seems like it was like everybody was getting sued. I mean, there's a lot there, and it doesn't really have to do what does it have to do with uni? Where does uni come into this?
I will say this though, this is just like kind of like on a side note. When I hear somebody say like, I started this community, and then they just like, you can shout people out, and you can give them props, and you can do all these things for them, but supporters are not going to stay just because you shouted them out. They have to be interesting people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Like Queen's acknowledged that when she's like shouted somebody out and supporters are over there. She's like, I can't make supporters stay. They stay because they want to stay. You know what I mean? Like that's just the way it is. You know, you can't. Yeah. I can shout out people and be like, hey, go check them out. They might check you out. If they're not your cup, you're not their cup of tea, then they ain't staying. You know,
you can lead a horse to water, but you know you can't make them drink if they don't want to drink that water. Then
it takes time to get to know somebody. You know, I'm sorry about my dog.
But it rubs me the wrong way when I hear somebody like take all like kind of credit, like weird like that. Like that was like totally off the subject, but when I was hearing him say it, I was like, oh God, don't say that.
I know, yeah.
Don't say that.
I can see you get frustrated a little bit at times, a little frustrated, like, you know, we're just getting
somewhere. Oh, God.
Just...
I'm so glad that Queen was late letting me back on after the felon comment, because I was about to go clean the fuck off on him. And I was like, you know what? I need to put my adult foot forward and maintain the open panel and be a good mod and be a good panel guest. And I'm just going to talk in a normal voice and not be like, look, motherfucker. Like,
you know where you're at, you know what I mean?
But yeah, no, and everything happens for a reason, you know, and so at least I believe that. And so I had some time to cool off for a second, and I was like, look, hey, there's felons here. We don't judge on past and stuff like that. So, you know, felons aren't just felons. There's people that are convicted of the R word are not just felons to us. They're on a whole nother level. And the felons we associate with, you know, when in house, like, are basically, you know, in charge of making those motherfuckers feel real bad about themselves. Let's just say that much.
Yeah.
You know,
I think we're all just so different too. I mean, you know, in this space, like, remember the other night when like Rabbit mentioned that, and I read that comment out. I was like, oh, about like and like the whole thing with her calling like JLR's probation officer.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I got that. That was my mom and it was a threatening letter. I mean, but like, I get where like people are coming from in this community. Like you don't just call people probation officers. That's like fucked up. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I get.
and then come to find out, Rabbit meant the total opposite. Like, hey, that could really screw that guy's future up. Like, he's
Of
not even
course, that's what she
violating.
meant. You guys,
Right, and it wasn't just an open-ended question. Do you know what I mean?
It wasn't
like,
yeah. I mean, it could
right.
be open ended or it could be closed. It could be direct or it could be open. Like I think it was like what this whole thing was in that question in a way, because the safety of like Queen was thrown into this by Uni, and that was what got me upset about it. Truthfully, that's why I think I'm upset about it more than anything else. Like somebody, I don't know. It's like somebody that he made it into something that it wasn't, and. We were on to him, of course. Of course, we were on to him, but he still tried to dupe us. I hate to be duped. Do you guys like to be duped? No.
Right. No.
That goes
Don't
back, by the way,
like being duped. Being duped sucks.
Sucks. And I think he's a duper. He dupes people, Uni. You know what I mean?
He's an artist, yes.
I felt like there was duper's delight in that, especially the one post that was like, who's the only one not making money off my docs? And then the one that was about, well, I would show you the letter, but now everybody's making fun of me or whatever. I know.
Yeah.
There were those other two small posts.
But he sure the fuck monetized his stream when he was talking about them doxing me and showing my shit, wasn't he? That's sure the fuck he did.
And
nonsense.
And
I know
nonsense.
that I apologize and very, very much meant it for, mooing in the chat or whatever, but I'm not willing to take that I set the tone for the chat. There were other people besides me.
Oh, not for the chat.
I'm not done,
panel.
please. I'm not done, please.
Okay.
There are other people besides me who know exactly who he is and felt the exact same way I did and did before I came up and said anything and would long after. So did I come up and say something to my friend because it's, again, my opinion that they're birds of a feather? Damn right I did. If it's an open panel for opinions can include, hey, fuckery's afoot and more's coming this way.
It is, but they trust you. Like I said in our chat, they trust you. You're one of like the, you know what I'm saying? One of the people that have been around here.
The way Ellie's up here wording it is like
it's not like
the
that.
way
It's just
I
like they-
feel about the way she works.
No, I'm
trust your
sorry.
opinion.
Dogpile him.
I didn't say you were dogpiling him. I said like you came up.
You started it out with Queen even said that Angela set the tone.
What? And
everybody knows it. It doesn't matter.
I don't even know that girlfriend. So there you go. I'm not like
it doesn't matter. That girl, you said that girl.
Okay.
Regardless, that's how I took it. I'm allowed to take it if I take
it. Okay, I'm going off because Queen actually said it, and it was something I was thinking, because when you did come up, I went back and I watched it too, because I wasn't here the whole time he was speaking. I kind of came in halfway through and I was like, let me go back and watch it. And I went back and watched it and I saw you pop up and say what you said. And I feel like Queen usually is that person, but she maybe wasn't around at that moment. And so that actually kind of set the tone for Steve, for his thing. And that's all I'm saying. It didn't set the tone for chat, but then the chat, like Queen just said, they respect you. They know you. They love you. We all do. And so that kind of set the tone for the whole thing.
Well, like when I wasn't here, you know what I'm saying? And I like, as soon as you had said that, and then he's like, hey, can I respond? You were like, nope, I'm sick, bye.
No, I said you can respond, and I said yes, sir, but I'm not staying up here. I said please do.
Yeah, but then right after that, I had to jump off, so I wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? It was like right after that, so I wasn't here to.
And I like
go with him, talk to him,
get to know Steve shit, because again, Steve is bringing up an SA claim from another creator that has nothing to do with Uni. And
that's why I said I need to take responsibility for not being up here, because I should have been in control of my chat and I should have been in control of my fucking panel.
I'm more responding to what Ellie's been up here.
Like I felt like I was wrong for that. Like I should have been here. I should have been. You know what I mean? Like I should have been up here to. You know what I mean? Like keep track of the chat, keep track of the panel.
I'm more responding to what Ellie was up here saying. Like, nobody needs to get to know Steve Auer. Queen invited him up to talk about his experience with uni. That has nothing to do with all these lawsuits and SA claims and
Well, we can't.
Yeah, he was like
and all
going back.
these other
Yeah,
things.
We can't
It was,
control what comes out of his mouth when we
Right.
ask him questions. He's
and you can't
long-winded.
control the chat when they don't want to fucking hear it.
Exactly. Gosh,
Well,
seriously, I know
she,
that.
Ellie agreed with me that he needed to be corralled back in, though. Like, she did agree that he was running his
I
mouth.
tried to corral him.
I
I go,
just
what does this
found
have
that
to do
to
with
be
uni?
like
I don't
over
know.
the fucking top for him to even come up here and try to bring that up again.
I thought it was very interesting and good to hear his side of the story, and I continued
I'm
watching his
talking
side
about
of the
the
story.
SA claims, Ellie,
Whatever.
specifically.
It wasn't. I didn't even hear that part, and I didn't even know. So there you go. So I didn't even hear that part. I was just here to hear his experience with uni, and yeah, he should have been corralled back, right? But he's long-winded. He comes from the commentary community. He has his own experiences with this whole thing, and he was just trying to explain it, probably from a guttural place at points. Because when you see it happen to other people, and it's already happened to you, it's you have to see it through
I
different
don't have
lenses.
I don't have as much emotional sympathy towards him as you do.
I have emotional sympathy for people in general. I don't want to like just discount people if I don't know them. That's just me personally. We're all different, right?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you have you have experience with knowing, like, you've seen the shit they've pulled. You've watched it. I mean, I haven't. I don't think Ellie has. I don't know. Have you seen
I
the
think
KJ?
I'm also irritated that I didn't say something louder and sooner about uni. But you know,
Well,
did.
you know what though? Listen, that's the thing too. Is even if you did, you know, I do give people chances, and then you've said it before. You know, like, I don't know why the fuck. You know, you try to warn me, and I'm like, oh, let's just see, and and I shouldn't do that. Obviously, like I said, I need to stop fucking taking up for people, promoting people's channels, fucking, you know what I'm saying, doing that kind of shit, because I
It'd
get
be
people
different if they didn't come in to use you, but all these
it
people
fucking bites me in the ass every time.
Yeah.
That's because
honestly, though, it's not the same effect when you take someone else's word, though. It really isn't. You have to kind of have a learned experience. You know what I mean? So, I mean, just be mindful of taking up for people, but still, on the other hand, you really got to have your own experience clean. You know?
Yeah, it starts from the top up with something like this, especially, you know, like, and Queen does
But we
set the
talk about
tone.
behaviors all the time, repeating behaviors, right?
Right.
I'm just talking the tone in general of like the whole thing. And like the thing is with Queen, like I think it works so well is because she trusts people on her panel to like run it when she's not here. Like B Tim was there. Like, you know what I mean?
Great job dismissing Steve.
Everybody did a great job in their own
The
way.
he did it was tactful, and the timing was good. And he had said what he needed to say and was doing nothing but going off about things that had nothing to do with anything. So I personally appreciated how Cappy drew the conclusion. It was like, point made. I thought that was like great.
Right. And I didn't want to argue with him either about like not the essay claim with the KJ, but the having the convicted R word on his panel when he said, "Hey, you know what? Like, I did what I did, and I didn't associate with it afterwards. And if you didn't like it, then you'd have to watch it." And I was like, "Hey, fair enough." Anyways, moving on. So when was the last time you talked to Uni? Like, because I'm not looking to make friends with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was
And it's not a get
long-winded.
to know Steve McRae panel.
Of course it wasn't, but I think to explain this complex past, it came across that way. And we did try to, I even said, okay, now what does this have to do with Uni? You know, I tried to bring it back, but he's a long-winded guy. And it was impatience,
Well, and that's
maybe.
the thing too, is I thought you did pretty good trying to research, you know, trying to get things figured out. Cause like I said, all in all, it's for people. It's, you know, for him to come up. We've been around Uni, you know what I mean? So you guys can judge him on your own, but you know what I'm saying? For him to come up, for Steve or whatever to come up, he can tell you what he needs to tell you. And then you can judge that from there. You guys, you know, think on you guys, you know what I'm saying? Think for yourselves. I mean, you can judge for yourselves. You know what I mean? You know.
Oh yeah. The only reason I even jumped up and said what I said is because let's not go into this with another victim mentality. This
I get
not
that.
just some victim. Hello, that was it.
But we all come. Sorry,
I wasn't unkind to him. I don't think so. That's a matter of opinion. Because they told me I was being unkind the other day, and I explained to them the lengths I was going in which to be kind. And suddenly they realized that they were looking at things from an entirely different perspective than I was.
Well, we all do. That's what the whole thing that I think I'm trying to get my point across is that we all come at this with different experiences. Some people know Steve McRae slightly more maximum amounts. You know what I mean? So we can't.
Well, for me, it's not about him. It's about in general.
It isn't about him.
The truth isn't mean or pretty. It's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that irritates you.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
irritates
it
me.
can be the truth, but like I said, that's just what it is. Well, I wanted to hear it, and I fucking brought him up here and then turned around and left. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't even get to hear the shit.
Well,
no, yeah, I really didn't. And that's the thing. Like I said, I was grateful that Cappy tried to keep him on track. And like I said, you had came up, but you weren't here to stay. You wasn't. You know what I'm saying? You weren't able to stay here.
Good
So
even
somebody
do it.
had to keep him on track. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just knew what was coming. I wasn't feeling good enough to even do it, especially.
Well, I mean, you didn't give me any kind of warning either, really. I mean, we hadn't talked about it prior because we didn't know he was coming up. It was kind of just.
No, there was no warning.
So.
That happened all very organically, but
But no, the chat. I mean, but that is the thing, though. The chat does trust you. You are very important. They do love you. They do trust your word. And when you got up here and you know what I'm saying, set shit. You just laid it down like you did. They were like, "Whoa, fuck this," and they weren't willing to give him an opportunity to talk about shit.
Those people were speaking like that before I ever came up.
I did see it in the chat.
There's a lot. I'm sorry, but I can't. I just do not have this big influence you think I do. Other people besides me know who he is.
I'm not saying you have a huge influence. What I'm saying is certain people were when you were, you know what I'm saying, when you came up and said whatever all that was that you had said about him or whatever. There was a few people who weren't even willing to listen to shit he had to say. Nothing.
Oh, all I said is that he's like Unirock. Like they're like.
But the thing is, people respect you, that girl, and like you dropped that and then you left and you didn't really get to explain yourself maybe as much as you are today. Now I kind of understand it more, but like I think people respect you. So it did set a somewhat of a tone. I'm just saying it did. That's how I explain it. That's how I'll still explain it. You know what I mean? Because it's what I saw from my own eyes. And we all have different experiences in this space. We all come at it with our different pasts, our different things that have happened to us that bring us to this point. Do you know what I mean? And you
totally.
on
that's
this,
why I told you I just agree to disagree with that.
Okay. I'm sure trying to explain myself. And
no, I'm listening. I'm just
okay.
That I just
let me say something.
I don't want to
say
get into
something
it with you guys. You know,
let me say something on it. Okay, so that could be a learning experience for the chat as well. Okay, because where there is influence there, and maybe there was a tone set, and there's love and respect and all that stuff. They're all adults with accounts, and maybe need to not be as influenced, and maybe do a little more critical thinking.
That's true.
Yeah, I took that away from what Queen said this morning. You've got to remember, this is her panel, and she means open panel. Open panel means open panel. Open panel doesn't mean vacuum chamber. Like, we have to see both sides of it. That was why I stayed in chat, and I am sorry for my part in being disrespectful yesterday evening. I'm an adult, and I should have removed my fingers from the keyboard before I said anything untoward. I'm sorry for being disrespectful.
Well, no, and that's all good. But like that girl, like, you know what I'm saying? When you said you jumped down, and then you was, like you said, it was funny. You were talking shit in the chat and you were going back and forth, and people, you know what I'm saying? They were joking with you. They were going back and forth with you. You know what I mean?
I saw the most of, like, legit, what I saw the most of and was doing the most of was an emoji of people lighting a doobie. Like, that's what the most I saw in chat.
Go back and read it. Grandma Sherry told me to jump off and go on Steve McCrae's panel and talk about it with him over there. I thought that was a little bit rude, truthfully. I'm going to be honest. I don't want any drama, but I would never say that to somebody in the midst of a conversation when we're trying to figure out who cares with this guy? Who cares if you like this guy or dislike this guy? Let's try to just look at what he's saying and try to apply it to this uni situation. But that didn't work, obviously, with this guy, right? And we all became.
I agree with you there, Ellie. I do, because that is respect to the open panel.
Points in the beer.
Hold on, hold on, Cap. I didn't hear you. Go ahead. Hold on. Cappy, go ahead. I didn't hear what you just said.
I agree with you there, Ellie, because and I love Grandma Sherry, but I agree that speaks to our open panel, and respect to the open panel is that he's here for discussion and you guys were clearly, like, and I was too, clearly trying to corral him into the subject So to say for you to go somewhere else and talk to him isn't respecting the open panel. And she came up and she took accountability this morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she apologized for that. I'm just explaining to you what it was and like
Right.
what the other stuff that I saw. And it just seemed that's what I said was dogpiling. The only kind of dogpiling I've ever seen in this space ever, truthfully, it was last night. Was during that little where they wanted him out of there right away. I'm sure it's happened before. I'm not a big chatter. I'm more of a talker than a chatter. But I was reading the chat because I was trying to just listen a lot and
it was shitty.
It got shitty. It got fun. You guys being funny.
I saw emojis. I saw some jokes.
Go back and read it, that girl. Go back and read it.
I really don't want to. I'm not going to lie to you and be like, okay, I will, because I'm not going to. But Grandma Sherry, I didn't see her say that. I didn't. But I also know, like, on the flip side of that, when 90% of the chat is like feeling some type of way, it is normal to try to change the course of the panel.
Yeah,
so maybe that's all
it.
she was trying to do. I don't think she was just being evil.
No, of course not. She's like the sweetest.
Yeah,
funny
Ellie knows
about
she
it.
didn't have
Oh
bad
my god, I love
intention.
her. I love her. I'm just saying, like, it was an interesting thing for me to witness. I'm not like judging any of
You
it. I
should
don't
go
do
back
that.
and watch the day Ryan came on panel. There,
Can I just say one thing real quick? Because
What's up,
I gotta put these hands in some potting soil and touch that earth. But I did not see this all because I've only caught about the first 40 minutes of Queen's Live so far. But I did see that girl what she said, and I feel like there's a lot of new people around here, and I'm still considered new, right? I've only been here since Ryan hopped up here, so that's not even been a full year yet.
Me too.
That girl is extremely protective of Queen because she has seen Queen go through some shit and
Definitely.
seen Queen be used
Yeah, for sure.
and abused by these channels. So when I saw that this morning, I don't, like I said, I haven't heard everything today either. But when I saw that this morning, I knew it was just coming from a place of protectiveness. But maybe I can
Yeah,
also
for
see where
sure.
people who haven't been around this long didn't see that. But I get what you were trying to do. You just wanted to protect Queen because she has
course.
been used by these channels over and over.
Exactly. And she's probably, that girl's probably seen that a lot, I'm sure.
Well,
And
they do, and that's what I'm saying in the chat. I mean, a lot of people in chat are, you know, have been around for a while. They know, they trust that girl. They've watched her, you know what I'm saying, stick up for me because of the shit that's went on. They've seen shit, you know what I mean? Like, they know.
I'm tired of watching you get used, Queen. I'm fucking
It
sick.
happens all the fucking time, and you tell
It's
me
all the time,
fucking time.
and your fucking feelings get hurt by it all the fucking time.
Yeah,
and I'm
because I
sick of
think
fucking
people are good
hurting
people and
you.
they turn out to be shit, and it sucks that
Yeah.
people can't fucking just be good goddamn humans. Fuck,
Yes.
it's kinda hard.
Cappy may be right about what she said earlier. Maybe y'all created a monster, but fuck that, man. Y'all were right. I had my ass and I was simping for fucking idiots who were liars and cheats and fakes. And now that I fucking see the difference and here we are 3 years later, it's like, no, this shit's 4 years old. Don't come around here with that. Keep it over on your side.
Well, I've only seen it for 8 or 9 months, but I've seen it happen repeatedly.
I've
So
been
I can't
watching this-
imagine someone who's been her friend and stood by her for 3-4 years.
It'll be
How
6
many times?
this summer, and these bitches that we're talking about now, all these crazy fucking people, and Steve and Uni and KJ, is where I started. I ain't trying to go back there, especially not with somebody that I love that they're going to use. And if that makes me set in a tone, then fuck it. Because I'm sitting here going back and forth. Well, next
See, and that's the thing too, is I haven't been around that long. See, like that's the thing, is you know a lot more. You've seen these people in action. And that's the biggest thing. Is, you know,
and now I feel bad. It's like, so do I just shut the fuck up next time? But then when I do and things go bad, it's like, well, why do you say anything? But Cappy's right. People have to learn for themselves. So either way, I'm fucked, right? Sorry, I set a tone. Like, I don't even know what to
you know what, that girl, it's either it's you can't win for losing in this type of situation. And it's like the reality of it is that people are going to continue, even if she puts her guard up, people are going to continue to try and use her and quote unquote network while shamelessly plugging their shit and doing all kind of shit like that. They're going to continue to do it. So we just have to like play it by ear going forward, and you know, and try to, you know, put out their opinions without like, because I can get heavy too.
And I didn't realize he was coming up right that second either, you guys. Like, I thought that I was beating him to the punch and I could just be like, girl, this is going to be Molly, girl, you in danger, and just go back to being. because that's literally what that was. And
you would think the girl.
With Steve, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's what
Yeah,
I
you could tell you didn't know he was on panel when you
I
started
really
talking.
didn't. And I wasn't rude to him. I'm not going to be rude to him. I don't hate him. I never set a tone of hate. I don't even hate the people I should. And that's just true. I just don't, for many, many, many reasons that have nothing to do with this fucking panel right now. But if I set a tone of protection and beware, then fuck it. That's the tone that I want to set, because people need to beware. People need to listen and not just be like, oh, this guy listened to all these stats he's quoting, and this channel he has with this many followers and this many blogs, and oh, he must really know what he's talking about. And oh, he had a bad experience with uni too. Oh, poor Steve. And then next thing you know, we're sucked into their last half decade of shit.
Yep.
Well, and you know what? Even besides like just being protective of Queen and stuff, like, you know, a lot of supporters get upset that we let Mallory up, we let Dolly up for the 8.2 seconds. Like, people get upset about that. They feel betrayed when we're not even making friends with these people. So it's like Steve kind of falls into that category a tiny bit, even though he's not as prevalent in what we call out on the daily, like Mallory and Dolly might be.
And he's not like either, I don't think. You know,
he's not as important to our situation, but it's kind of the same thing. It's like a lot of personal feelings out there, when in reality, it's like, you know, it's not even really that fucking deep. No one's like having slumber parties and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
that's kind of how I felt about, like, and I'm wrong according to you guys, and I accept that, but I still feel that if the chat doesn't like the panel guests, they should be able to say so. I go as far as to think that we should be able to super chat them off the panel. And I think that should be a rule at all times. But it's not the panel, and I don't get to make that decision. Or we would be super chatting people off
only with Lycan
once a week.
Yeah.
Only with Lycan. I accept that. I'm
sorry,
kidding.
but I think that if it's going south and the chat majority rules, if you want to pay to vote somebody up, you should be able to, including me. Fuck it. But that's again just my personal.
But that kind of takes away from the open panel a little bit. Like,
yeah,
it's just,
I guess I agree.
See,
you're right.
I think there's certain people that, like, maybe like say like a Lycan or a JT, who have well, he's the one person not allowed up here, but absolutely have nothing to bring to the conversation. Like, they only want to troll and make people like weirded out, and they just want to do like like, I feel like not even Mallory or Dolly are as bad as like that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
in my head at least. And
I know, I get it. And
it's mostly because of like the racism and trans bashing like type stuff they do.
I'm still thinking about, you know, 3-4 years ago when there's 30 of us in chat and 3 bitches up on panels screaming and kind of anything goes. I do still have a little bit of that mentality in me of being to say what I want. And, you know, I just feel like, I don't know, I guess open chat isn't necessarily like the safest way to take the direction of anything for anybody, but I don't know. I obviously missed some really bad comments. I'm pretty good at ignoring filth. And I don't want to go back and read it.
It was mostly like stuff like leave and buy and get out of here and like you're whatever dumbass, like get out of here. It was a lot of
like
that.
A little cow, so I called him one, and then I was like, he said something else, and I was like, moo moo moo, and I was like, bitch, stop typing in the chat, and I did. I stopped, and I didn't type anything else.
And I stopped.
But that, I mean, doesn't that kind of go back to what you have witnessed and seen, and you don't want to see didn't want to see a repeat of it?
Yes, dude. And how long have we been going through? How long have I been hearing about this fucking letter now? Like, and so now we're going to go on, except for now we're going to dive head first into all the non-consecutor bullshit and everything else. And now Steve's going to be over here droning on every day. No offense, sir, but I don't follow you for a reason. You know, I just know. I can't even express my holy shit, let's not go there enough. But it's not my channel, and I know that. I don't
know. I hadn't listened to him in a long, long time, and I listened to a panel he had with Tube Tough Girl and and someone else, like, talking about the whole like this whole like current climate of like boycott Bud Light because the LGBTQ is targeting children. That kind of fucking like low level, low grade fucking like half wit thinking process I can't fuck with, and I don't care if you don't like me because of bit, you know? Anyway, he was all on top of that shit.
Well,
and I was like, oh, okay.
That's
I get where you're coming from, buddy. Like, whatever.
At all. Like, I'm not even the least bit surprised. Like, not even a little. And Queen can tell me, all right, that girl, well, I want to go live 5 times a day for the next week. What do I tell Queen? I got you, girl. Are you sure? Because if you're sure, I'm sure. And if she says, you know what, I need a break, I'm not going to go live but once a week. What do I tell her? I got you, girl. Whatever is best for you.
Right.
I'm here. I got your back. So
yeah, and you know what, you have too, because there's been times where I'm stressed as fuck. I'm like, you know what, maybe I should just go down to just streaming once a week. You know what I mean? Because it's just getting to be where people are fucking being assholes, and I don't like that. And I like to have fun. I like to laugh. I like to, you know what I mean, talk shit and have a good time. What I don't like is for people to fucking, you know, pull this kind of bullshit when I think they're good fucking people.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I agree, but I don't think you should have your
and
back.
We accepted him with open arms when you gave us the warning on him too. So it's not that I don't appreciate it. It's just I wasn't up here, and I apologize for not being up here because I should have. I'm the one who asked him to come up here, and then
I'm sorry I popped up when I was too sick to stay, but I was literally like having like dizziness and shit. I needed to rest. Like, I wasn't just being a puss. I really needed to rest, and so I should have just not done it. But like, it was really just like it wasn't, I don't know, it just wasn't that big of a thing to me.
It
really isn't when you look at the whole thing, but it's a lesson to be learned. And I think Queen, you know, is going to learn a lesson from this. We all can learn lessons from this. You know what I mean? I think this is like how you get better and stronger as like what you do, you know?
And I will be your biggest cheerleader, and I do have your back no matter what. But if I see we're about to dive off a cliff, I'm at least going to try to throw out a fucking landing pad first. That's all I can say.
I mean, Queen needs people like you to protect her. I mean, it's a crazy space. This space like is tough, and I get it. I get like the wanting to protect your friend.
But you can't throw everything on YouTube.
Well, it's not just her; it's all of us. We're all here.
Yeah,
Ellie. The whole chat is here with us. They're going everywhere we're going. Like, we're here together. It's not just.
I mean, you were protecting like your loyalty to Queen, like, you know, and you did it the other day with the whole probation thing. You know, like, you were very loyal to her. You've seen these streets. You've seen the messiness of these streets. I have not. And I am who I am. You are who you are. We all are who we each are. We're all different. We all have different opinions. We all have different experiences. We see things differently, you know? So I think it's this Lettergate. It got us in a tizzy.
It does have a lot to do with the chat for me, Ellie, because what you don't know is I used to ride or die for a different creator, and I helped build a very strong community in his chat and a very strong rapport with every single one of his followers. And they followed me following him right into some fuck shit. And I will never be that person for the people that I'm around daily again, ever. Never. It just won't happen again. There is other past things that have more to do with it than me just looking out for my girl. Like, I'm not going to be that person again who's like, oh, this is no, as we all jump off a fucking cliff and everybody's following some.
But there was no cliff this guy was not a cliff.
You're missing the point of what I'm saying.
I guess I am.
No, she's like night and day. She's like night and day from what she used to be, and that like draws like fear into her of like, if she thinks something's going to happen, she looks at it as maybe going off a cliff, because she's kind of like, and I'm using the word PTSD like loosely, but like, you know, a little PTSD from when she used to mod from him. I mean, it's literally night and day. She used to be like, hey, maybe I should give this fucking psychotic a chance. Like, oh, you know what? Is that true what they said about them, Cappy? They don't look like they'd be like that. Would they, Queen? She used to be like that. Like, so not mad all the time.
It was
like,
real.
And we were like, girl, we got to get you in a StreamYard and toughen you the fuck up, because you're getting taken advantage of. This is ridiculous. You need to be jaded all the fucking time. And we kind of like created a monster in that way. Like, she's even more like guarded than us. Like, she's like, oh, fuck that. Everybody's out to get us now.
I schooled me on some of this stuff and helped me, you know what I mean? Because of her past experiences.
I mean, look what happened, and me having to deal with the police and all the other bullshit.
Yeah, you've been through a lot. I don't think I would let it get to that. I would leave personally. That's just who I am, though.
You don't realize how quickly it gets to that point, though.
You don't. Yeah, you don't even understand.
Well, I guess I don't, and I like to be naive.
So it's also like a mental defense for you. Is that what you're saying? That girl,
well, no, it's more like, okay, the few times I've done the benefit of a doubt thing, it turns out the same. And I would name names right now, but I think that would be inappropriate, so I'm not going to. but I could give very direct examples of things that have taken place in the last 6 months where I was like, oh, not everybody's that way. And then bam, they really are that way. So I would rather somebody prove that they are not than assume they aren't just to find out they are again. But it's not some defense mechanism. I'm not like I said, I don't hate anybody. I don't give a fuck. I don't need a break. I take breaks all the time. Obviously, I haven't touched my channel but 3 times in a fucking year. It's that when you trust people on this platform and you take them at face value and you have no defense mechanism at all, you get taken advantage of. And that's just how it fucking works.
That's your experience.
No, that's not just my
as a creator. I'm not a creator. I don't have a channel. I'll never have a channel. I think we all have different experiences into this.
Too, Ellie. Cappy was there for it. Cappy was there for it. There's many people here.
Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of people
gave money
have
to
that
the same
experience.
There's many people here right now that gave money to the same bitch faking cancer that I did. It's not just me. This is not just my experience. This was something we experienced as a community before any of y'all were around. Fake unalivings, all kinds of things. Like, it's not just my experience as a creator. It's what I got drugged through with other creators more than anything, quite frankly. But it's how it is. And there have been several people who have faked cancer since, and there will be many who do it after. And that's how this works. You don't have to believe me. It's just what it is.
It's not that I don't believe you. I think it's just like we all have our own, this uni thing is actually a great example of that. Like, we have to get there. Like, look at Nonsense with this uni thing. She has seen this uni since January, and she's been trying to get people to like help her see it, right? And it's been so hard to get people. But once we went all through this Lettergate thing, or whatever the fuck it was, whatever this letter thing was, we all kind of were experiential getting to see what she experienced, right? For the first time with like those eyes. And she's like, oh,
I didn't even know that was going on. So,
I didn't either. I'm giving you some backstory. I'm just giving you like an analogy, with this whole uni thing. So I think that's what happens here. Like, I think for people, and for me personally, I'm just speaking for myself, that I want to like learn about people experientially. I want to find out for myself. I could hear what people are saying.
Okay, and I'll remember that when I watch you donate money to somebody I know doesn't have
money.
I'm going to be quiet.
Are you kidding me? I don't donate money. I have a fucking business. What does donating money have to do with it?
Well, listen to what I'm saying. Quit talking and listening. What I'm hearing is, if I watch somebody experientially learn that they should not be giving money to people who fake cancer on the internet, I should be quiet. And let them
no. It has nothing to do with money. You're totally missing my whole point, I guess.
No, I'm not.
I'm not coming across clear. I have to go in a minute anyway. Like, my business got broken into last night. I gotta call I got like other things I gotta take care of. So
I'm
gonna
bounce,
guys.
Sorry, honey.
I love you guys, and I'm just trying to like explain my point of view. You know what I mean? But
I appreciate that, Ellie. I want you to know that I do. I'm sorry that you're going through. You know what I mean? I know you had a hell of a time.
No big deal.
Did that to you? That's horrible.
I do appreciate you.
It's good. This
is where agree to disagree comes in. This is where agree to disagree comes
right.
Then
it's
we're
also
still all friends.
It comes in though, like, it doesn't have to be. It can be like, okay, I hear you, and here's what I see with that too. It doesn't have to be like an argument or a bad thing. It can literally just be a conversation, can it?
Well, that's what this is trying to be. I'm trying to have a conversation and trying to explain like a point of view in this whole thing that we've just experienced, because I think we could all learn from it. Like, everybody can. We all
totally
for sure. There's definitely a lot I learned from it. That's for damn sure.
Sorry you got broken into.
Oh no, like, it's totally no big. They just took an iPad, and it freaking was the oldest iPad ever. So no big deal.
God, it was the old one.
It's like a good, like, now I'm gonna like buckle down on security. It was like almost like a those blessings in disguise.
If I only took that. Yep. Now you can know exactly what to do to fix that.
Yep. Yeah, I know my weaknesses. No, it's silly.
You got broke into? I missed it because I had to mute for a second.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm sorry.
Business did. That is horrible.
Oh, okay. That's still horrible, but at least it not as violating as the home. Okay.
It's all good. Yeah, all good. But truthfully, like, no, I don't want any of us to, like, I think the beauty of this space is like that we all like have these different opinions. We all come with this different history. I think history is good for like context, but But I think we all have to come about things on our own way, because we are all different and we all have our own processes. We can't force processes on other people for how we live our life. No, I know. I'm not
I
saying.
don't want to come
I'm
across
talking in
that way either.
generalizations. I'm talking in generalizations
No,
here,
that's fine.
girl.
I'm just saying I don't want to come across that way personally. I'm
Well,
sorry. I'll just shut up because I'm obviously offending.
No, it's
That's
okay.
what-
Well, Suggs said no.
I'm
Please
saying
don't
that's not
change
how
Ellie. You
I
did
want.
nothing wrong.
I think it's take a breather time, maybe.
Yeah.
This is one of my cousins that had to hold on. One of my cousins had that happen to her and her husband recently. So sorry to hear that, Ellie.
Yeah.
I got broken into twice in my old place. It's okay. It's actually like, I swear, I'm not even saying this. It's actually a good. The iPad was
It's a
old.
blessing, yeah. They say they took that old ass iPad, but at least now you know, like to, you know what I'm saying, change your locks and
I
you know what I
totally
mean,
trust
do that kind of stuff because
Yeah. It's all
little
good.
fuckers and they're fucking stealing, and I can't stand a goddamn thief anyways, little bastards.
Right?
I hope
It
they have
is.
fucking bad karma. I really do
I
for
do
that.
too. It's so violating.
Fuckers.
Our
So
home thankfully
violating.
has so much protection that I'm not worried about our home. But we've had 2 smash and grabs in freaking California. It seems like every time we go there, even parked in one was parked in a mall
Where they just
parking lot.
snatch your stuff out of your car.
They're so frequent there that they don't even send law enforcement anymore.
Yeah.
They'll write up your report
Oh
and
my
email it to you. Is
Yeah,
what
they
we
just run up on a
got.
store and they smash out the windows. They run in and get shit.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
what they
and
did
see,
the
that's
second
the-
time.
Here, that's not even. It's not even like a felony charge anymore. So just walk in and just start stealing in front of anybody. They just fill
Yeah,
up
they
bags.
do that shit in Chicago too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They did in Cali. I've seen like
But
videos of
Yeah.
it. They walk in to liquor stores, walk out with like shopping bags,
Yep.
and the security guard stands there because he's not going to
Can't
fucking
do
mess with
another.
them.
Yep. Can't do shit
Well,
about it.
It's so frustrating because the time that you have to take to get the new things, like with ours, we did have a laptop stolen, so that was frustrating. But also, like, my whole makeup bag was stolen, and that stuff adds up, but it's also painstaking to replace it all. So it's
Yeah.
frustrating.
Certain things. Yeah. The first time they stole a laptop, this was like 10 years ago. And that was really violating. But this one, I was like, it's an old iPad. You can freaking take it. Whatever. You know what I mean? But it is still violating. It's still violating.
But can't hold on. If it's iPad, if like Apple, can't you track it? Don't you have the? Don't they
I don't
have
know
the
because it's such
tracking?
an old one. I'm gonna try to, like somebody else said that this morning. It's so old, but I think I'd still. I mean, I changed my password and everything on it. On my right, I could possibly, but there's cameras, so they're gonna be able to see what happened. I think outside
Ours
of my
was a
door.
MacBook, and they're so good at it. They instantly disable them so that you can't find them. And
That's what probably
how they
happened. It was probably
sell 'em.
reset like
Yeah.
instantly, but it was so old that they're gonna get like nothing for it. There was like a modem they could have stole, like a not a modem, like a hotspot. I'm like, oh shit, I'm so glad they didn't take that. They didn't take so many things they could have like not stupid things, but like it was probably in and out so fast. You know
Was
what I
it
mean?
last night?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! Because I remember me and you were on Crimes and Fashion in the morning yesterday. I remember you said something you had to leave for work real quick.
Oh
You remember?
yeah. Oh yeah. No, just I work on weekends a lot, but yeah. It's
Isn't
all
that
good.
crazy though? Like Los Angeles and like Chicago, like that was probably one of hundreds of break-ins in our county, like within that fucking couple
Right.
hours. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where
I
other
know.
places it's like, we had a break-in, the first one this month. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
There's so much of that shit here. It's so normalized to where like, oh well, fuck, you know.
oh my god, I hear about it so much. I mean, during the
So much.
pandemic, I mean, so and like when like they even just like broke my windows because they tried to break in during the pandemic, but there was nothing. They broke into a different part, and because they thought it was part of like another store, but they just broke the window. But that's like actually more money than like a shitty iPad in a way.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
It is.
replacing glass is so freaking, I mean, because you have to have them out there right away or to board it up right away, you know? That's like more, like I've
I
seen like
hate
storefronts
like-
being broken in. I hate that so, or even like graffiti. I just hate it because it's just like you have to come paint over it. I mean, I know it's like just annoying in this
And
town.
that is the
I actually like totally fuck with graffiti in certain places. Like
I
I
think
fucking
it's
fuck
great.
with graffiti. I like was friends with a lot
I
of fucking
know.
a lot
I
of
know,
taggers
I
and
like
like
trains
graphic
and stuff,
artists.
I love watching it, like the trains that go by with the
Yeah,
graffiti
in
all
New
on 'em. I
York.
like those.
I think it looks dope, right?
But when it's your business getting
that's the thug in me,
tagged,
though.
it's the worst, guys. When your
Right.
business is like when the like it's like all one color, and then all of a sudden like there's like a conversation between, because if you don't clean it up right away, the other like another gang will come and respond and cross out the
Yeah.
other tag, right? So there's like conversations that are going on. It's like, and you have to
It's
just
like
paint
you
over
can't have
it.
your conversation here. Get the fuck on. Like I don't like it. I don't like seeing it like just blasted on like some ma and pa store but like the LA River cement walls that border that, or like
that's different.
You know,
I think
side of like the side of like an old building that has a bunch of it. Like I like that.
It's
fuck
like an
with that.
art in New York City subways, like subway art. I mean, it's like
For
a
sure.
total subway. It's like so. It's like
But
there's a
just
fine
like
line.
plain like hitting shit up, like I don't fuck with that. Like I'm not 15
like
years old
Elliot
anymore,
was,
you know.
saying with the glass, that was one of the things that was so frustrating because we're in the last time we were stuck in San Francisco, and you got to wait for that specific glass piece for your vehicle to be ordered in, and it took days, and so it's just very frustrating when it happens, and more of an inconvenience than it is anything else.
Well, and like as far as like smash and grabs too, like with like why are they doing that to like ma and pa stores, like, and not like big business stores? I don't like that's really.
They think cash might be around. Like I remember the restaurant
Maybe.
like got broken into. Like this is my old place. Like 3 of us. Like they tried to hit 3 of us. Like within like a 6-week period, and they got into this restaurant and they did get like $800 in cash that wasn't put from the register to the safe that night, and they got that. So like it happens.
It's like in the protest and in the unrest and stuff. Like I guess they'd think about big business and mom and pop, but when a thief doesn't give a fuck, and you'd probably be an easier target because of that. Like less security, more cash around. Like I guess you're right.
Hey, Ellie, could you have your Find My iPad feature on? Can you track it?
I don't think so. Because it's such an old one. I'm gonna look, but I don't think there's any. I don't even want it back, really. I don't know. I mean,
you don't want them trying to break in.
We have like
well, honey, I don't mean to get it back. I mean so that maybe you can help the cops, like find the person, because if there's multiple people that were broken into, maybe you can be the solver of the.
That was 10 years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
I think this is like
all tied together. I was
opportunistic.
gonna say.
No. Oh my God.
We got our own true crime case right here.
I
baby.
know, but I am on the case. Like I'm getting they're looking at the security camera right now from last night and stuff. So it's all good,
Right.
With our smash and grabs though, like they just don't even care. I mean,
they don't care.
It's not worth their time and effort to research and look for who did it.
For the computer, it wasn't.
We
I had a serial number. Yeah, they don't care, right? Cops. I mean, for little things like that. I mean,
they've got other. Yeah, I mean, if it was a home invasion or like a business, like you said, yours.
Yeah,
they might do a little more work on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna file
LAPD has to like kind of like prioritize and choose their battles, and it's sad, but they do.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, there's so many things that they don't. Like really, I'm not going to have like them go after my stupid old iPad, but I'm going to make a police report because like if there's somebody that's trying to mess with our businesses in this complex, you
you have to for insurance too anyway. So
I'm not even doing insurance. Yeah. There's no, I won't even like it. I don't think deductible would even cover like an iPad.
At least like fuck all of it.
Fuck all of it. I'm not even doing anything.
Like the last one where they stole all it was my makeup bag and a computer bag, which is really thankful because next to it were some bags that had quite a bit of stuff in it, but that's all they took. But even just those things, once you add in the window and everything, I think it ended up being like $6,000 just because
window and
things end up costing. But I just hopped up here to say I'm gonna hop back down so I can get these flowers planted, but I just hopped up to say I don't think anyone entered into anything with bad intentions. I think it all came from good places. It just came from different good places, and therefore others might not understand the place they were coming from. And I feel like you guys talking about it and hashing through that is absolutely a great thing. That's all I got.
It is good. It is good to just like, just like let it. So you don't like anything, because I think that happens a lot in this space where people like maybe might like harbor stuff, and if you don't talk it through, right? I think that's where a lot of miscommunication comes from. And I think it's right. We're all like so different, and it's all coming from like, I see where it's coming from with that. Like, I get it. But like, I think once we start like imposing our way that we do things too much on others, that's when it becomes like dangerous. But that's not what
I was doing.
I'm saying that's not what happened here. Do you see stuff? You keep
love you guys. I'll be listening.
I love you all.
I feel some type of way about how something else just went, but I'm trying to be quiet because I'm trusting everybody has good intentions. And I just want to make it perfectly clear because I don't want people running with that opinion and applying it to me, because that's not how I feel. And I don't expect people to do what I tell them, or like who I like, or dislike who I dislike, and I don't hate anybody, and never use those words ever. So that's why I came up here, was to make things clear, because that wasn't my intention or what happened.
Fair
I
enough.
love all of you.
Have a fuck day.
Well, listen, I'm gonna be really honest, and I'm gonna just, if Cappy or that girl come to me and say, hey, I see you've been palling around here, there, or wherever, I honestly know that they're doing that out of the good of their heart, and they don't want to see me regress back into something that's going to be detrimental for me. And then I also know that they're looking out for the hive, for the bullshit that I could step in and bring right back here. So I don't mind letting that girl and Cappy help be my moral compass. I'm just going to leave that where it's at, because they actually
you trust me. See, I don't barely call out shit on my own anymore, because you know what? The fuck is the point? No one fucking listens. So
You and good
egg. You and good
How
egg.
many times have I asked you guys, is this person a good creator, right? Is this somebody that I should be hanging around with or in their chat? I've asked both of you guys that many times. You guys have steered me in the right way.
Awesome.
I want somebody to warn me. Like, I enjoy warnings, so I don't just step straight into diarrhea. That's my preference.
Yeah, that's what I usually try to do. I just like talk about my experience a little bit. But yeah, it's like, I was making a joke though, like, none of y'all listen. No one likes the truth.
Bullshit. If it wouldn't have been for you and
Fuck
Good
y'all.
Egg, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have this spot if it wasn't. Oh my God, the wind just took over.
I was in a chat, Constance was in there, and I wasn't sure. I think they were talking about something that happened, and I asked Constance, I'm like, is this a hive friendly channel chat? Because I don't want to be here if it's not. You know what I mean? Because I am, like, you guys know, I'm very loyal. And Constance filled me in. She said, yeah, it's fine, whatnot. But that's just how I am. You know what I mean? I'm new, kind of like Ellie is around the, Kylie Rodney cases when I came around. I'll give Rhino Church one shout out, and that's it. Because you're a dumbass, I met everybody here, so I can appreciate that from him. And yeah, I do take what you guys say, not lightly. You know what I mean? You guys have been around way longer than I have.
I appreciate
I happen to like that there are people like Jenny Jen or In Bloom or someone else that if I go in a chat and I say, hey, they're like, oh yeah, you might not want to be in here tonight. This one just might not be for you. And I appreciate that. I 100%, like, I straight up, I would rather know that it's not going to be a place that I'm going to fit in well than get in and then realize, oh, fuck, I went from the frying pan to the fire. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate those people that stand up and say things like that. And those are just two out of many that have done that. Even on my side of the street where I come from, they'll be like, yeah, you ain't been around. You probably don't know what's going on. So you probably just, like, this isn't going to matter to you. All right, see you later.
And that's why with the, like, I know enough about, Mr. I'll just call him Steve, whatever. And I think that was, kind of that girl's intention is kind of to warn some people. I know you have to figure out for your own self, but when you do know a certain amount of stuff about a certain person and they're on a panel and they're speaking out of the side of their mouth and you've seen them speak on the other side of their mouth on a different panel, that's where I feel like people do need to be enlightened.
Well, I mean, but it, like, I don't know. I mean, enlightened, yeah, like knowing somebody's opinion, yes, but then like getting to know it for yourself is more important, I think. I'm not just gonna like trust you because you don't like this person, because I may like this person. Not that I'm going to like this person.
I didn't like them.
I'm generalizing that, girl. This is all about
I'm
you.
just making it clear. I never said I didn't like them.
Okay.
I said the same thing about Unirock too, and then I think it was Ninny that made me feel like an idiot because she reworded what I said in a shorter, more logical sentence, and yeah, it was awful.
Well, I mean, to be totally fair, it didn't seem like you liked him.
Okay, I'll accept that reply. I don't know, what am I supposed to say to that? somebody can be a bullshitter and me not dislike him, right? I mean, I like Will for years. He's the biggest bullshitter there is. Like, this shouldn't be some big shock, right? I mean, just to be fair.
Coffee just came out of my nose.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that definitely didn't seem like you were cheerleading for him. I mean, but I mean, and I guess the way I looked at it was a foot, and I knew that was where you came from. So I was like, okay.
I think that people view anything that's not favorable as automatic hate, and that's not super fair. I mean, the truth can just be the truth without me liking them or disliking or hate.
They're kind of like awareness, you know what I mean, type thing. And that's how I take it.
I don't know. Believe you me, had I thought it was going to be the biggest deal ever, I would have just like not said nothing or called Queen. But I don't know. And I think that any pushback at all gets met with an emotional story. So I pipe it down, and then suddenly the emotional story is not that big of a deal. And I just don't like feeling fucking manipulated. I don't need a break from YouTube to be able to say, hey, yo, bullshit's afoot. I don't need, like, I don't want to.
You need a break either.
I don't want to prompt the chat to hate anyone. And if anybody feels like I was, that I am sorry for, because I don't want to instigate like hatred. That's horrible.
I don't think that you tried to do that at all. I don't think that that was your thought process.
Never do that. Not
I
on
don't think
purpose.
that. And I've been like, I think in this situation, because like some people did want to hear what he had to say regarding uni, right? Not the other stuff, but like I've come up here and shut it down before, like with FOD or with Lauren's dumbass. Like they really didn't have like anything to say, but maybe that's not a good example. But I know what you mean though. Like I don't think that you wanted to get people on the hate train or anything like that.
Oh.
Your intentions were pure in the way of being like, hey, abort mission. He's a mess.
And I saw way more comments before that girl even left that comment. You know what I mean? Or
way before there was other people. That's why I just trying to be ugly, but like I really don't want to go back and read the chat. Like, am I being an asshole? I don't want to, and I don't feel like it's necessary.
Well, yeah, say it really. I mean, it really ain't. You know what it is. I mean, that's just it is what it is.
I believe what you tell me. I believe what y'all tell me. You know, if you tell me that, I don't expect you to lie to me. I'm like, okay, you know, I don't know. I just hope that it's over now.
And yeah, I mean, that girl, like, it is. I mean, like I said, it's just, what's up, good Nanya? How you doing, baby?
Consider that. Let me say something real quick. Consider though that Ellie did like research on this though, and she's got passion regarding this subject. I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I did a really good job biting my tongue because I like Ellie, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I just didn't like it being said that the word hate was used. That's a very strong word to me, and you know that, Cappy. Like that's a very strong word to me. And some of the other things and how they were being presented, I didn't feel like it was fair. And if I'm going to be talked about like that, I felt like I had the right to come up and defend myself because I literally felt like I needed to at that point. And maybe I need to. Maybe I should just not give a fuck. But you know me, I do.
No, that's fair.
Well, yeah, and then I would say I know cease and desist. She said, but saying it to Ellie 100,000 times doesn't help. I understand that. She's just making sure that people, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes people will take that and run with it, and they'll say, you know how it goes.
I'm surprised you haven't gotten a cease and desist yet, honestly.
I mean, shit. I wouldn't put it past them trying to send me them shit. I ain't fucking with nobody.
JR just left you a love note, just basically friggin' whatever the frig that was at community post. What did he say? I know he's had a. Oh, Lord.
I'm sure if I ever fucking get one, I'm definitely not gonna say, you guys. Somebody in my family got a threatening letter.
Oh, I know it's
and it's got random YouTubers' names in it. It's got, well, I better not say. Probably, you know what? It's got nonsense, and it's got
You know what? It's got Uni Rock in it.
I don't know who else. They sound kind of true crimey.
Guess you could call him a YouTuber. I guess. I mean,
I guess.
Did it have voices in it this time?
It had words in it. I know that. It had words in it.
Yeah,
Lots
it was
of
pretty
words.
threatening, and I'm just, my fan. We even had to get a pew pew ready for this because I just was so bad.
So can I just I'm gonna just say what I'm gonna say and then I'm gonna hop down. Sorry. I think sometimes it's very hard when we're passionate about a subject to remember that everybody doesn't know the history. Everybody doesn't know, like, everybody's experiences are different, their opinions are different. And
Yeah.
that's one of the great things about Queen's panel is all of these different people from different communities can come together in one place and be respectful to each other. But in the same sentence, just because you may have a feeling towards somebody doesn't mean I have to have that same feeling or Queen has to have that same feeling about them. So while one person, like, and I know we talked a lot, last week about it, is while I may be very open-minded to talk to anybody and hear their side of things, there's a lot of people that are like, absolutely not. I won't even hold a conversation with that person. Fuck them the long ways, right? But that doesn't make one way right or wrong. It just makes them different. That's it.
I don't disagree with you at all. I didn't think it was that. Like I said, I didn't even realize, or I wouldn't have said anything. I don't enjoy confrontation of any sort. It's not fun.
Yeah, and I mean, I get there's tough conversations that have to be had, and I know that sometimes when there's so many of us on a panel, like, you want to listen to, like, I think one of the things that I've noticed since coming to YouTube is people do really struggle to listen to actually hear versus listening to respond. And on an open panel where there's multiple people, there's a lot of talking over. And when that happens, you don't really get to hear other people's perspective. You only get to hear the loudest person in the room. And that is a struggle, across anybody who has open panels. That is a struggle that is, a challenge every day that has to be fought against.
No,
one
you're
is
right.
perfect.
We used to have a joke in the community that the loudest mic wins. That was like the running joke.
Oh
It's not even a joke, it's the truth.
Right.
Yeah, it is the truth. You're right. But remember, we used to joke about that because
I was so pissed when I lost to Callie that one time on Paige's panel because my fucking phone was fucked up. I had way better shit to say, but her shit was louder.
Yeah.
Well, Cappy, your new phone is tits, yo.
Yeah,
you will
that'll
always
never happen to me again. Ever.
Ever.
I guess it's more serious of a topic, an issue than I realized. So maybe it's a good thing that it all came up, but I still don't.
And
I
then,
guess
even
just my
that,
difference in how my brain works is
yeah,
what it
and
is.
then that girl, we had talked about it last week, and I think a little bit at the beginning of this week, where I was like, again, I actually don't doubt what you say, but it's like a trust but verify, right?
Oh,
So
no,
when you're
I'm glad
coming
you
up,
go
not
look.
everybody is
I'm
going to
glad
do the
you do.
verify part,
Yeah,
right?
I'm glad
So
you
when
go.
you say something, your opinion of someone, it matters because it actually ties into other people who they can verify already have turned out to be what you said that they are. And so your opinion actually carries some weight with it. And you have to be mindful that other people won't verify. It doesn't make it right that they won't. That sucks. But they're not going to go and verify it. They're just going to run with what you have said
But I don't
as the
lie,
truth.
so I'm not really worried about them doing that, Nunya, because I don't lie. So I'm not being ugly. I'm not being naughty.
No, I'm good with that.
Like,
I don't mind that.
I'm not going to sit here and make up shit about somebody. And I don't expect anybody to take my word for anything, but I feel like I should be able to freely have an opinion just like anybody else without books and Bibles of evidence. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Just because I've been I just real quick and I'll shut up, I swear. I just feel like that's kind of unrealistic expectation to put on me that y'all don't put on other people.
Well, to me, I put it on everybody, but I think
Fair enough.
if you come up and you say, I'm just going to give an example, right? Cappy cuddles kittens, right? And that's the end of your statement. I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, because I have not caught that girl in a lie. Then by golly, that means that Cappy cuddles kittens, right? What I'm saying though is if you're not sure if she does or not, right? Or if it's your opinion that she cuddles kittens because one time she took a picture with a kitten, right? Then okay, then in my opinion, Cappy cuddles kittens, and that lets people know this is your version of what you see this person as.
You lost me with what the point of that was. I'm sorry. I'm not even being.
No,
funny.
it's good. It's good.
Can you
Basically,
tell
the
me
point is saying,
I do better with real direct shit. The roundabouts never hit me right. Ask voices.
She probably got stuck on the fact that everybody knows Cappy cuddles kittens.
I did. I was like, actually,
because I was like,
everybody.
I'm thinking that everybody knows I cuddle kittens. I think she would have, because I'm the crazy cat lady on the block. That's funny you said that.
I got
well, basically what I'm saying is
kittens.
If you're giving your opinion, right? So like if you're stating this person is a liar, right? Then
I didn't say that though. I said he's like Uni.
No. I'm right, but then just end it with in my opinion.
Okay.
Then that way people don't like they're not like,
I did say that,
get him
though,
off of
didn't I?
here, get it, you know.
I think you
and I
did.
know
I
it's
think
an unrealistic expectation to have to place on you. It sucks. I get that part of it because people should do their own research. They should verify. They should go and look things up for themselves. But the reality of YouTube is that they don't.
Okay, look, I'm being real. I want to ask everybody on the panel a question.
Okay.
Is this really that big of a goddamn deal and I'm too stupid to fucking figure it out?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that it's that big of a deal, but I think
I'm really a little bit overwhelmed with how
okay.
I'm just being honest. It's also
No, I think
and that's not my intention at all. I just was trying to give a different perspective.
No, I appreciate it. You're one of the few people that I'm always down to hear out because I know you're coming from a real place. And you follow people that I've made 4-hour videos on and I haven't even sent you a link. That's how much I'm for people liking whoever they like. Okay. I just I'm a very literal person. And this wasn't a big deal to me. And I'm literally having a really hard time seeing why it is. Now, I do understand the comments that were brought up out of chat that I did not personally see were, yes, that was not good. I get that. But like the rest of it and the real quick thing I respectfully said, even to him before I jumped down and like, I don't know. It's just overwhelming. I'll just be honest. I don't totally get it, but I'm listening.
I think honestly, I think it just set the tone. That's it. And that's all to me.
Okay, well, I respectfully disagree, but I get it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who also knew who he was and definitely did not appreciate the essay comments too. So
absolutely.
I think that's, again, I can't apologize for what I did any more than I already did because I do feel bad if it caused Queen any grief. I don't really feel bad for saying anything, though. Now I kind of regret it, just to be honest.
I mean, if that's the case, then everybody that said stuff before that girl should be getting the same treatment because
they should be admonished as well, but they're not going to be because apparently I'm held to a different social standard than everybody else, and that's fine. I just have to take some time to soak that in and decide how I feel about it.
Wait, whoa. What the fuck are you talking about? You hold to a stuff. Wait. What?
Just no, I'm not. It's just kind of the
because you ain't held to no specific standard. All it is you jumped up first before he said it, before you even had a chance. You just jumped up and said what you had to say and jumped down. That's it. That's all. It ain't even that big of a fucking deal. It's being made into something that it doesn't even need to be. You jumped up, you said some shit, you jumped back down. That's what it is. It's not even that big. It's not even that fucking serious.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Anyhow, I'm going to shut this down. We'll see you guys back around 7 o'clock. We'll be back on here for the...
all right.
Go burger.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Queen. I'm sorry I